If you blocked it, then
I
it's
don't
so
think I'd
bad.
ever be able to do this.
And then you've got to check what's behind
All right,
her.
so
Okay.
unless you're not starting the video because someone else is hosting it, correct?
Yep. We're live. Okay. We're live. Hello. I'm glad you could join us. We're broadcasting here to the world from Wellington, New Zealand. We've got a gorgeous day. Hopefully the light's not causing too much trouble there with the screen. And you can see it just fine. I hope things are well for you, wherever you're watching us. My name is Mark Blackham. I helped the Plan B group set up back in March last year. The aim back then had been to provide a science-based perspective by which people could critique and even perhaps reverse the overreaction of governments to COVID-19. Well, I think we've patently failed to reverse that overreaction, but 1 year on, we're still here, despite the government's responses being as inconsistent and as illogical and unfounded and incomprehensible as ever. But we're persisting. We don't necessarily think we're going to change anything, but we have to, because truth has to be carried by someone or it dies. Over the next 10 hours, you'll get to hear from some of the leading people in a loose movement that has emerged over the past year, which is probably best described as COVID skepticism. We'll be taking you through their latest science, their analysis, and their thinking about COVID-19. So how this seminar and webinar is going to work is for those who are in the webinar now, you can chat amongst yourselves. There's a column there for everybody to chat, and you're free to use that. Chat to yourselves. You can direct messages at us here, the crew who are manning this symposium. You can ask questions of the speakers in the Q&A tab. Please do keep those to questions only, not statements. You can make your statements in the channel for the chat. We just want questions, please. Time limits will mean that we probably won't be able to ask all of the questions that are there on your behalf. So I'm sorry in advance to those people whose questions will miss out. But as you might imagine, there are going to be a lot of them. If you're watching on the YouTube live stream, I do urge you to buy a ticket and get involved here in the webinar. There's a lot of people joining us over the day. There'll be hundreds and hundreds of people will be coming into the webinar. We expect over the 10 hours from different parts of the world. So there's a lot of people to connect with, which of course is half of the reason for doing the symposium, and a lot of the things that we have done is to connect with people who think similarly. We've got two rules for the webinar. One is to keep your conduct seemly. The last symposium we had in August was great. It was a very good vibe, and everyone enjoyed themselves. But we are going to watch that. There is a big rule, the second big rule, which is the same as it was last August, and that is there's no conspiracy theories. This is not the place for conspiracy theories. I can understand why these theories are formed. The behavior of institutions has been erratic and stupid and sometimes blunt, but that's the nature of a cock-up, not a conspiracy. It's a demonstration of the massive frailties and conceits of our time, but it's not a conspiracy. We think that we do our best by keeping our heads, though the others are losing theirs. And that's what the next 10 hours are going to be about. It's people who have kept their heads, people who are observing what's going on, watching the science, and making the best of what they can out of it, even if it contravenes what the majority are thinking or appear to think. I'd like to introduce Sunetra Gupta. She's a theoretical epidemiologist from Oxford University. She spoke at our first symposium back in August last year, which turned out to be the most popular clip on our YouTube channel. Tens of thousands of people have watched that clip, and from there on, Sunetra has kept speaking and talking about what she sees and keep doing her analysis. Very grateful that she can join us again today. Sunetra, are you there with us?
I am indeed, yes. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking me back. It's Great
Well,
honor.
I'm very glad. We're honoured. We're very glad to have you back with us, despite everything that's happened. But we can talk a little bit more about that afterwards. So I'd like to invite you to shoot away with your presentation if you'd like.
Okay, if I can share my screen?
Yes.
I hope that's possible. There we go.
Great. We can see that. We can see that.
See that? And now I've got to try and find how to. Oops. How to get the slideshow. Oh, there we go. Right. Okay, right. So, you know, I'm going to try and keep this short. I used to have this as my final slide, but now I've started to give talks with this as my first slide, which is just to say the starting point really for all of us in thinking about how to cope with this situation is that we cannot afford lockdowns. So that's true in many parts of the world, and I believe is also true in the UK. Lockdowns are a luxury that only the affluent within an affluent country can actually afford. As my colleague Martin Kulldorff recently put it, lockdowns are like focus protection for the liberal elite, essentially, and they protect those of us who can conduct our business through laptops and Zoom and whatnot, and have houses and gardens that allow us to accommodate our children and others we care about, but they are absolutely disastrous at every level for the poor and the young, both in the global north and the global south. And actually, one of the projects I've been involved with in initiating since I last spoke is called Collateral Global, where we seek to we're trying to develop a global repository for research into the collateral effects of COVID-19 lockdown measures. And when we say effects, we are going to actually look at both positive and negative effects, but we do think it's very important to have these in focus before you can develop any kind of rational policy. So also what's happened, although I may have actually shown you this slide in August, is that we, some of us have got together and various groups have got together to look at other solutions. And the one that I've been advocating is one of focused protection, whereby we shelter the vulnerable specifically, which is something that is afforded to us by the nature of COVID-19, in that there is a clearly identifiable group of people who are vulnerable to severe disease and death. And in October, Jay Bhattacharya, who'll be speaking as well, Martin Kulldorff and I got together and produced something we call the Great Barrington Declaration, which has put forward this idea and tried to flesh it out as a sort of policy document, and has attracted attention, both negative and positive, since then. So the idea is to take advantage of two things. One, that the pathogen acts in such a way as we can identify who is vulnerable and who's likely to die, which is mainly the elderly and the frail, but also those with certain comorbidities. What this allows us to do is to protect the rest of the population from the harms of lockdown, and which also allows immunity to accumulate in the population, what we used to call, and hopefully will continue to call, herd immunity, despite it suddenly having become this rather dirty word. So this is possible if you shelter the vulnerable and allow the rest of the population to function. Normally, we'd recommended that we invest, of course, in therapy and vaccination, particularly since vaccination is a means of protecting the vulnerable, and that's indeed what we now have with the array of vaccines at our disposal. And one of the other things that I thought was missing from the debate, and continues to be missing from the debate, is that we need to think outside national boundaries and consider our responsibilities as international citizens in dealing with this solution. So, of course, this is met with a barrage of criticisms. And the first of these is, what if there is, which was put forward by people who thought we were somehow advocating something that would kill a lot of people. And the first objection was, what if there is no naturally acquired immunity to this SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus that causes COVID-19? And that we know is simply not true. There was no reason for us to think there would be no naturally acquired immunity to this virus. It belongs to a family of other coronaviruses for which we have ample evidence that there is naturally acquired immunity. And now we know, now that so much time has elapsed, we have been able to do studies which confirm that COVID-19 elicits a long-term immunity. This is not always evident in whether people have antibodies in their blood at the time they're sampled. Those could disappear, but the immune memory, the ability to fight the virus, particularly at the level of acquire, whether or not you come down with severe disease and die, is definitely retained. What that means is that we can continue to use this model, which is what is the basis of what most people use, whether in a very simple form or a complicated computer simulation form. A fundamental sort of framework known as the SIR framework is what people use to study the dynamics of COVID. And in this framework, people go from being susceptible to being infected and then recover, write down a set of equations or a computer simulation, and you get an epidemic where the accumulation of people in the recovered class who are immune, at least for the time being, causes the epidemic to turn over and start to die away. And this is something, obviously, that's hard it's hard to determine whether the extent to which herd immunity has contributed to the decline in cases that we see worldwide, are seeing worldwide at the moment. But there are, because of the interventions that we've also been putting in place, but there are regions where it's incontrovertibly been herd immunity that has resulted in the resolution of at least what people would call the first wave of the epidemic, such as in Manaus in Brazil, and several papers have been published or showing both that the shape of the epidemic, the increase in deaths, hospitalizations, and its subsequent resolution was accompanied by an increase in the prevalence of antibodies, an indication that a large number of people had been exposed to the virus. So this implies that herd immunity plays an important role in the control of this virus, and that we can use it as a tool in keeping the risk of infection low to those who are vulnerable. Since then, however, in Manaus, we have seen a resurgence of COVID-19, and some of the authors of one of the papers that I just showed have, within 2 weeks of publishing the paper, produced a commentary in which they suggested a number of reasons for why this might be happening. And one of these is that immunity against infection might already have begun to wane by December, following the first wave in April. And this is also, it aligns with a concern that people have had in our focused protection hypothesis, in which herd immunity plays a role. What if herd immunity doesn't last forever? Or what if it doesn't last forever? Does that mean, as some people have suggested, that we can't get to herd immunity? There are very good reasons to believe that it might not last forever, because seasonal coronaviruses, other circulating coronaviruses, do not give you lifelong immunity in the way, for example, measles does. The pattern there is that these coronaviruses exist at a sort of endemic equilibrium where people keep getting reinfected, but reinfections carry with them very little risk of severe disease and death, which is why we don't normally worry about coronaviruses. So if that's true of this coronavirus, how then can we think about herd immunity? Well, the truth is that whether immunity lasts forever or not does not actually impact upon the buildup of and maintenance of herd immunity. So you can have an SIR model in which people remain immune forever, or you can have what we call an SIRS model, which is probably the better metaphor for coronaviruses, and in where people go from being recovered, they lose their immunity and become susceptible again. And in both cases, if you do the mathematics, you'll find that herd immunity is reached at a point where the proportion immune in the population is at a particular threshold that's determined by the fundamental transmission characteristics of the virus itself, which is reflected in this quantity R0. And this is the same, that level at which everything settles, what we would call an endemic equilibrium, the level of immunity in the population is the same for both the SI and the SIRS. In other words, the rate of loss of immunity does not influence the establishment or maintenance of herd immunity, in contrast to many statements that were made, and the one that I'm showing you here is from an article in Nature, which entitled "The False Promise of Herd Immunity," which suggests that you never reach herd immunity through natural transmission if there is a rate of loss of immunity. I often use this cistern analogy to explain what's going on here. Within a cistern, the level of water is maintained at a constant, it's a constant level maintained, and this is independent of the rate at which water flows in and out. So measles would be a system in which water is flowing out very slowly, trickling out slowly as people die, and then you get new infections from newborns or people born into the population filling up the cistern. Coronavirus is a little different. You get the water flowing out quickly, people being reinfected and coming in to the, but the cistern maintains the level through a more dynamic loss of water, loss of immune people, reinfections, but importantly, those reinfections do not carry with them a high risk of disease or death, and therefore we still maintain the endemic equilibrium we want, where the deaths are kept low. The other thing that we know now is that previous exposure to other coronaviruses does give you some level of protection against, particularly against disease from the new virus. And so, in fact, the cistern, going by the cistern analogy, we didn't actually start with an empty cistern with coronavirus. And some work that my group, José Lorenzo and Francesco Pinotti, have done shows that under those circumstances, you don't really, the level of exposure required in a population to reach endemic equilibrium is much lower. So we mustn't confuse low observations of low prevalence of antibodies with, that does not mean that we haven't reached a level where things are being kept in control by herd immunity. Furthermore, once you factor in effects of seasonality, you can start to find patterns that correspond entirely to what we've observed in many parts of the world in terms of an initial early peak and a seasonal increase at a later point in time. And these are just some simulations showing how the duration of immunity in combination with seasonality can give you those patterns. A paper published in Science a few months ago also reveals that shows the same sort of dynamic occurring. This is from Brian Grenfell's group. Again, an SIRS model, but here they make the distinction again between being reinfected and infected for the first time, which allows you to see that you can easily replicate and understand what's going on and where we're headed in terms of a new virus coming in to which there was some immunity, to a lot of immunity already to disease, some immunity to infection, and how obviously that would cause an initial large peak, but then settle into this pattern whereby you get the infection levels sort of oscillate around an equilibrium due to seasonality and other considerations. So that could certainly be what underlies this recent increase in man-hours. But other explanations that the authors offered, which are pertinent to the current sort of discussion around what's happening with SARS-CoV-2, is that there are new lineages emerging, and these may have properties that allow them to cause a second epidemic. For example, there may have been a new lineage that occurred, and we know there are new lineages emerging in Manaus and in Brazil, which have a higher inherent transmissibility than pre-existing lineages. So this P1 lineage is one of the variants of concern that's emerged in Brazil that people are worried about now. The real question is, and there are several others, but that's why the UK has closed its borders, obliging people to stay in quarantine, and apparently you can go to prison now for 10 years for lying about having gone to Portugal en route. And these are all predicated on this idea that some of these new variants that are arising are more transmissible. Are they? Well, in order to understand this, we have to, again, we can employ the SIR framework, but this time we have to think about variation in the possible strains and variants of the virus. And the simple answer is that indeed, it may well be that some of these variants are more transmissible, but the truth is that within a system where you have a lot of immunity shared amongst the variants, as you will have, because we know there's strong cross responses, not just amongst variants of coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, but also within the whole coronavirus family. What you tend to get under these circumstances is competitive exclusion. So the strain with a higher R0 wins. And then what that means is that even with a marginal increase in transmissibility, that could see a new variant sweep through. But that does not really have much of a material effect or difference in how we deal with the virus. In other words, the surge in the virus cannot be ascribed to a new variant, or it's very improbable that the reason why we're seeing surges is because the new variants are more transmissible. On the contrary, what's much more likely is the new variants are slightly more transmissible, and because they're in a very competitive environment due to all the herd immunity that's built up, and because some of these mitigation methods, lockdowns, also intensify the scramble for susceptible individuals. Because of these circumstances, we are favoring variants that have only a marginal advantage in terms of transmissibility. The other big question is, are these variants more virulent? And the truth is that we don't know, but it's unlikely. So far, the data don't seem to say so, despite these scary headlines. And generally within these systems, what you have is a sort of trade-off between virulence and transmission. So pathogens tend to evolve, but not always, towards lower virulence, because that maximizes their transmissibility. But generally, what we'd expect are small variations in virulence and transmissibility, and one strain will probably emerge as the victor. But it's improbable. It's not impossible, but it is much more probable that these strains will not be materially so different that we'd have to alter our policies. In any case, the focused protection strategy kind of circumvents all these uncertainties by putting forward a proposal which allows us to protect people and save them from severe disease, or give them protection from severe disease and death, even if there were to be such unusual, unlikely changes in the pathogen. The other final option that was considered by Esther Sabino and her colleagues is that, which we're all thinking about, is will these lineages, are these new lineages able to evade immunity generated in response to previous infection? Is this an immune escape? Now that is worrying, of course, because at the moment, what we have, the best way of delivering focused protection is through vaccines. And so this is a question that that needs to be answered, and people are trying to answer it. And it's clear and not surprising at all that some of these mutations, because they do happen to be in the very targets of immunity that actually are important for the virus to gain entry into cells, that some of these mutations are preventing the neutralization of the virus. But there are a wealth of other targets on the virus on the surface of the spike protein, and certainly natural infection gives you a whole array of other responses. So it's unlikely to alter protection, at least against severe disease and death. It may all compromise protection against infection, but it's not likely to alter protection against severe disease and death. So now we are back to this solution. We can refine it. We now have a good means, a very reliable way of sheltering the vulnerable by using all these vaccines that have been developed so quickly, so remarkably well. Because these vaccines, one thing we know we can be sure of is no matter how much mutation there is and whatever else happens, that they're very likely to continue to protect against severe disease and death. And that's what we want. We have no idea, even without mutation, how well they work against infection. And so it's not it's not sensible to think of these vaccines as giving us herd immunity against transmission in the way that measles vaccines can do. So I think we're going to have to rely on naturally acquired herd immunity in combination with vaccine-induced protection, focused protection of the vulnerables, in order to provide a global solution to the problem. And once again, in doing that, we need to, instead of closing borders, try and think outside national boundaries. In the end, I hope we will achieve a solution, which another slide I tend to show, which combines our considerations of not just an understanding the logos, if you like, of this pathogen, how it, the science, as people like to call it, of how it spreads and how immunity accumulates and how to make vaccines, but also to integrate into that what we do as human beings, considerations of pathos, in other words, socioeconomic considerations, as well as ethos. How do we want to live our lives? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sunetra. So you've got some time for some questions?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think probably just I'm going to pick up on the last point you made, and it was the one that right at the start, and it is the one that you mentioned in the first presentation, and that's about the national boundaries, because it was something that wasn't being touched on at the time, and really still hasn't. One of the effects of COVID-19 and government responses has been nationalisation, with the latest of which we've seen is in the fight over vaccines. How might things have been different? One of the things that struck us has been every country seems to talk about its own battle with COVID and focus on their own responses and whether or not they've been successful. It doesn't appear as if we are learning well enough from each other. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I think it's astonishing. I mean, I've been astonished right from the start at the lack of international perspective here, and a dereliction, as I feel, of our duties as international citizens, which I believe we have. We signed up to all of this partly, some of us due to our principles, some of us because we thought it was how the global market appealed to them, I should say. And so there were all these sort of, from various perspectives, the idea that we were a global economy and, all sorts of issues of internationalism, I thought had moved to a very advanced stage where we couldn't just go back to this sort of tribal kind of situation where we were only going to look after our national interests and gloat over, having achieved something, when it's clearly at the expense of other countries who simply can't afford it and are damaged by the policies that we're adopting to protect our own citizens. So even if it is seen as the only way forwards, I don't think it should be something you should be proud of. You should be apologetic about having to protect your own citizens at the expense of the well-being of global citizens.
Is that something that your collateral global effort is counting the effects on, say, poorer nations of withdrawal?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's the big focus of that project.
I'm going to ask just a couple of questions about trying to understand what I think you've been taking us through. It appears that what you're saying, what you've summarized, is this endemic equilibrium, that SARS-CoV-2 is nothing out of the ordinary, that all of what we know is herd immunity, and the fluctuations of the virus and the new strains, all of that is what we would expect to see under any coronavirus. And none of these new developments, if we call it that, are in themselves unusual or scary.
Yes, I mean, I think it is a new phenomenon in that it has entered a population that has not, what we've experienced is its epidemic phase. And so one of the problems that I've encountered, or people seem to, one of the confusions, major sources of confusion, is when people say, well, it's not like flu. Flu only kills, 650,000 people a year. And that's flu in its endemic state. And COVID, of course, has gone through an epidemic phase in which it is likely to have a much higher death toll. Flu in an epidemic phase would kill very many more people. But what we can expect COVID to do is settle to an endemic state. And what the Focused Protection Plan offers is a way of getting to that endemic state without sacrificing or sacrificing isn't even the right word. And in that, we want to reach that state without allowing people to die. So, if possible. And so what it does is offers a way of doing that. So you protect the vulnerable, you shield them over that particular epidemic period. And then when that epidemic period is over, they are no more vulnerable to this particular virus than they are to other coronaviruses. So that's the idea, is we take the risk, pull this risk back right down to the sorts of risks we endure, that we're happy to accept as a society. So that's where we should be. Well, it's inevitable that we will head there, but it's a question of how do we get there. And the vaccine, of course, gives us a very useful route for approaching that. But what the vaccine won't do, I don't think, it doesn't seem to have the ability to do, particularly if there is, in the face of a mutating virus population, is it's not going to give you protection against infection, which would allow us, like measles, to get to a state where of endemic equilibrium without where people were protected against infection through vaccination. But that's not going to happen. All we can do with this vaccine at the moment is protect those who are vulnerable.
Okay. Hey, so you mentioned herd immunity, that's become a dirty word or dirty phrase. How did something that seemed such a simple part of epidemiology become demonized? How and why, do you think?
Well, how, I think, is through confusion. So I think people assumed that herd immunity, well, it became a sort of a stand-in for a policy whereby you would allow the virus to just do its thing, let it rip, as it were. So it became interchangeable with that concept, which it isn't, because after all, I mean, herd immunity is just a phenomenon, whereas a let it rip strategy is a decision on the part of a government or a country or an individual. So that's how it came to present to a certain group of people a policy that was unacceptable to them and carried connotations of not having any interest in the well-being of the elderly and the frail, which is rather unfortunate. And generally speaking, I think the concept of herd immunity is misunderstood, in that people assume that once you reach herd immunity, the disease goes away, and that's not true. What herd immunity as such simply refers to the protection that you gain from other people in your community being immune. And thresholds of herd immunity are ones which, when crossed, make the infection decline. But generally speaking, where we end up is at that threshold, which is an equilibrium state where infections neither grow nor decline, except in some sort of seasonal way, which is just a sort of bobbing up and down around an equilibrium. So these concepts, which are not terribly difficult to take on board, but also very easy to misunderstand, particularly if you have a desire, some sort of political desire to misunderstand them, is what's led to this. And that's what you're really asking, is why? And the whys are complex, but I've just been reading a manuscript of a proofs, a very good book by Toby Green, which will be coming out, I think, in April. And one of the things he says is that there were people who were rightfully so keen to get rid of characters like Trump and Bolsonaro that they just decided to politicize this whole thing in a way that's been incredibly unhelpful and damaging to a lot of people. So that's at least, I mean, basically the politicization of this scientific dialogue has been to the detriment. And when I say detriment, we're talking a serious detriment to many ordinary people.
What sort of data has been provided by countries where they've experienced variants that people are asserting are more virulent or transmissible? Have we? Because I think what I saw in your slides was that it's not really there, that this doesn't exist. But we're seeing headlines that claim it is, and South Africa claiming that, that its one is, and that the vaccine doesn't handle it. But is the data there? Have you seen it?
So first of all, the data that have been misinterpreted, and rather strangely by people who should be and are experts in the field, is that some of the variants, the one in Britain, for example, seems to be taking over from what was there before. But as I explained, for something to take over, it doesn't have to have hugely higher transmissibility. It's just, it's a tug of war, and you can attach a mouse to one end of the tug of war and pull the whole thing across to one side, and that is more likely to be what happened than a large elephant having been attached to the other side. So there is no indication, just because something is growing and taking over does not mean that it is hugely more transmissible. And it's the inverse. So because cases are rising, cases rose because of seasonality, without any doubt. So that rise, and within that rise in cases, so there's sudden expansion. The strain that was slightly more transmissible is very likely to expand more and take over very quickly. It does not merit, or what it doesn't justify at all is the panic and the closure of borders surrounding that narrative. Mm-hmm. So I think that narrative is flawed, and the worry, it doesn't matter, anyone can come up with narratives and narratives, they are all somewhat flawed, but when a flawed narrative is used, or an improbable narrative is used to inflict these sorts of conditions, then one has to really think about how it needs to be questioned.
So just trying to understand, your presentation to me seems to be saying that the last year has been this rise of a pandemic, but if it hasn't yet, the settling back to some sort of endemic equilibrium. That all of that was going to happen one way or another, and everything we've seen has been heading towards that. And you're saying that the best thing to have done was remove the most vulnerable, and while the rest of us kind of, for want of a better term, endure or be part of the settling down to the equilibrium.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I think that would, because I mean, the main reason for that is the huge collateral damage that any other. I mean, so what you can either suppress the infection or let it run its course. And suppressing the infection is problematic for two reasons. One is that it's a temporary measure. And secondly, because it has such a huge cost. So one option, of course, that one could consider is we suppress the infection until we have a vaccine, even if that vaccine only protects the vulnerable population. So that's a possible strategy. But in order to figure out whether that strategy is a viable one, you need to think about two things. One is, how likely is there to be a vaccine, which has always been, a big question mark, fortunately now no longer a question mark. And the second question is, can we afford to stay in lockdown until that event? And for most areas, most parts of the world, the answer is no. And yet it happened.
Did we suppress the virus at all, though, in any of these attempts? And if we did that just change behaviour of the virus?
It's very hard to say whether we were able to suppress the virus. I think it's a question of how much lockdown is necessary. I mean, what's the relationship between, if there's a scale of mitigation, severity of mitigation, and success in suppressing the virus? I think that relationship is very non-linear. So, but it's very hard to say. In other words, what I'm saying is, if you look at the trajectories in somewhere like Sweden or in the UK, the extent to, you can have two extremes in terms of explanations. You could say in one extreme, everything was just simply down to mandated or non-mandated non-pharmaceutical interventions. In the other extreme, you can easily set up a model such as some of the ones I showed you, where it's all down to herd immunity and seasonality. Now, the truth is going to be somewhere in between there. And I don't think we have we're slowly starting to get the data that allows us to say where it actually lies. But what we need to do what the beauty of focused protection is that it says it gives you a means of moving forwards, even with that uncertainty of which actually happened. So rather than engaging in some kind of academic battle or quibble over what worked and what didn't work, I think what we need to do is keep in focus the costs of all of this, and globally, as global citizens, and come up with ideas such as focused protection, which now we can deliver through vaccination, and prevent ourselves from entering a situation. The head of the army in Britain wrote today saying this form of nationalism is going to create major instability, and he's worried that this could lead to a major war or a set of wars, because that's what nationalism leads to, after all. So, and deprivation and nationalism, well, we know what happened 100 years ago in the face of that in Germany. So we have to be very careful, and we are seeing all sorts of rules and laws being brought in, and a huge disregard for the suffering that's being caused to children and to the poor. So I think that we really need to move forwards with those things, ideas in mind, and not ascribe them, as people are doing now, to the virus itself, but take responsibility for those for the acts, the acts of mitigation having caused these harms.
Yes, it's something that certainly troubles me, is that the approach over the past year has been the nationalism of it, but a lot of the way it's been conducted has been very unsettling and changing of the global environment, the global geopolitical situation. But we will be covering that with some of our other speakers. I've got a big question to ask of you, and that's about the Great Barrington Declaration. Something that I was very proud to see you do. It was a brave thing. Can you describe though what it felt like afterwards? Did you attract the attention you expected? Did it do the job you wanted it to do?
Well, I mean, it attracted more attention than we expected, perhaps. I mean, it's certainly become part of the vocabulary of many of these debates. So there, it certainly, and it gave people the license to express themselves. Which, I mean, this has been a very sad part of all of this. Is finding that a lot of people are really afraid to speak out, and this is really unfortunate. So it has given a platform to some people who wouldn't otherwise be able to speak out. So that those are all good things. But of course, it's been vilified and misrepresented. And at the moment, there's it's been weeks of relentless kind of ad hominem abuse that many of us have been suffering as a result of it. So now, of course, I feel there was no choice but to do this, and it was good because it arose independently. It was a bunch of people independently coming together to say this. So it wasn't a group of people who know each other and review each other's papers and all sort of saying, "Hey, let's do this." It really was. It's quite life affirming to see a bunch of people around the world who didn't even know of each other's existence coming together out of their convictions to put something together and have other people sign up to it. So it's certainly altered my life, but overall I'd say in positive ways. But it's also, but it hasn't really, I mean, it didn't, I mean, none of the governments really listened to it, not in the UK, even though some people think that the UK delayed putting in harsher measures because of it, which is unfortunately not the case. But so it's not really had the desired effect on policy, but it has certainly had an effect on public opinion, I think, and given people the space to think about all of this, I hope, in a more nuanced way.
Yes. So taking the focus protection format and it's the way the vaccines can fit in, do you think that the perspective of yourself and ourselves and the Great Barrington that can have an influence, that we can change the way that we settle back into an endemic equilibrium?
Well, we were hoping very much that once these vaccines now that they're there, that I started to talk about the objections to the Great Barrington Declaration in terms of sort of biological facts, like is there herd immunity at all? But a very big kind of objection was that how can you actually deliver focus protection, which is a very valid point. That's exactly what we wanted. We wanted a debate around that. There wasn't a debate. It was more of an outright rejection people laughing in our faces, which seemed very odd because many of the ways that you would deliver focus protection were exactly what we do in lockdown anyway. It's just restricted to a group of people rather than the whole population. So, but we were hoping that the vaccine would give us a sort of, meeting point where focus protection could be delivered through the vaccine, and that would be the end of that. And those who said, well, were of the opinion that we should stay locked down until such a point arrives. I'm very happy to say, yeah, maybe you're right. I don't mind. What I really want now is for the children here to go back to school and for the damage that's already been done to people's lives to be limited. We're to go into a more mode of damage limitation now is all the best we can hope for.
So one other question, if I may, and that's about vaccines again. So does mass vaccination, is that necessary? Is that going to be the sticking point? Do you think it matters?
I think that's going to be a problem. Yes, I agree, because I think the way to use vaccines is to deliver focus protection. And I don't think we should be vaccinating everybody. I think we should rely on a combination of focus protection through vaccination and naturally acquired immunity to provide an absolutely solid, impenetrable wall against this virus. I also think that, in a few years' time, it may not even be that, people will build up the immunity they need that will see them through. Some people, like people with comorbidities who aren't succumbing to other coronaviruses, are obviously not doing so because they've already been exposed to those coronaviruses at a time when they weren't vulnerable. So, the need for a vaccine will diminish with time, I think, but at the moment, it's the most wonderful tool that we have to enact focus protection. But I think we'll always need, as we do with influenza at the moment, having herd immunity. If we did not have herd immunity in place for influenza, we would be in really serious trouble. And I think it's very important that we allow that to occur. We should be grateful that we can allow herd immunity to accumulate without suffering losses of life, especially in the young, by protecting the elderly and the frail and the vulnerable through those with comorbidities using a vaccine and through other means as well. I mean, not maybe vaccination won't be the best, won't be something that all vulnerable people can have. So we need to keep in place this idea that we must protect the vulnerable through vaccination and other means, and bring the risks of infection down through herd immunity. And I think that's the only way forwards.
Thank you, Sinatra. I really appreciate you joining us on a Friday evening and giving us your time again.
My pleasure.
Hopefully I'm speaking for everyone.
For the rest of the symposium.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks everybody for listening in on that. We'll take a break for 5 minutes, and next up with David Katz. What I had wanted to say to Sinatra there was that how proud I think we all are of her and her efforts, and her continuing on after a loss of after she took the brunt of a loss of aggression because of the position she was taking, which, as you would have seen, is totally science-based and totally reasonable, and that's what makes these remarkable times. Next up is David Katz. We'll just take a break for a few minutes. Don't go too far away from your screen. We'll start in 5 minutes' time. Well, welcome back, everyone. We've got David Katz up next. David is founder and former director of the Yale Griffin Prevention Research Centre, amongst many other things, on the front line during some of COVID. His presentation is titled Spanish Flu to Spanish Inquisition, the Pandemic Policy in the Time of Social Media. And it's going to be a fascinating discussion, because one of the most corrupting elements and escalating elements of this period has been social media. David, you with us there?
I am with you, Mark, and good to be with you. I guess I need to be authorized to turn on my video. It's not letting me do that.
David, it's great to have you back again with us. We really enjoyed your presentation last time, very informative and entertaining. So really pleased to have you with us.
Thank you. Good to be back.
So we'll turn it over to you. Have we got your screen? Just hold on a second.
Yeah, let's see if I can share my screen. It looks like I can share my screen, but not turn on video. So did I comb my hair for nothing?
No, we'll see if we can get you up. We'll just carry on with the presentation, and so keep your good looks on while you're talking.
All right, that seems like I did get all dressed up for nothing, but very good to be with you, Mark. Good to be with everyone. And you know, it's interesting to note that we've lived multiple lifetimes since we last convened just some number of months ago. And I think it's an important framework to these discussions. And I hasten to note, hearing some of Sunetra's comments, but just noting the roster of speakers you have, what a privilege and honor it is to join ranks with people who don't just bring to this conversation expertise, but clear-minded thinking. Expertise is somewhat rarefied. The ability to think clearly, honestly, to avoid dogma, diatribe, renounce drama, and stay close to the data and really honor fundamental principles of good epidemiology, that's very rarefied. And you know, it's extremely well represented among the speakers here. So privileged to join ranks with them and address this issue of Spanish flu to Spanish Inquisition, which our friends at Monty Python tell us nobody ever expects, but maybe we should be doing exactly that at this point. But I do hasten to note that when we last convened and we were talking about policy responses in New Zealand, we didn't have vaccines. And by the way, it's interesting also to note that I'm already seeing some vaccine opposition in the chat function, the Q&A, and I'm not in that camp. And I think most of us in a fairly centrist place looking at all of the options are proponents of vaccines. What we're simply looking for is that vaccines confer decisive net benefit. And we can come back to that issue. But what is clear, okay, it looks like I can start my video and get the rewards of having combed my hair. So there we go. Here I am, folks. Nice to see you. When we last discussed policy in New Zealand, it was a case of lockdown on an indefinite timeline. Pretty different situation now. My understanding is that New Zealand has suffered a total of 25 deaths to COVID for a mortality per million of about 5 per million, one of the lowest in the world. It's also my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong once we started the dialogue, that internally the country is not locked down, that pretty much things are all opened up and probably doing better than many nations around the world.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, David. We are.
Yeah, which is great. The particular problem at the moment, though, is not locked down, but pretty much locked in. In other words, Kiwis need to stay home and nobody else is invited.
Get in. That's right.
And yeah, and so now, you know, you're totally dependent on vaccines to fix that. And that may be less of a problem now that there are multiple vaccines, more coming, and presumably the vaccine supply will get better soon. When we last discussed that issue, it was on an indefinite timeline. We didn't know when there would be vaccines, if there would be vaccines. So one of the fundamental problems with this as policy, even if it winds up working in an idiosyncratic case because the vaccines came very quickly, is in effect, it's a case of deus ex machina, right? You need the intercession from the outside. The vaccine was not homegrown. New Zealand didn't generate the solution, but basically was hoping somebody somewhere in the world would produce a rescue. And whenever we can avoid being that helpless, that dependent on an outside remedy, it's better policy. So this may, in fact, work out well ultimately for New Zealand when we're looking back at which countries fared well during the pandemic. New Zealand may be a standout, and I hope so. I think that's terrific. But there's an element of good luck because the remedy came from without. Again, deus ex machina, generally not the best of policies. So just by way of reminder, a lot of what we talked about last time, I think, is relevant again now, even though the context has changed. My particular advocacy from very early on, easily a year ago, even a bit more, was that you really do need to look in both directions before crossing a busy pandemic. Rather like crossing a busy street, there are potential harms coming at you from more than one direction, and you really ought to have a good look at both. And specifically with regard to the pandemic, the two directions I think are fairly obvious to us all now. One, of course, is infection with SARS-CoV-2 and the harms that can do. And the other is the radical disruption of the social determinants of health, loss of livelihoods, being locked in isolation, desperation, destitution, food insecurity, hunger, frustration, domestic violence, child abuse, opioid use, alcoholism, suicides. And ultimately, when you sum it all up, the transformation of what we routinely refer to as the social determinants of health into, as shown on this slide, an article from Health Affairs, the social determinants of death. And I worried throughout the magnitude of this was potentially quite staggering. I was privileged, Mark, some months back, I think it may have been after our last symposium, I don't recall, to do a webinar addressing COVID-related issues at UC Berkeley. And I was joined on that panel by an economist from Stanford, Nick Bloom. And so I credit this slide and these insights to Nick. I am not an economist, and so everything I know as an amateur, I've learned from experts like Nick. And he presented these data, and essentially what they indicate is that for every person who loses their livelihood for an extended period of time at or near midlife, the cost in life expectancy is a year to a year and a half. And so back then, I did the math, it's changed since, but if we use numbers from the United States to make a direct comparison, because I don't know the total magnitude of job losses in New Zealand, and whenever doing international presentations, I apologize for the ignorance about the differing epidemiology around the world. We're all in this together, there are a lot of similarities, but country-specific data are country-specific. So just looking at my home and providing a window to this issue, we've had over 400,000 deaths in the US to COVID, over 450,000 now. And the official estimates are that for every life lost, it's taken about 10 years of life expectancy. Personally, based on what I've seen, including on the front lines, I think that estimate is excessive. But even if we apply that and we do that math, 450,000 times 10, that's 4.5 million years of human life lost. And that's a terrible toll. And my heartfelt condolences to everybody who's been affected by that, of course. But we have lost 50 million jobs, and there have been estimates that easily 20 million of those job losses in the US are long-term. And so if we do that math, 20 million times a year and a half each time, that's 30 million years of human life loss. So not quite 10 times as bad as the toll of the virus, but almost an order of magnitude worse. And the important issue here, and this was always the important issue, I'm a public health physician, I am not an economist. This is not talking about an exchange between lives and dollars. This is lives and lives. You just can't unbundle livelihoods from lives. It's absolutely critical for people to have a way of making a living. The financial security, the food security, those issues are critical, but there are very important psychological effects as well. And so we were failing to look both ways throughout the world. I think New Zealand did, I think the US did. And yeah, I think what's interesting now is to start to explore some of the reasons why. The other thing that happened pretty early on is Flatten the Curve became a global meme. And there's a gravitational force attached to memes that they pull you in, and you either join that camp or you renounce it and go the other way. So, essentially joining the meme camp is an action. And for every action, as Sir Isaac told us, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's pretty much what we wound up with. But the clamor to just flatten the curve was always misguided. And I showed this commentary from Maria Cecchina at the University of Pittsburgh, Wes Pegden at Carnegie Mellon University last time. They went into one of the prominent models that were used to justify flattening the curve, and they just turned it back on and said, what happens if you ever stop? What happens if you ever release the clamps? And they actually used a model that was published in a very prominent op-ed in the New York Times. And what was shown in the Times is at the top of this slide. And Cecchina and Pegden went back into that very same model. They didn't develop anything new. They just turned it back on and said, what happens if the world continues after October 1? What happens if dates keep coming? And what happens is all of the casualties of COVID that you thought you had prevented just happen on a different day. So a just flatten the curve approach really means you hunker in your bunker indefinitely and wait for Deus Ex Machina. Now, if it happens to come along in the guise of highly effective vaccines, for instance, this strategy could work. So you keep basically the clamps in place until there's an external remedy. But otherwise, this is a pretty dire policy unless there's something to follow it. You could do this for a little while to avoid overwhelming hospitals, to defer the casualty count, but then what comes next? There has to be something that comes next. Sadly, what did come next after the clamor for flattening the curve was the Spanish Inquisition. And what I mean by this, and of course, it's a juxtaposition of terms that makes it cute, Spanish flu, Spanish Inquisition, but the Spanish Inquisition was an assault on thought. You weren't allowed to think other than the sanctioned way. And quite frankly, I think that has been one of the great scourges of the COVID pandemic. It's the first major pandemic in the internet age, in the age of social media. And so what wound up happening is that not just news traveled quickly, but news about news, opinion about news, opinion about opinion about news, and opinion about opinion about opinion. And frankly, all of that went viral faster than SARS-CoV-2. Mark Twain famously said that a lie will travel the world while the truth is putting on its shoes. And however true that was back in Twain's day, it's vastly truer in the age of internet discourse and social media. So misinformation was rampant. And even when the information wasn't overtly wrong, there was a vested interest on the part of mainstream media to extract every possible dollop of drama from the pandemic. Now, a pandemic's pretty dramatic to begin with. You could just report the facts and help people understand. And from my point of view, that's ample drama. But that's not how the media run with this sort of thing. If it bleeds, it leads, comfort the afflicted, afflict the comfortable. And frankly, that too was part of the modern Spanish Inquisition. We got our data shrouded in drama. So, anytime there was speculation that maybe immunity doesn't last and maybe everybody's going to have long-term complications, whether they have symptoms or not, or maybe vast amounts of speculation uninformed by data. And those always generated headlines because it's provocative. And so whether it was misinformation in social media or drama in mainstream media, there was a foreclosure of balanced, judicious thinking about this whole situation. And I would argue that was one of the great tragedies. And the result of that was bitemporal hemianopsia. My fellow clinicians will know exactly what that means. Anybody else listening in who's not an MD, probably not. This is an MRI of the optic chiasm. This is the place in the brain that those are eyeballs at the top of the slide, just to orient you. So this is the place where nerve fibers from both eyeballs cross on their way into the brain. And a fairly common benign tumor called a pituitary adenoma puts pressure right on this X where these fibers cross. And it creates blindness out to either side. And I would argue that's what we wound up with because of the pressures of social media, because of the kind of rabid responses that Sunetra and Jay experienced when publishing the Great Barrington Declaration and arguing for focus protection, basically, and Martin, anytime there was a well-reasoned argument that didn't happen to align with the orthodoxy, people just refused to see the merit in it. So we had blindness in both directions, out to either side, which is bitemporal hemianopsia. One group basically arguing we've got to lock everything down, hunker in our bunkers, and wait till everybody can be vaccinated, and nothing else is acceptable. Don't want to hear any counter arguments. Don't want to hear that this is not a dangerous disease for everyone. Don't want to hear that the sky isn't falling. And, essentially an extreme moral sanctimony. But from the other side, and we need to acknowledge the faults in both directions. Here in the US, we had a liberate my state movement. And that was corrupted by arguments that this whole thing is a hoax. The virus isn't real. There isn't a virus. This is the government playing with our minds. This is Bill Gates trying to practice global mind control. The absolute absurd, preposterous nonsense. None of us on this panel believe any of that nonsense. So, being in the middle means actually you're willing to look at the merits and demerits out to either side. It's the very opposite of bitemporal hemianopsia. I think the Spanish Inquisition of this particular pandemic talked the world into bitemporal hemianopsia, blind spots out to either side. Everybody was only willing to hear the opinion they already happened to own. That's a bad basis for effective public policy. That's where we were. And so we didn't get effective public policy. We got a train wreck. I would argue again that in the fullness of time, if New Zealand is judged to have done very well, it's partly because it's an island nation and it had opportunities that other countries never had, and partly because the vaccines came along in record time. And if they're well distributed and evoke good responses, and New Zealand can open back up to the world and very few people got hurt, that will be terrific. But it's not really because of enlightened policy. There was much more that could have been done, and in my view, should have been done. In the US and in many parts of the world, the judgment of history will be far harsher because, essentially we argued against herd immunity, and Sunetra was talking about herd immunity just a little while ago. We converted, and again, this is the effect of the Spanish Inquisition, we converted and corrupted any discussion of herd immunity into heresy. The idea was, now, if you talk about herd immunity, you are a genocidal lunatic. I mean, that's just preposterous. All pandemics end with herd immunity. The only question is, what is the safest, most expeditious way to get there from here? Is it by means of natural infection? So people who can actually get the infection and not suffer any significant harm, and they develop immunity and they are protected and they protect others, and that's how a pandemic ends. Historically, that's often been the case. Or is it by means of vaccines because they're available and they're safer than the infection, or is it a combination of the two? But all pandemics end with herd immunity one way or another. We turned that into heresy. And yet in the United States, we're well on our way to herd immunity. We've had, and we've documented 25 million or so infections. That's an egregious underestimate. It's 5 to 10 times more than that. So it may very well be that 250 million people in this country have already had this infection. And consequently, we are most of the way to population level herd immunity, just not on purpose and before the vaccines ever make a significant impact. By the way, it's probably only right to note, I am recovering from COVID right now. 5 people were in my household over the holidays. 3 of our adult children were home. Everybody had made it this far through the pandemic without encountering the bug. Surprisingly, again, I did a stint on the front lines, didn't get it then. Thought I had it a year ago, but tested negative. This time, there's no doubt about it. Everybody else in the household got tested and tested positive. We all had the same symptoms, complete loss of olfaction. And I'm a little more than 2 weeks out. I still don't feel great. Nothing terrible, nothing serious, exactly as I would have predicted. Now, I'm 58 years old, but I'm in excellent health because I practice what I preach in preventive medicine. So I experienced it the way a younger person would, but our kids really breeze through. So they're in their early mid-20s to early 30s. They all did extremely well. My wife and I, pretty darn sick. I was in bed for several days, which is unheard of for me. So, frankly, it's not a lot of fun. And, the vaccine may be a better option when it's available. But on the other hand, I am an example of how poorly we have controlled the flow of the virus through the population. We're on our way to herd immunity. We just didn't do it by design. We didn't manage the pandemic. The pandemic managed us. And, again, different nations had different experiences, but you see very little evidence anywhere of policy informed by a willingness to look in both directions, consider the harms of infection and the harms of lockdown, to look for a balanced approach that minimizes all of those harms, and where we, the people, are actually in charge of our destiny rather than simply hoping we get through this and all will be well. So fundamentally, I always inclined to invoke the parable of the blind men and the elephant. That's what we were. Everybody took hold of a different part of the pandemic, mistook it for the whole, and argued accordingly. And we were more or less entirely unwilling to listen to one another. That's usually the case when dogma is barking. We can't hear one another. That's pretty much how it's been. A colleague recently reminded me, this is a column I wrote, and if you look at the date here, March 13th of last year, so very close to a full year ago, decisive action was what I was arguing for based on the extreme concentrations of bad COVID outcomes in the elderly and people with a significant burden of chronic disease. And decisive stands for directing crisis intervention services to the especially vulnerable. In other words, focused protection. So again, a nod to Martin J. and Sunetra and the brave stance of the Great Barrington Declaration. Yeah, I wasn't heard around the world quite the way they were, but I said exactly the same thing better part of a year prior. Decisive was focused protection. And actually in this column, which I commend to you, so those of you interested, again, it's sort of a window to historical thinking at this point, but have a look. I lay out in great detail the very argument for focused protection, concentrating resources on protecting those who are very vulnerable to becoming casualties of SARS-CoV-2. The issue never should have been case counts. The number of cases is not really the critical consideration. It's the number of casualties. Again, New Zealand, I'm glad, has a very tiny number of casualties. So we could argue, whether the policy was enlightened or otherwise, the outcome is good. In the United States, we've had both high case counts and a high casualty count. We've done a horrible job. But you want to prevent casualties. Well, there are two ways to do that. Keep everybody in the virus apart, or keep those vulnerable to becoming casualties away from the virus, and don't worry quite so much about everybody else. And there are all sorts of nuanced public policy responses that would have allowed for that. It's too late now, although it's not. We do still have some options. I'll come to those momentarily. But most of the opportunity for applying focused protection came and went. Sorry, I didn't mean to go backwards. Some number of months ago, and we can discuss whether or not there was some pivotal moment along the way. I also want to note, and again, this is a nod back to my title, Spanish Flu and Spanish Inquisition, that part of the inquisitional component of this was you're only allowed to make certain comparisons. The morality police basically told us it is not acceptable to compare this pandemic to seasonal flu, because this is so much worse. The sky is clearly falling. That's invalid. If you want to compare it to something, compare it to the great pandemic of 1918. That's the only valid comparison. And this is an odd situation for me to find myself in, because, frankly, I'm, as a public health physician, I'm pretty progressive. I'm on what we refer to, at least in this part of the world, as, left of center politically. So it's my usual camp that kind of turned on me and said, no, if you're comparing this to seasonal flu, once again, you're a genocidal lunatic. It was the response of the Spanish Inquisition. But I lay out here some numbers for you. So each year, on average, just plain old influenza kills a little fewer than 400,000 people. The estimate's 389,000. Now, let's be clear, that's a garden variety flu year. It can be much, much worse than that. We've had 2.4 million deaths around the world. This is the bottom bullet from SARS-CoV-2 so far. So, okay, it's 6 times worse than a garden variety flu year, and maybe only, twice as bad as a really bad flu year. All right, so you could say, well, because it's 6 times worse, you can't compare it to flu. Well, wait a minute. But you just told me it's fine to compare it to the great pandemic of 1918. That killed 50 million people. That's already 25 times worse than the global toll of COVID. But let's not stop there. Let's remember that in 1918, the global population was 1.8 billion. It's 7.8 billion today. So we have to adjust that. So 50 million deaths out of 1.8 billion is a death per every 36 people. Whereas COVID has killed fewer than 1 in 3,600 people. It's less than 1/100th as bad as the Great Pandemic. Now, I'm not arguing that this is just like flu, but I am pointing out it's actually more like seasonal flu than it is like the Great Pandemic of 1918. And it was an overlay of moral posturing that told us which comparisons and which contrasting data we were allowed to talk about and which we weren't. And once again, this was a foreclosure of thought. And it's really hard to navigate through complexities of a public health crisis if you're not allowed to think. And effectively, that's what we did to one another. So 6 times worse than an average flu year, 1/100th as bad as the Great Pandemic of 1918, which leads me to the stance that I've defended regarding public policy. From the start, I argued that our goal should be total harm minimization. There was more than one way for this situation to hurt people. Americans, Kiwis, everybody, everywhere. It could hurt them by infecting them. It could hurt them because we have haphazard, one-size-fits-all, unthoughtful public policy responses, which then reverberate through the social determinants of health. We should consider both of those as important. Lives matter, livelihoods matter. Any which way the situation hurts someone, bad. Any which way we protect someone, good. We should aim for total harm minimization. And I argued then and still feel now the right way to do that is with vertical interdiction or risk stratified approaches or focused protection. Concentrate protection on the populations most likely to become casualties, liberalize the protections for those least likely to become casualties, and then always do good epidemiology. So for example, if we let populations out into the world because they're at low risk, we always need to monitor very carefully to see were we right. Sometimes, what you do based on the data you have proves to be wrong when you gather more data. Data gathering and judging ourselves based on valid epidemiology always critical. I also thought hierarchical responsibility was important. I'll come to that in a second. Sharing the responsibility to mitigate risk between institutions and individuals. And then a singular blind spot, and this remains the case, and I don't think New Zealand's done better than anybody else here, is that this has been a teachable moment for health promotion, and we've largely neglected that. This notion of hierarchical responsibility, to borrow from President Kennedy, I think we should have been asking both what our countries can do for us and what we can do for ourselves and our countries and one another. In other words, public policy needed to manage some of this. Institutional responses needed to manage some of this, but individuals needed to be empowered to understand their personal risk, the risk of loved ones, the risk of your household, and what practices were required to protect you appropriately. And they didn't need to be one size fits all. I think if we had informed people, we're not all at the same risk, and so we have different opportunities to manage our risk, that would have made a huge difference psychologically as well as in many other ways. And it's tempting to invoke the famous ideology of Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor. Those who have a why to live can bear with almost any how. Giving people the capacity to manage their own risk is a why, and it would have made the how of pandemic living a bit easier to bear. People would have felt empowered. COVID has proven to be a case study in learned helplessness, which the psychology literature tells us is probably the single greatest blight we can suffer. It's the surest path to depression, addiction, suicide, all the horrible things that we have seen spike as a result of the pandemic and our response to it. And the antidote to helplessness is to empower people, and there are tools to do that. I have friends at a company called Everest Health who've developed a very elegant, personalized COVID age risk calculator, or CARC. And the way this tool works is you enter in whatever information you know about your health, your age, your height, your weight, and whether or not you know your blood pressure, whether or not you know your glycohemoglobin. And you watch these numbers at the bottom, you can see in green, adjust in real time. What is the percent likelihood of you, not just anybody, not on average, but you being hospitalized if you get COVID? What's the likelihood of you winding up in the ICU or dying? And it also shows you how you could change that risk by altering your risk factors. What if I gave up smoking? What if I lost some weight? What if I improved my glycohemoglobin or lowered my blood pressure? This opportunity to empower people with information about individual risk, and then to invite people to manage that risk, be involved in managing that risk, huge missed opportunity of the pandemic. The other thing, of course, at this stage of the game, this tool can and is being used to allocate scarce resources, notably the vaccine, so that those who are most vulnerable to bad infection outcomes are first in line. And with a tool like this, you can be much more refined than just everybody over 65. Within age categories, you can stratify based on the variations in risk. And I think that's very useful. So, again, the simple steps that I think could have prevailed, should have prevailed: risk stratify the population, match policy guidelines to level of risk, and then in particular, take advantage of this opportunity, people's acute concerns about COVID, to say, hey, you know what, these many cardiometabolic risk factors that were bad news for us before, they're an acute threat now, let's fix them. We have an acute reason to fix them. And then, of course, everything we already know: masking, distancing, sanitizing, sheltering for those who need to, and of course now the advent of the vaccines. So originally, when I didn't have access to a COVID age risk calculator, I just put this in a color-coded grid. But as a lifestyle medicine, preventive medicine specialist, it's the white arrows that are most important to me. What they represent is the opportunity for people in higher risk tiers because of age and health to migrate to lower risk tiers because the health factors are modifiable. This is an opportunity. It's an opportunity in New Zealand. It's an opportunity in the US. It's an opportunity at the level of businesses, communities, families. We all can play a role in mitigating our risk for bad COVID outcomes as we get through the remainder of the pandemic, and do it in a way that becomes a gift that keeps on giving, because the benefits of vitality do not stop when the pandemic comes to an end. Colleagues and I published this preprint. We had a couple papers in the Journal of Emerging Infectious Disease throughout the pandemic on the massive contribution of cardiometabolic risk factors to COVID risk. But we also looked at what happens if we fix the fixable stuff. And our estimate was that we could reduce hospitalization here in the US, where it's been a massive burden, by as much as 40%. So almost half the total hospitalization could have been eliminated if we had just done a more diligent job of modifying readily modifiable cardiometabolic risk factors: obesity, hypertension, dyslipidemia, coronary disease, type 2 diabetes, insulin resistance, stuff we know how to fix with diet and lifestyle. So, those months ago, Mark, I said, this is a perfect time for a Let's All Get Healthy Now campaign. That remains true. A lot's changed. Again, months in a pandemic is lifetimes, but this opportunity is still with us, and as best I know, still neglected around the world. In terms of what we can do now to get through the remainder, it varies by country. So, again, we've got huge problems here in the US managing the pandemic. Different situation in New Zealand. I would have fussed more before, about no country being an island, and you really don't want to have your people locked in and everybody else locked out, because we had no idea when the vaccines were coming. At this point, I think it's pretty clear that the policy in New Zealand is, okay, we made it this far through, the vaccines are available, we're going to keep hunkering in place until we can immunize everybody in the safest way possible. I have no real argument with that. But again, in retrospect, we will look at this pandemic as a case study in the foreclosure of thinking because of the pernicious influence of the internet, social media, the dramatization of epidemiologic data. We can, and I hope if ever we have to play this game again, will do far, far better.
Thank you, David. Great stuff. Bit to cover there and some questions which have been coming in as you've been speaking. So I'll just run through a few of them if you got some time.
Sure.
Perhaps start with your last towards the end there, where you were talking about the reducing of. I think you were talking about comorbidities and reducing them. So we could have reduced hospitalisation by 40%. Was that? So that meant if we had reduced those comorbidities previously, there's nothing we could have done about that now.
No, actually, it's a great question, Mark. Again, just so people know, I'm an internist and board certified in preventive medicine. My career has been focused on this very issue for 30 years, eliminating preventable premature death and chronic disease. And while this is a long-term play, the longer you adhere to a healthy diet, physical activity, avoidance of toxins like tobacco, excess alcohol, all that stuff, and the formula, the longer you adhere to that, the greater the accrual of benefit. But it actually begins almost immediately. And we have a couple of lines of inquiry that demonstrate this best. One is endothelial function testing. So again, some folks will be familiar with this measure, some not. It's a measure of vascular function, routinely captured using ultrasound. We did this in my lab at Yale for many years, published a number of papers. Well, endothelial function is a critical expression of overall vascular health. And the evidence is very clear that it changes with a single meal. You eat one high quality meal versus one junk meal. You do a randomized crossover trial and you test people postprandially. You see massive differences in their basic vascular biology following a single meal. And you can see that throughout a day if you shift the quality of diet. So that's immediate. That's an immediate effect. And the same with exercise. You study people after a walk versus the same period of time spent on the couch, and you see a change in their vascular function. So that's one line of inquiry that tells us the modification of risk factors for bad COVID outcomes. And by the way, COVID is known to compromise endothelial function. It is, among other things, a vascular disease. So we have that line of inquiry saying, potential remediation of vulnerability to bad COVID outcomes with a single meal, a single walk, and sure, those benefits will grow over time, but you can start to experience them immediately. The other line of inquiry, Mark, is chemotaxis. These are cell culture studies where essentially you harvest people's white blood cells and then you provoke them with an antigen and you see the vigor of their response and exactly the same findings. So if you harvest white blood cells from people who've had a junk food meal and you provoke them, they're sluggish. If you harvest the same white blood cells from people following a high quality meal, those very same cells in response to the very same provocation are much more vigorous. Ditto exercise versus a stint on the couch. So these fundamental elements of lifestyle as medicine begin exerting an influence certainly within hours, arguably within minutes. And then, yes, it does accrue over time. So I think it's not too late, even now, for this to start to change COVID outcomes around the world. But certainly, all these months that have gone by without there being a concerted national, international focus on, the massive burden of chronic disease and how much it is contributing to the COVID mortality. In the US, again, where we have suffered a massive toll from this pandemic, there's no arguing that. We could have cut it just about in half simply by meticulous protection of nursing homes. We could have cut it just about in half by systematically working to modify cardiometabolic risk factors. I mean, we had many, many opportunities that didn't require locking down the country to massively reduce the total burden of this. But again, it just wasn't part of the dialogue. We were never thinking together to come up with those solutions that weren't either lock it all down or liberate my state. And again, that was the toll of this blinkered thinking on a topic that required nuance.
Just to comment on that, the governments did even worse, really, in that they stopped people going out. Here in the harbour in Wellington, there was a police launch out there to stop people going fishing and kayaking, which is one of the things I like doing, during our lockdown. Right. In the UK, they had police drones up watching people who were going for a run too far from home. So all of these things,
and so you understand the intention, but how misguided in practice. And what is the evidence that anybody jogging caught COVID that way or transmitted it to anybody else. So absolutely zero. It's vanishingly implausible unless you're running in a dense crowd. I can understand not sanctioning a marathon, the New York City Marathon. My daughter ran it a year ago. It was canceled, during COVID. That makes sense because it's thousands of people packed together, breathing hard. Okay, don't do that. That's a super spreader event. But one person running on their own, not a shred of evidence that there's any risk of transmission. Yeah. So again, we routinely around the world tossed out the baby with the bathwater.
I'd like to ask how you think we could stop making a drama out of a health crisis. And you described about how media was so focused on getting the worst of every piece of news. And just a recent case in point, it was almost like the start of the virus epidemic in miniature was when the UK decided that they'd had some new strains. Right. And Boris Johnson said, well, it's 70% more transmissible and so 30% more deadly. That turns out subsequently that number was perhaps less than 50% certain and actually wrong. But at the time he said it, they weren't even 50% certain that it was true.
And yet it made headlines because it was dramatic. Yes. That's how
the media didn't interrogate it at all. They just went straight to headlines. But the politicians knew that. And we're finding out now that in Germany, the health departments were discussing what worst numbers could they use to get the population to be frightened so they would take action. So even the politicians seem to think that the drama is required to put us all in a position of learned helplessness. I mean, how do we have an intelligent discussion if the politicians and the media don't think we're capable of doing it?
Yeah, well, it does begin, I think, with each of us. And let's be clear. If we want reasonable, thoughtful, far-ranging dialogue, we have to be active participants in it. In other words, we can't immediately dismiss the opinion that we don't already happen to own. The other side may have something worth listening to. We all have to consider that. So, I think we can each interrogate ourselves and ask, how strong is my confirmation bias? How likely am I to start nodding my head when I hear what I already believe to be true and nodding my head in the other direction the minute I hear something that I don't happen to like? Because if I do that, essentially I'm inviting my interlocutor to push harder. Yes. And this is what leads to extremes, right? So we didn't just have lock it all down. We also had injudicious arguments about liberate my state. Don't worry about the old people. Don't worry about the sick people. That's wrong. That's clearly wrong. There were people who were clearly going to be hurt if they encountered this virus, and we needed policies in place to protect them. So we're all in on this, and we all have to be part of the remedy. And then, we all have to start shopping our choices. So, frankly, when we look for information online, we have to look equally hard for opinions that we happen to favor and evidence underlying opinions that we're inclined to reject. And we have to judge them comparably. I think if we start doing this, it will begin to reverberate. So, ultimately it takes a village, but the village is made up of individuals who, start to make similar decisions about culture change. And the reason, Mark, I frame it this way is, you put yourself in the shoes of politicians and policymakers who are saying, look, we've got a population that, basically is opposing every precaution we're recommending. They're vaccine reticent. And again, I'm noticing even here, we have some vaccine opposition. And, so then you think, well, we can't take the risk of saying anything nuanced, because if there's any subtlety in what we say, those who are opposed to doing anything we recommend will say, see, they're not sure. They're not sure, so we shouldn't listen to them. So we have to pretend we're more sure than we are. I actually think extreme positions invite extreme positions. Again, just invoke Sir Isaac Newton. For every action, an equal and opposite reaction. Well, I think that's true for every opinion. For every opinion, for every position, an equal and opposite counterposition. That is pernicious. And so, again, we need to interrogate ourselves and ask, am I part of the problem? And is there something I can do to try and be part of the solution? Be more thoughtful. Be willing to listen to people I'm not natively inclined to agree with. Maybe they have something worthwhile to say. If a lot of us start doing that, we become the remedy. if our use of social media does not promulgate whatever radical thing we happen to find that points in the direction we like. We actually make sure that it's valid before we share it. We're part of the remedy. And ultimately, politicians are accountable to prevailing themes in our culture. I think the radicalization of opinion about COVID from politicians was aligned with the prevailing views of the body politic.
Yeah.
So, there are many layers to this solution, and I think some of them will take time. I think there are some political solutions. If I ran the zoo, I think we really ought to have a very high level, perhaps intergovernmental program aimed at addressing the distinctions between information and misinformation in the social media age. Maybe there are new forms of education people need, in addition to new filters. I'm not a fan of censorship, but clearly our ability to differentiate bogus inflammatory nonsense from valid information in either direction is pretty frail at the moment. We need to mature that. And, to some extent, thoughtful people can do that for themselves and their families. But I think we need collective effort in that space as well. But fundamentally, Mark, I would say a lot of what we're seeing, and I invite people to consider this, a lot of what we're seeing everywhere we look, us, them, politicians, media, is because this is the first great viral pandemic in the age of viral information. And viral information corrupts information. It just travels too fast. We lose control of the narrative before thoughtful people have an opportunity to be thoughtful. And when the narrative's gone too far in one direction, the thoughtful people look at that and say, hey, I want to be thoughtful, but it's too late. To try and oppose the momentum, going way too far one way, I've got to be a counterweight and go the other way. I think we've seen a lot of that. So there's a lot of fixing to be done.
There certainly is. That has been the greatest error and damage of this this period, has been the creation of sides and extreme sides. So given that, how can we fix that? You're talking about a teachable moment that we learn from what happened. But given the sides have been set, how can we, and narratives have been set as well, and it's very hard to back off a narrative that you've set here in New Zealand. The pro-government, let's say the side that's supporting the government, has thought that lockdowns and what they've called going hard and going early has been what saved us. They won't be able to think. Apparently, it hasn't managed to save anybody else around the world, but apparently it saved us for some unique reason. Now, but how do we find what that reason might have been? Because if we're not prepared to interrogate our own narratives.
Yes, well, that again, I would argue that's part of the remedy. We have to be willing to do that. But I also think, first of all, we need grown-ups in charge. Frankly, the provocations of our administration for the past 4 years in the U.S. has been a huge part of our problem. So we were actively encouraged to be as divided as we could be. We came into the pandemic primed to disagree with one another about everything. Right. The prevailing mindset in the U.S., and the U.S. is a significant influence on the prevailing political mindset of the world. We were not the only ones with this problem, but to whatever extent we're a beacon, we were a bad beacon, and basically saying, no, this is the way it works. You pick a camp, you gravitate to an extreme of position, and you hurl projectiles at everybody else. We're actively encouraged to do that. It's horrible. So that's now changed. We have a new administration that's very much about mending those fences, and I think that's healthy and helpful. The other thing we need at this point, Mark, and it's not your friend during a pandemic, is time. Again, we last convened just months ago, and I think we agree it feels like lifetimes. So time during a pandemic is massively distorted. It's not your friend. You don't want to wait a long time. Everything you want and need right now. But the reality is that to make sense of epidemiology, you need a view from altitude. You need to collect data. You need to analyze data. And that never happens quickly. In fact, it's happened faster during the pandemic than I've ever seen it happen before. I volunteered in an emergency department in New York City last April. And the clinical protocols while I was there were radically different from a week before. Now, that's how fast clinical thinking was it adapting to the demands of the pandemic. That's unprecedented. So, whether it's discourse on policy responses or clinical protocols, we've actually been amazingly brisk. But if you really want to understand the overall pattern, you have to get up to altitude, and that means distance. And, in the case of making sense of a great public health crisis, distance is measured not in distance, but in time. We all know the expression about 20/20 hindsight, right? I mean, that's when you really see something clearly. You get past it, the drama dies down, the anxiety subsides, nobody feels like their life is in immediate danger. You take a deep breath and say, okay, what the hell really happened? So, frankly, at this point, we've mucked up the pandemic almost every which way we could. And some countries fared well, largely not because of great policy, but because of happenstance. And some countries fared badly, again, largely because of happenstance. I've seen very little indications of truly enlightened policy anywhere. But at this point, it largely is what it is. And, everybody's pretty much committed to getting through this now by trying to minimize the carnage and, wait for the cavalry to arrive with vaccines. And that's clearly, what the prevailing policy view is. So that's not going to change. That's done. And whether or not we'll manage to fit into the portfolio some effort at modifying cardiometabolic risk factors, I'm hopeful, but I'm not really expecting to see that. I keep lobbying for it, but I can't tell who's listening. So I think we will sort this out when we do a postmortem on the pandemic response, because everybody will be calmer then. But I don't see it happening before then. I think it's really helpful, Mark, to start to have the conversation, for you to ask that question and for others to listen in. What is it going to take to fix this? Let's start to have that dialogue, because again, I think we have a little bit less anxiety now than we did months ago. I mean, if for no other reason than the attenuation of the great unknown. The unknown is always the scariest thing. So, even if a pandemic proves to be really quite bad, when you understand your risk, you're less afraid than when you don't know what that risk is. It's like watching a horror movie. No matter how grim the monster is, when you finally see the monster, it's less scary than when you're waiting to see the monster. When the monster is veiled in shadow, that's the scariest time. So I think the anxiety level is already trending down. I think as we move through the remainder of the pandemic, it will get lower and lower. I think having, reasonable grown-ups in charge of countries will help an awful lot. And we now have one in charge of the US, so that's a contribution. And I think calm people will be willing to look back at this and say, okay, now let's really make sense of it. And let's apply what we learn to the next. I'm not eager to talk about the next pandemic, but frankly, the very factors that led to this one, until we fix them, make us vulnerable to the next. And I sure hope we'll do better next time. So I'm reasonably hopeful about this process. I just don't see it happening quickly. I think we will get to 2020 vision only in hindsight, and hindsight only comes with time and distance.
All right, just one more question. Do you think that the vaccine, well, it's probably two-part question. It seems as if part of what you've just been describing, this history of this year and people taking sides and blind spots and the rest of it, has made it very difficult to see vaccines accurately or their application or use. Do you think, though, that they do have a role in your risk-based strategy? And how would that work?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really, my biggest concern about vaccines is we wouldn't get them in time to do us any good. And by the way, in the US, that's pretty much where we are, right? So we are distributing the vaccine, but only after 250 million of us have already been infected, and over 450,000 have died. And, so, we're going to be a very long way toward herd immunity accidentally in the United States before the vaccines can bail us out. So that, that was my biggest concern. Look, to be clear, and I presume that I'm speaking to many people who recognize immunization and vaccines as one of the great advances in public health. It's the reason we're not subject to polio. It's the reason we're not subject to smallpox. But they're not a panacea. They don't need to be a panacea. Everything in medicine involves risk. Every medication to modify a risk factor, every surgical procedure. The reason to do a medical thing is because the risks of doing that thing are less than the risks of not doing that thing. The reason to do a medical thing, any medical thing, is because the risks are less than the benefit. And clearly for many people, that's true. Whatever we ultimately learn about, how safe these vaccines were in the grand scheme of things, it's already quite obvious that they're safer than SARS-CoV-2 for many people, the people at high risk of bad outcomes. Sure, there are allergic reactions to the vaccines. The vaccine is not a panacea. Sure, there are isolated cases of thrombocytopenia. The vaccine is not a panacea. Everything in medicine involves risk. And frankly, let's be more bracingly honest with one another. Everything in life involves risk. Crossing the street involves risk. You look both ways, you decide if you need to be on the other side, and you take your chances. But people get hit by cars. Everything in life involves risk. We're always doing risk-benefit calculations. So we should expect no different for vaccines. There is risk involved. They are a proper remedy, though, when they represent a path to immunity that involves considerably less risk and more benefit than exposure to the bug. Now, you could argue that maybe for children, where we have a vast amount of data on how impervious they are to the ill effects of SARS-CoV-2 for the most part, and we don't really know about the effects of the vaccine, that maybe it's safer to let kids be exposed to the virus and not to vaccinate them. On the other hand, nursing home residents, it's clearly not safe to expose them to SARS-CoV-2, and the vaccines could be really quite bad, which they don't appear to be, but they could be really quite bad and still be far better than exposure to the bug in that population. So I would argue that there is a case for an overlay of still thinking about risk stratification and ongoing surveillance. But let's be clear, we don't know the long-term effects of vaccines we just got. We don't, right? I mean, you want to know, is it possible that years after getting this vaccine, your eyeballs will suddenly catch fire? Sure, it's possible. We don't have years worth of surveillance. But let's be equally honest with one another. We don't have years worth of follow-up for SARS-CoV-2 either. Maybe years after getting the virus, your eyeballs will suddenly catch fire, right? So, what's good for the goose needs to be good for the gander here. So what we ought to do is risk stratify, allocate the vaccine where it is most likely to do the most good because it is very probable to be much lower risk than exposure to the virus. And then we should monitor very carefully and adjust accordingly. And before we migrate the vaccine into low-risk populations, we need a substantially greater degree of confidence that even in them, the risks of vaccination are substantially lower than the risks of the infection. Again, for kids, that would set the bar pretty high because SARS-CoV-2 is a very low-risk exposure for kids. So I think that kind of thinking, Mark, can inform our policy. And I hope, I guess, the proof of this will be in the commentary you get, whether people are saying, thanks for bringing cats or they're hurling things at my head. I think this is an argument that ideally can reach everybody. It's not the claim that vaccines are our salvation, and we don't need to hear the hallelujah chorus when we're told a vaccine's available. But we shouldn't renounce the likely benefit if we use vaccines well. And in my case, by the way, and I'm really, as I say, not terribly sick, never in any danger, but not enjoying COVID. I'm not enjoying it at all. This is longer than I've been sick with anything pretty much in my life. My energy's still not back to normal. I still have bad headaches. And my olfaction, which disappeared completely, is back maybe about 10%. And, I'm an enophile. I like a good glass of wine. It really ruins that experience if you can't smell. So, I'm eager for that to come back. And, the recommendation is 1 dose of the vaccine as a booster following infection. And I likely will do that. Looking at the evidence, I'll watch the evidence that comes in between now and, when I get to the front of the line. But I'll likely do that. And, just to be clear about the fact that I put my practices where my policies are. My parents are both 81 years old. My dad's a physician. He's still seeing patients. My mom is just 81 years old, but they've both been vaccinated. We talked about it, and it absolutely makes sense. That they really can't afford to get this bug because of their age. And, unlike these other risk factors, if you're an octogenarian, you're an octogenarian. That's not modifiable. So again, I think we can do both. I think we can make optimal use of the advent of vaccines in record time and superimpose on our policy a risk stratified approach. And that can be used both to distribute the vaccines to do optimal good, but also to guide thinking. You know, let's move down the risk tiers and monitor very carefully. So, you know, basically we're exposing populations to the vaccine that we already know can't afford to be exposed to the bug, and holding off on exposing populations like kids that actually do quite well with the bug, and making sure we have enough data to be nearly certain that the benefit of vaccination in that population outweighs any risk. And that's when we should proceed.
All right. Thank you very much, David. Really enjoyed your time with us today. I really appreciate you coming along as well, as I'm sure everybody else does.
Pleasure to be with you, Mark. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll talk later. All right. So we have finished just on time to go to the next person. That's someone that many people that are listening in have been keen to hear again. Byron Bridle, who was with us last time in our last presentation. He's a viral immunologist from the University of Guelph in Canada. Byron, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, actually, we can. Oh, and a very good backdrop. Nice. Hey, Byron, thanks very much. We are going to be fascinated to hear what you're going to talk about today, because your last presentation was so illuminating about how viruses work and how vaccines treat them. It was an education, and a very valuable one. So I'll turn it over to you if you want. Fire away.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I just need to get my presentation up.
I think the title of your presentation is Answers to Outstanding Questions about COVID-19 Vaccines that are going to dictate the success or failure.
That's right.
Rollout, which is top of mind as we've been seeing in the past two presentations.
Exactly. So let me just see here. Okay, so can you see my title slide?
It's just disappeared.
Okay. Let me try again.
Got it. Okay. Let's go into presentation mode. There we go.
Can you see my full slide, my full title slide on the screen?
Yes, I believe we can, with your details at the bottom.
Yes, perfect. Okay.
And your notes as well, by the way. Your next slide, I should say, and your notes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So let me see if I can. Okay. Now do you see just my title slide?
Yes, we can. It's great.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So thank you again to the organizers for having me here. It's my pleasure to return and give an update about vaccines. So indeed, I presented back in October, and that was dealing more with the whether or not we thought we would have vaccines ready by now, which obviously we do. Yep. And so now I'd like to talk about. I've been asked all kinds of questions about these COVID-19 vaccines, and so what I thought I would do today is I'm going to try and get through this presentation fairly quickly, because I'd rather have the people attending these talks have a good opportunity to ask their questions, and I'm happy to try and address any questions to the best of my ability. And these questions are very important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this presentation after the first few slides is going to be given as a question and answer type of presentation. What I've done is I've taken a handful of the questions that have probably been asked most often, and I'm going to try and address them as part of this talk. So that will hopefully address a lot of the questions that attendees will have. And but I certainly won't cover them all. So certainly feel free to, ask whatever questions you have at the end. So first of all, just a disclosure statement, because I think it's very important when people are presenting that you understand if there's any potential conflicts of interest. So first of all, I want to point out that I am a researcher. I do a lot of work. I spent my career developing vaccines. I have never received any research funding from any industry sources. I have received funding from the government agencies that I have listed here. So we have two federal funding agencies, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research and another one, the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada. These are actually dedicated towards some basic fundamental research on viral immunology and developing vaccines for cancers. Now, what I want to point out is that, and then I have some funding from the Canada Foundation for Innovation for equipment that I purchased. And then the last two that you see listed here are actually dedicated towards COVID-19 research. So I do have a COVID-19 vaccine development program going on. And the vaccines that we're developing realistically wouldn't be able to go into human clinical trials for at least another year and a half, maybe 2 years. So we're actually designing these as platforms, technological platforms to treat or try and deal with future pandemics, which it's not a question of, sorry, not to say pandemics, hopefully not pandemics, but future outbreaks of novel coronaviruses. And it's not a question of will that happen, but rather when that will happen. So I just want to disclose that. And then as well, I just wanted to point out to you, so I'm a viral immunologist. That means I have expertise in the fields of virology and immunology, and I work at the interface of the two. And I spend a lot of time developing vaccination strategies to prevent infectious diseases and also to treat cancers. And I really want to point out something here. So I do a lot of teaching, and I teach all of my students the value of high quality, and notice I have these underlined, so high quality and well-validated vaccines. And I very passionately promote their use, okay? And this is because vaccines are, in my opinion, by far, the most efficient type of medicine that we have, all right? They cost effectively save millions of lives around the globe, and they save people from both sickness and death. And as a consequence, for the sake of global health, we absolutely need people to maintain faith in vaccines in general. We don't want to see a resurgence of diseases such as tuberculosis, right, that are otherwise relatively well controlled in most parts of the world. And so with that said, I just want to differentiate two terms that we've been hearing a lot about during this pandemic. One is anti-vaxxers, and usually when that term's used, it's often referring to people who tend to hold an extremely negative view of all vaccines, regardless of what the scientific data has to say about them, okay? But I want to highlight that vaccine hesitancy is very, very different, all right? And a lot of people who have vaccine hesitancy are being made to feel very bad these days, right? It's as though if they were simply educated enough about vaccines, then they would have no problem with these COVID-19 vaccines, right? But that's not the case. That's not the definition, certainly, that I use, right? These are individuals instead who are unsure of their commitment to taking a vaccine, and it's usually because of outstanding questions. So in other words, the onus is not on the individual. It's not that the individual simply needs to be educated. There's lots of people who are very deep thinkers about this, doing their own research about the COVID-19 vaccines and coming up with very legitimate questions. We're in a unique situation with these vaccines. There's questions that are unanswered now that were never unanswered at this point for previous vaccines. And so rather than the onus being on the individuals, I would argue the onus is on the manufacturers and the health regulatory agencies and our governments to provide answers to these legitimate questions that many people have. And in fact, that's what I want to focus on today are some of these, what I consider to be very legitimate questions that people have, okay? And I also want to point out then, as a public servant, right, I work at a university. I'm a associate professor. And so I'm within the academic sector. I'm paid out of tax dollars, right? And I have a lot of expertise in developing vaccines. So as a consequence, I view it as my personal responsibility to highlight what these outstanding questions are for people and to do my best to provide fact-based assessments of their potential implications. All right, so that's the background leading into this talk. And then I just want to, in one slide, just very briefly go over at a very high level how vaccines work, right? So we're talking about COVID-19 vaccines. So again, COVID-19 is a disease. The disease is caused in some people, and certainly not all. The disease is caused by a virus known as SARS coronavirus 2. So with these COVID-19 vaccines, what we're vaccinating against is the virus, the SARS coronavirus 2. And any vaccine has to provide two things to an individual. So when given a vaccine, the two things that are required for the immune system to respond to that is, first, the vaccine must contain either the virus or a piece or multiple pieces of the virus, in this case, SARS coronavirus 2. So in the context of the vaccines that we've heard probably most about, which is Pfizer and Moderna, these are what we call messenger RNA vaccines. They have a little piece of genetic material that when it gets inside a cell, it uses the machinery in our cells to produce a protein. So what these are targeting is a single piece of the virus, and that piece of the virus is known as the spike protein, all right, or the S protein. The spike protein is called that because when you see the virus under a high-powered microscope, it has all kinds of spike-like structures that stick out from its surface. And the virus uses these spikes to bind to our cells and enter our cells. All right, so in fact, all of the front-runner vaccines are targeting this single piece of the virus, this spike protein, okay? And then the second thing that a vaccine has to provide is what we call a danger signal. So many of you may have heard, for example, the term adjuvant. So often vaccines will contain an adjuvant, and that provides a danger signal. Our immune system will not simply, it doesn't just automatically respond to a target, because, for example, we don't want to have autoimmune diseases, right? So we don't want to respond to self. So as a consequence, we require this second signal. Our immune system will only respond to a piece of the virus if it's accompanied by a danger signal. So it tells our immune system that that target is dangerous and therefore worth responding to. And any good vaccine, a well-designed vaccine, should simulate the natural infection with that virus. And if it does a proper job of simulating the natural infection, it will induce an appropriate immune response. That's important because there's two very different types of immune responses that we can generate. One is very good at getting rid of pathogens that live outside of our cells, such as bacteria. And then there's the responses that we want against SARS coronavirus 2. That uses effector mechanisms that are very good against pathogens that get inside our cells. And the mechanisms that are used to target those two very different types of pathogens are very different. So that's why I say that we want the vaccines to induce an appropriate response. An inappropriate response could either be non-protective or even dangerous. It could actually promote things like vaccine-enhanced disease. Okay, so the next thing, and the reason why a vaccine works when they're well designed is when the person actually becomes infected with the virus itself for the first time, that person's immune system thinks it's seeing the virus for the second time. And this is because all vaccines are designed to induce what we call immunological memory. So our immune systems remember what they've seen in the past. So if you use a vaccine to induce a response against a virus, at the end of that vaccination regimen, if it's worked properly, you'll be left with immunological memory. Your immune system will remember what that piece of the virus looked like. And for all the current vaccines, again, that's a spike protein. So to remember what that spike protein looked like. Then when you first get exposed to SARS coronavirus 2, your body should respond to it with this, based on this immunological memory. Once you have immunological memory, this second exposure to the target, which again would be the first time you're actually seeing the virus, is what we call a secondary response. And secondary responses are much faster, and they're also much more robust. They're so fast and of such high magnitude that usually you can clear the virus before it can cause any damage to the body, and therefore, and that's why a vaccinated individual, ideally, will not experience disease. All right, so that's if the vaccines work properly. And importantly, you've already been hearing a lot about this in the talk today, herd immunity. And so indeed, vaccination is considered a safe way to accelerate progress towards herd immunity. And what that means in a nutshell is shown by this figure over here. So you'll see all these yellow colored people in this population. So in this diagram, the people in yellow are those who have been vaccinated. All right, so they've received the vaccine. The people in blue here are people who have not received the vaccine, all right, and are therefore susceptible to infection. And then the people in red, these ones have the coronavirus, right? So they're actively infected. So this is what we're all aiming for, every country in the world right now. we want to have enough people in yellow, so people who are immune to the SARS coronavirus 2, such that the few people who might get infected within the population, chances are these people, although they're infected, chances are they are going to physically encounter people who are immune. And that literally serves as a physical barrier, preventing the virus from being able to get to those who are non-immune and susceptible to infection, right? So this is the concept, and this is why we can get rid of this virus by having most people immune to it, but we do not need to get everybody immune to it. And it's because of this phenomenon right here, okay? So that's the goal. Now, this actually is a follow-on to the first talk that I gave in the first International COVID-19 Symposium. And at that time, I've been questioned about this quite a bit, which is interesting. So, because my take was that there was no way that we would reasonably have good, well-vetted COVID-19 vaccines available now, available within a year from the beginning of the pandemic. And that's because traditionally vaccines took about 10 years to traverse the clinical trial pipeline. And in fact, the previous record was, and I have it in quotes now, because now you might argue it's not as astounding, but it was an astounding 4 years. And that was by the company Merck, and that was for an Ebola vaccine. And so, but what I do want to point out is, for those of us who were asked to comment on what the typical timeline is, yes, we were way off in terms of how quickly these vaccines have now been rolled out. But this is because these COVID-19 vaccines have reached the public rollout phase by, and I'll say in quotes, cutting corners. Now, by cutting corners, I'm not implying that people were skipping key steps. Although honestly, there could be some potential questions around that. But what I mean by this is, when we were asked to comment previously on how long it takes these vaccines to be developed, that was based on the understanding that the rollout would follow the typical timeline, which is that companies would complete phase 3 clinical trials, and then they would conduct the analyses, they'd put together the reports, they'd publish the data, and these reports would go to the regulatory agencies, and then the regulatory approval itself could take quite some time. That certainly has been dramatically shortened, and then they would be approved. So in this case, none of us were expecting, I don't think, that the vaccines would be rolled out very early on in the phase 3 clinical trials. So the phase 3 trials are not done. So in essence, what this means is the public rollout right now is an extension of the phase 3 clinical trials. So those being vaccinated now are, whether they realize it or not, part of the phase 3 experiment. They're part of a vaccination experiment. And the companies have openly acknowledged this in their reports to the agencies, regulatory agencies, because, for example, there's a minimum period of time for which they have to track things like safety of the vaccine. And indeed, they've even indicated that so most people, we're used to, as scientists, usually being able to see published scientifically peer-reviewed data before the vaccines are rolled out. And this won't happen probably for about 2 more years. And the reason for this is because it's going to take that long to complete the phase 3 clinical trials, because a phase 3 clinical trial cannot be declared complete until they have monitored the safety of the vaccine for multiple years, okay? So this is important to keep in mind. So as a consequence, these have been approved in a remarkable time, but that alone has raised some legitimate questions that are unique to these coronavirus vaccines. And also want to highlight that the nature of the virus itself, and I'll get into this in a little bit, and as well, some very perplexing decisions about the rollout are raising additional questions that I would consider quite legitimate, okay? So I guess my prelude to this now is COVID-19 vaccines have indeed raised hopes that the pandemic is nearing an end. And I, like all others, are hopeful that this is the case, because we'd all like to get out of these severe lockdowns or just the general isolation that we're in. And so we all hope that this is going to be true. But I want to highlight some potential sticking points, okay? Because again, as an academic scientist and a public servant, I hope that this, the end is near. But I don't want anybody, if the vaccine rollout does not go as planned, I don't want anybody left asking the question, why didn't anybody tell me that there was, a possibility of failure of the rollout, okay? So I just want to highlight now through a series of questions and answers what these potential sticking points might be, okay? And I also just want to point out that hold on here. Yeah, so the first one is, and this has been alluded to in some of the previous presentations, right? What is the long-term safety of COVID-19 vaccines? So again, as I just mentioned, these COVID-19 vaccines are being distributed with uniquely short safety profiles, right? So again, these vaccines didn't exist, 10 months ago. And as a consequence, and that of course, and then they had to go through a series of trials. And it's the last trial is the phase 3 clinical trial. These are the large trials where these vaccines have to demonstrate that they're safe, although the safety assessment begins in the phase 1 clinical trial. So they have to show confirmation of safety, and they have to show that they work. So what this means is these vaccines have been rolled out with only months worth of data. So in the ballpark of about 3 months for these vaccines, right? So we know that that the short-term safety profiles look pretty good, right? And that's why they were approved. However, and this was mentioned as well, there's some things that have been occurring, and it tends to be in a very small percentage of vaccine recipients, right? The previous speaker was talking about this, right? That you have to do, especially as individuals, you have to do your own risk assessment when it comes to vaccines, right? Clearly, I agree with the previous speaker 100%. For example, with children, there's no question. Children, especially children under 10, are at greater risk of dying from the annual flu than they are SARS coronavirus 2, right? So I have very little concerns for children. But if you are very elderly, there's no question that SARS coronavirus 2 can be quite dangerous, right? So everybody has to make their own personal assessments, personal risk versus benefit assessments. But what I do want to highlight is even on the very first day of the rollout of the first approved vaccine, right? The first day that the Pfizer vaccine was used in the United Kingdom, there was demonstration of anaphylactic reactions, right? And this wasn't found in the clinical trials, the phase 3 clinical trial. And this is a severe life-threatening condition. It's basically an allergic response, and you can get closure of the airways and the lungs, and it can be life-threatening. And it usually occurs within minutes of receiving whatever it is that would cause this reaction. So in this case, the vaccine. So the people who had these anaphylactic reactions develop them within, it's usually within 1 to 3 minutes. It can be very quick. And so as a consequence, a lot of these vaccines now have to be rolled out at centers. Depends on the country, but many countries now want them to be rolled out in centers where there's the potential to resuscitate individuals who might collapse with an anaphylactic reaction. And obviously, whether or not, this is a very small percentage, but this obviously has important optics for those who do have vaccine hesitancy, right? And then there's some interesting data that's been emerging. So in Norway, there's investigations about some frail elderly individuals that died shortly after receiving the Pfizer vaccine. Now, it's important to note that there's a very specific definition for those that we call frail elderly. They usually have multiple pre-existing conditions, and they tend to be very sensitive to side effects of therapies. So it's not just the general elderly population, okay? And then more recently, it's interesting, there was an open letter that was published, and you also may notice wherever there's these highlighted terms, that the hosts of this event are welcome to share this presentation with anybody who wants it. And so wherever you see these highlights, I have links to sources that provide data to back this up. All right, so in the UK, there's an open letter from physicians where they've been concerned because they've actually seen an increase in non-COVID, so deaths that are not directly caused by the SARS coronavirus 2. So these non-COVID deaths in long-term care homes compared to before the vaccines were rolled out. Now, one of the things I want to point out, again, relatively small numbers. We know the population, again, is focused on the frail elderly. And one of the things I do want to highlight is it's very difficult to ascertain the reason for deaths post-vaccination, deaths or any adverse effect. that might not be associated with death as well. And the reason for this, of course, is after vaccination, life goes on. And what I mean by that is after somebody's been vaccinated, there are hundreds, probably thousands of other variables that occur in their day-to-day life that could have contributed to the problem, right? So it's very difficult. So the only way you can really determine if it's related to the vaccine often is just is with a large body of data that allows you to generate a very strong correlation, okay? But I think what's obvious here, regardless, is if these vaccines over time were to accrue a track record of causing too many severe, overly severe, unpredicted side effects, this could potentially be cause for withdrawal of a vaccine, all right? So that's the point here. Now, I have been asked as well, so is there any historical precedent for long-term consequences emerging? Or because many people have the understanding that if the short-term safety profile is okay, probably there isn't going to be any long-term problem, but indeed there is. So in fact, it was also from a pandemic, the swine flu pandemic that was declared in 2009. So this was kind of interesting in Europe, and it tended to be mainly specific to Europe. There was a specific version of the swine flu vaccine known as Pandemrix that was distributed in Europe. And what was noticed is after about 2 years, there was an accumulation of data suggesting that there was a 14-fold and 7-fold increase in what's called narcolepsy in children and adolescents. All right, so they had the younger ones had the 14-fold increase, adults had a 7-fold increase. And narcolepsy is a chronic sleep disorder where people experience overwhelming fatigue, and often they'll get this sudden loss of muscle tone as well. And it's thought to be probably caused by autoimmunity against neurons in the brain. And one of the places actually where this stood out the most was in Finland. Now, what I want to point out is, again, it was longer term. Again, because life goes on and it's hard to make a direct link between a vaccine and some kind of outcome, it took a large accumulation of data, right? So it took about 2 years before there was sufficient data for this to start becoming reasonably obvious. And then you can even see the paper here reporting this wasn't published until 2012. And this is dealing with the pandemic in 2009, right? So it took about 3 years for this problem to be identified. So yes, there are examples potentially of longer term consequences emerging. Now here's another one that's very important. People have been asking me, and I mean, they really need to ask the vaccine manufacturers, right? What is the duration of immunity of these COVID-19 vaccines? So again, if we hearken back to what I was talking about with the typical timeline for generating a vaccine, which was, historically in the ballpark of 10 years, that meant by definition that by the time we were rolling out these vaccines, we knew that these vaccines would confer long-term immunity, right? We'd be confident these vaccines could protect individuals for multiple years. And so what duration of immunity is, in its essence, is how long a person is protected after they've been vaccinated. So once you've received the vaccine, a COVID-19 vaccine, how long will you be protected from SARS coronavirus 2? Now, because these vaccines have been rolled out so rapidly, again, we only have a few months worth of duration of immunity data. All right, and so far so good. It's at 3 months out, these vaccines seem to be maintaining a good magnitude of immunity. But here's the potential problem. If that immunity were to decline, and in other words, if individuals were start to lose protection, the protection conferred by that vaccine before herd immunity is achieved, the previously vaccinated individuals. So in other words, if you were already, for individuals who are already vaccinated, if it takes another, let's say, 10 months to get everybody else in your country vaccinated, but the duration of immunity happens to only be 6 months, right? That means that that by the time the individuals are being vaccinated towards the latter part of the rollout in your country, you who were vaccinated early on are now susceptible again, and the virus is just simply going to start circulating through that population that was vaccinated early. This is one of the reasons why everybody's struggling to get these vaccines rolled out quickly. Now, this is one that could potentially be controversial. But again, the conclusion I think is just common sense at the end, okay? But are COVID-19 vaccines as effective as we have been told? And this is, I've been asked this quite a bit because people have been noticing different things coming up in the news. So we know that the public declarations of effectiveness for Moderna and Pfizer were more than 90%. In fact, with their 2-dose regimens, each of them had about 95% effectiveness, all right? Now, one of the things I want to highlight, which has been unfortunate for the optics here, is Pfizer did not publicly disclose at any point, meaning they did not disclose this in any media release. They also published an interim, a paper on interim results from their phase 3 study, and it wasn't indicated in that publication, right? So they never disclosed that the numbers of suspected but unconfirmed cases of COVID-19 were excluded from their calculation of efficacy. Now, so what I mean is their 95% effectiveness was calculated based on 170 people, volunteers in their trial, naturally acquiring COVID-19. And it turned out that just a handful of those that got COVID-19 were in the vaccinated group. The majority were in the unvaccinated group. That's where they got this 95% effectiveness, right? So 95% of the time, people that were vaccinated, 95% of them would not get COVID-19. However, so that was 170 people. However, they failed to disclose that there were thousands who were excluded from this efficacy calculation. And that's because for some reason, we still don't know why, they were, as you can see, they were suspected, but unconfirmed. They didn't have this PCR test that you might have heard about where you get the swab and then the test looks directly for whether or not the virus is present in your body. So this was, the confirmation wasn't done. And this was only revealed in a summary report that was issued later by the United States Food and Drug Administration, their health regulatory agency. Now, what's interesting is the reanalysis with these new data taken into account was actually performed by the associate editor of the British Medical Journal, now just called the BMJ. All right, I do want to point out this is a non-peer-reviewed opinion letter, okay? But their new estimate, taking into account these unconfirmed cases, actually predicts that the effectiveness could be as low as 19 to 29%, which is a remarkable difference. But again, I want to highlight this can neither be confirmed or refuted until raw data are released to the scientific community. However, I was intrigued by this because this letter was published in mid-January, and the FDA held their meeting December 10th in 2020. And I was asked, leading up to that, I was provided with a copy of this document, this briefing document that the FDA used. And I pulled out an excerpt here, which you might be interested in. So this is from the FDA briefing document. This is a paragraph found on page 42. And I was asked by members of the media if I could go through this document and highlight if I had any concerns. And I highlighted the areas where I had concern. And interestingly, as you can see here, I highlighted exactly what this associate editor of the British Medical Journal highlighted as well, which is indeed there were 3,410 total cases of suspected but unconfirmed people with COVID-19, right, in the study. And if you look here, this is why the editor and I, prior to that, were concerned. The number that occurred in each of the groups, the vaccinated versus unvaccinated group, is much closer than what they got with the 170 people that had confirmed cases of COVID-19. And that's where that calculation came in from the associate editor, that the efficacy might actually be much lower, okay? And I also want to point out, this vaccine hasn't been approved yet, but out of China, there's a company, Sinovac Biotech. And again, what happened is there were clinical trials being run in Brazil. And early on, these researchers reported pretty impressive effectiveness, again, 78% effectiveness. But what was remarkable is these same researchers, much more recently, updated this data to indicate that the effectiveness was only 50.38%. And it turned out that they were being, I guess, encouraged because of legal documents that they had signed, confidentiality, agreements and everything. They were unable to release data with the earlier prediction of effectiveness. They did not include, again, a number of people who actually had COVID-19, but the cases were deemed mild to moderate. Okay, and then when they were included, that this effectiveness dropped to this just over 50%. So I want to point out that the World Health, like most regulatory agencies around the world, agreed up front that they would approve vaccines if they were 50% effective. So the whole point is here, I'm not saying who's right and who's wrong, right? I just want to look at the facts. All I know is that if, right, that's the big thing here, if the efficacy of any of these vaccines is less than advertised, then obviously they're going to underperform relative to our expectations, okay? So that's just fact. Now, this is a very important one, and this is one that actually I get quite passionate about. Because I really don't understand what's going on here, why this is even an issue. But people have asked me, what are the risks of using COVID-19 vaccines in ways for which they were not approved? So again, the way a vaccine works is researchers have to agree upfront with a protocol for using their vaccine. This is agreed upon with the regulatory agencies. And this makes sure there can be no biases in the study after the fact. So you design your strategy, and then you run the strategy in the clinical trial. And if all goes well, that strategy that you tested gets approved. And traditionally, no change in that strategy should occur unless you repeat a phase 3 clinical study with those revisions made, with the alterations made to that protocol. If you run that phase 3 clinical trial with a different version of the protocol and it proves to be safe and effective, it will be approved, right? Then you'll have more than one protocol that will be approved. However, we only have one protocol out there that's been approved for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, and also some are now using the Oxford vaccine. But yet people are looking at changing these from the approved 2-dose regimens to single-dose regimens. They're also looking at combining the vaccines from different manufacturers. They're also looking at altering the intervals between these. Now I understand it's because it's proving to be very difficult to roll out these 2-dose vaccine regimens. There's a lot of logistical issues. So that's why people are looking at this, all right? However, I can't emphasize this enough. And you don't just have to believe me. If you go to the well-respected United States Food and Drug Administration, they're telling everybody with absolute certainty, do not change the approved protocol, okay? Because the reported effectiveness of these vaccines only holds true, right? Beginning 1 to 2 weeks after the second immunization, right? That effectiveness data that I was just talking about, that's based on once your immune response is peaked, which depending on which vaccine you're getting is 1 to 2 weeks after that dose. That's when you can expect that performance. And that's only going to hold true if you have used the recommended interval and dose, okay? Performance and safety of these vaccines absolutely cannot be guaranteed if administered in any way different from the way in which they obtain regulatory approval. I can't emphasize this enough. If something goes wrong with these vaccines, if they don't perform as well as expected, if there's some kind of safety issue, think about it. The manufacturer's not going to take responsibility. The health regulatory agencies aren't going to take responsibility. They've told us how these should be used, and if we don't use them that way, we're going to be the ones responsible for the outcome. All right, and I just want to give you an example. So in Israel, they decided to go with a single dose regimen, which was interesting because the reported effectiveness for the Pfizer vaccine was publicized at 52%. So they thought, okay, this gets over what we had agreed on, more than 50% effectiveness. So we'll just do a single dose. We get twice as many people vaccinated. If you haven't seen the headlines, they have been quite unimpressed with the effectiveness. They argue that it is underperformed relative to this percentage here. But again, this vaccine was tested as a 2-dose regimen. There's very limited data between those 2 intervals that suggested that it might be 52% effective. Again, it wasn't recommended to be used as a single-dose regimen. So it's not surprising. And I can't emphasize this enough. Deviations in the protocols for using these vaccines should not be tolerated, all right, unless backed up by phase 3 clinical data. So if you're to receive a vaccine as an individual I would insist on having it administered as it was approved. Now, this is interesting. One of the, presumably one of the attendees today, certainly one of the people who intended to attend this, sent this information to me and asked if I could comment on it. And I found this was I was actually very surprised when they sent this. So what this is this taken from a report from the United Kingdom's regulatory agency, health regulatory agency. And it's just reporting potential side effects that have been associated with the vaccines, right? They're not saying there's a cause and effect relationship or anything, just things that have been associated. They're summarizing the data. But what I was very surprised to see is this individual that sent this data is that there's these pregnant individuals that have been vaccinated. Now, it's very well possible that it wasn't known that these people were pregnant at the time that they were vaccinated, right? But what I want to point out here, which I am personally concerned about, is as a scientist, I know it's only 4 people, okay? Only 4 out of like, a total of 8 people that have been confirmed in the UK to have been vaccinated and to have been pregnant. So it's low numbers, right? But 4 of these individuals experienced spontaneous abortions, okay? So again, we're not supposed to be using these vaccines in individuals who are pregnant. It hasn't been tested for use in that indication. And when I see this, all the low numbers, if I were a pregnant female, I wouldn't like the perception of, you know, half of these people who received the vaccine having a spontaneous abortion. Again, whether it was, again, life went on after this vaccination, it could have been due to any other number of events in their lives. The point being, there are a growing number of headlines that I'm concerned about, which is proposing vaccination of pregnant individuals and our children. The vaccines have not been approved for this, okay? So this absolutely should not be done without a demonstration of safety and efficacy in a phase 3 clinical trial. All right. Now, I've highlighted some potential things that could be sticking points for these vaccines. What I want to do now is highlight something that's very important here. And actually, what I'm going to do, because I actually want to do this in different order. One final thing. I am very concerned about the emergence of SARS coronavirus 2 variants. Very concerned about this in the context of the vaccines. Several of these have been identified. It started out actually with variants coming out of mink. Many of you may have heard of that, right? Farm mink were getting infected by people with the SARS coronavirus 2, and then the mink were reinfecting people. And and some of these mink, the version of the virus that was coming out of the mink was different than the parental virus, so a new variant. And you've probably heard, you know, now we've identified several others, including the United Kingdom variant, the South African variant, okay? And this is to be expected. This is not unusual. We know that coronaviruses do this. Just so that you understand a little bit of the virology here, coronaviruses are designed to copy their genetic material in a way that inherently induces random mutations, all right? They're constantly having these random mutations occurring. This is a way for this virus to potentially adapt to new microenvironments that it finds itself in, all right? To improve its fitness if it finds itself in an environment in which it has lost fitness, okay? Now, because this is random, our ability to gauge the risk of emergence of mutants that can evade vaccine-induced immunity cannot be accurately quantified, okay? But, and I'm actually going to summarize all this that I have here in a bit of a different way. Let me put in this perspective for you. I'm a researcher. I focus my career on developing ways to maximize the probability of an outcome occurring. Usually I'm trying to maximize the potential for a vaccine to treat cancers or prevent infectious diseases. But if you were to ask me as a scientist, how would I design an experiment that would maximize our chance of generating a highly immunoevasive variant of the SARS coronavirus 2? My answer would be essentially the exact way we're rolling out these vaccines, precisely the way they're rolling out these vaccines. And I just want to highlight so what do I mean by that? as a scientist, there's kind of three key things that I would want in my experimental design if I wanted to maximize the chance of generating a variant that can evade all of our current COVID-19 vaccines. First of all, I would want the vaccine to be rolled out very slowly. Secondly, I would want that vaccine to be distributed in a piecemeal fashion. So just vaccinating a few people over here and a few people over there, dispersed throughout the population. And again, making sure this is done very slowly. So we have a slow and gradual increase in the geographical coverage of the ever-growing immunity against SARS coronavirus 2. All the while, these people that have been vaccinated are surrounded by people who are not immune and therefore can serve as what we call a reservoir population. This means this is a population in which the virus can spread. All the time, the virus is going to be randomly generating mutations. And that virus then, as these people come into relatively close contact with the vaccine individuals, these random mutants can probe their potential to infect these vaccinated individuals. And if they haven't randomly acquired a mutation that allows them to infect that individual, then there's going to be no infection, but they're still going to circulate in that population of non-immune people. And it's probably just a matter of time before there is a random mutation that does allow them to infect those individuals. And those viruses will be very problematic because they will have evaded the vaccine-induced immunity. Now, the third thing that I would do to ensure that this could be maximized, this opportunity for the virus, a problematic variant to emerge, is I would make sure that the vaccine that I was using was conferring very narrowly focused immunity, all right? A previous speaker actually talked about this, right? When we naturally get infected, our immune system will respond to multiple components of the virus. But honestly, you know, I'm involved with the SARS coronavirus 2 vaccine development. We have been short-sighted, generally speaking, as a scientific community. We knew these viruses from the get-go could mutate, but we decided to focus primarily on the spike protein, a single component. Now, the reason was, again, as like I said, the spike protein is what allows the virus to get into our cells. So the idea is, if you can generate antibodies against the spike protein, then it can't bind to our cells and we can't get infected. But if we're targeting, you think about it, it's much easier for a virus to fundamentally alter one protein in its structure. It's going to be far more difficult for that virus to alter multiple components of its structure and maintain fitness, okay? And so that's the other thing. So we're talking narrowly focused immunity. So we are only asking this virus to change one protein in order to be able to evade these vaccines. So I've heard it said that maybe places like New Zealand, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here. I just want people to be aware of the possibility, and maybe I'm wrong, and hopefully I'm wrong, but knowing the virus, knowing these vaccines, knowing these two areas of science, I am quite confident that it's just a matter of time before we will have a number of variants that can readily bypass this narrowly focused immunity that these vaccines confer. So if that's true, then a country like New Zealand, which has isolated itself and may not have substantial naturally acquired immunity, which is going to be very broad, and is relying on these vaccines, may be able to vaccinate their population. But if the rest of the world has these variants circulating, all those vaccinated individuals are going to be susceptible to these variants that don't care about that spike protein specific immunity anymore, right? And you may, as a population, have wanted much more broadly, broad immunity conferred, much more broad immunity that's conferred by natural acquisition of immunity, meaning you've acquired the infection and cleared it, okay? So I'm very concerned about this. And you might say, is this, am I completely wrong? No, we have evidence of this already. For those of you who don't know, a very scary report came out of South Africa just this Monday of this week, Tuesday, I guess, in New Zealand time. But the point is, a phase 3 clinical trial was conducted in South Africa using the Oxford vaccine, which had been approved for use in the United Kingdom. And they did not approve, you didn't hear this, they did not approve the vaccine because it failed to provide proper protection against the South African variant. So we already have an example of a variant that's widely circulating around the globe that can evade the Oxford vaccines conferred immunity, right? And so arguably it's just a matter of time before we will have variants that can bypass this narrow immunity conferred by all of these vaccines. I hope I'm wrong, but I really don't think that I am. Now, just before I get to your questions, this is very important because I don't want this to be potentially just all bad news, right? So the other question then is, can herd immunity still be achieved if any of these problems do result in failure of the vaccine rollout? And my answer to that is probably. And again, you've been hearing about this from the other speakers, right? And this is because most people that have been infected with SARS-CoV-2 have indeed acquired natural immunity. And we know now, there's lots of published reports that this is protective. It can protect them from reinfection. Not always, but it can. One thing I want to point out, I noticed there was a question, people were wondering, can some of these new variants infect people who were vaccinated? A logical run onto that would be, if you were infected with the parental virus, the original variant of the SARS-CoV-2, and cleared that infection and are now immune to it, could you be reinfected with one of these variants? Yes, it very well likely you could, but natural immunity is very broad. So if a new variant infects, chances are that the immunity you have is going to blunt that infection. Whereas if you have that narrowly focused immunity conferred by the vaccine, and this variant has evaded that spike protein specific immunity, those people are going to be at much greater risk of more severe disease than those who acquire the new variant but have this broad acting natural immunity, okay? And there's even evidence, interestingly, that those with pre-existing immunity against other coronaviruses, including the SARS coronavirus 1 from 17 years ago, and even from some of the cold-causing coronaviruses, can cross-protect some people, okay? So there's some good evidence that natural immunity can be pretty good. I actually kind of laugh when I see these publications coming out, because this is kind of immunology 101 that I teach all my students, right? This is what our immune systems are designed to do, all right? That's why we have them. So the fact is, this really isn't new science, okay? But this is the problem, and this is what I would highlight for those in New Zealand, right? We're now more than a year into the pandemic. Most countries at the beginning of the pandemic decided they're not going to go for rapid acquisition of natural immunity. Instead, we are going to slow it down or try and prevent it altogether and wait for the vaccines to accomplish this. But for example, the country I'm in Canada, we had our we're in lockdown right now, but we had our students go back to school for quite some time. Actually, just now they've just gone back again after a second lockdown. We've had a lot of people go back to work. The reality is we've probably acquired quite a lot of natural herd immunity. We're probably much closer to herd immunity than we even appreciate, and certainly much closer than we were, which was zero. We had zero natural immunity essentially at the beginning of the pandemic, right? But if you have been gone with an isolationist policy, strict isolationist policy, you might have low levels of natural herd immunity, okay? And indeed, also, we've done a very poor job of tracking this. So we really don't know how close or how far in most countries we are from natural herd immunity, okay? But you've also been hearing the other speakers talking about that this probably, we probably should have adopted more of this earlier on, and then we'd be in a much better place should some of these dangerous variants come out, okay? So again, I can't emphasize this more either. Acquisition of natural immunity by an ever-growing number of people happily means that fewer people will require vaccination to reach herd immunity. It's crazy. In Canada, we're not bothering to test people for pre-existing immunity before vaccinating them. We don't have nearly enough doses. It's going to take months and months to get everybody vaccinated. And our leaders have told us that it's too difficult, it's too time consuming to test for pre-existing immunity. That's not true. Because if somebody, the point is, if somebody's already immune, then the limited doses that we have to go around could be used to protect those who have no evidence of immunity, right? Then we're going to achieve herd immunity faster. All right, and again, like I said, this ties in natural immunity equals broader immunity, and these people should be less susceptible to reinfection if any immunoevasive SARS-CoV-2 variants emerge. So I'm going to stop there, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Byram. Wonderful presentation. And to be honest, I'm slightly lost for words in terms of the problems that we're headed into, and disappointed that these vaccines aren't quite as they appeared to be. So we've got some questions that have come up. There's a lot, as you might imagine.
Okay.
I think you did deal with a lot of them in your presentation. Thank you. And I want to reiterate where you started from, which was we're totally in support of vaccines in principle, and certainly wished for a vaccine or vaccines that will work for SARS-CoV-2. Do you think there will be more efficient vaccines or more effective vaccines down the line? I mean, other people are working on them. Will more come? Single dose
Yes.
ones, and just more effective.
Yes, absolutely. There's no question that we are going to have. So again, I mean, like I said, so we now have the evidence with what I just talked about with the Oxford vaccine, where we have already a South African variant that can evade that. I honestly believe it's just a matter of time before variants will emerge that can bypass the immunity conferred by the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines and others that we may come up with, because they're too narrowly focused. So if that happens, there's two potential solutions. You could simply go back and swap in the new spike protein from the new variant. But that's not going to solve the long-term problem, right? Because then another variant will emerge that will probably evade that one. So to me, a better solution is we should have done this from the get-go, because again, we knew about this viral biology, right? So arguably, we should have been incorporating multiple targets into the vaccines, because again, it's very difficult for a virus to make substantial changes to multiple proteins and still maintain its fitness. So those are the vaccines that I think in the future are going to be most effective. But we've come so far down the road. I mean, to do those now means putting those through all the clinical trial phase again, right? And those. So I think that's really, unfortunately, probably going to be more of a solution for well into the future. I totally agree with the other speakers. We're going to have to live, and I've been preaching this for a long time, right? We should have a long time ago have been learning how to live with this virus. There's no question in my mind, and we're seeing these variants. So what this is very much like influenza viruses, where we see the exact same thing. That's why we need to get a flu vaccine every year, because every year new variants emerge. That's another virus that readily mutates. So this coronavirus is almost certainly going to become like the annual influenza virus. We're going to see variants continually emerge in the future, and we're going to continually have to tweak our vaccines to deal with them. That's how I see it. And then in the meantime, we want to try and develop vaccines that can prevent us from having to do this on an annual basis, right? With a do target large components. We would refer to these in the context of influenza vaccines. We refer to them the ultimate goal is to develop in what we call a universal influenza vaccine. So we get one vaccine and we're going to be protected from most of the variants that are going to emerge in the future. So that's one thing. And then again, the other one that people really have been really hesitant to talk about, but now we have the data, right, is again, we know that the vast majority of people are not susceptible to severe and certainly lethal COVID-19, right? So the other approach is naturally acquired immunity, right? I do think that most people could, and had we adopted this strategy, most countries could probably be very close to herd immunity right now, having naturally acquired it without a whole lot of deaths and severe illness, because most people are not susceptible. So most of the people at working age could have been back at work. Most of our kids could have been back in school in face-to-face learning. Acquiring this natural immunity probably is a fair bit of it in those who have gone back, and among our kids who have gone back to school. And the reality is yes, we have to protect these populations. We know what the relatively few people are that need a lot of protection. For example, in Canada, we're spending $1 billion a day, our federal government, on COVID-19, their COVID-19 policies. If we had most people back, we wouldn't be destroying our economy. We'd have incredible resources that we could direct into protecting the people that need it. And arguably, we would be able to achieve natural herd immunity through all the relatively, the people that have low risk. They're low risk from SARS-CoV-2. And if they achieve herd immunity, the highly susceptible people will be protected.
I wonder if you could touch quickly on effectiveness, and that is to say, I was surprised. I had seen the BMJ analysis, and so, but I've been surprised at it being so low across the board. What are all vaccines going to be like that? Do we think later ones could be better, could be more effective? And second part of that question, what is effectiveness? Do you mean stopping you dying, or effective just, you know, you'll be less ill?
You raise a great question. In terms of effectiveness, I certainly don't want to claim that anybody's misleading with any of the data, right? All I was trying to point out with that is that if you take into account that large data set that was excluded, you end up with very different numbers than the very impressive numbers that we saw. And again, we can't prove that one is correct and one is wrong until we see the raw data. But again, there's the perception. The question that it raises is, we've been seeing vaccines that have been showing lower effectiveness, right? And the question, and the issue is, if those vaccines are actually properly reporting and properly like incorporating all of the appropriate data into their analysis, then they actually might be more effective than the vaccines that have been claimed to be more effective in the media releases. This is the problem. This is the problem when we don't have completed phase 3 trials and all of that data going through the peer review. We just can't comment. But could we make vaccines? Yes, any vaccine platform can be improved and be made more effective, for sure. Now, your second question is a very, very important one. Again, because these vaccines came out so quickly, we have not had the opportunity to properly evaluate how protective they are. I would argue a good vaccine for an infectious disease is one that prevents infection. The ultimate goal is what we call sterilizing immunity. Your immune response against the vaccine is so good that the pathogen cannot infect the individual, right? SARS coronavirus 2 cannot infect the individual. It cannot replicate in that person, and therefore that person cannot pass the virus on to others. However, chances are that these vaccines are not conferring sterilizing immunity. And in fact, if you recall, that 50% effectiveness, that was not 50% of people having sterilizing immunity. That was that could be 50% of people where that vaccine prevented them from dying, right? Or reduced the disease severity in those individuals. So yes, with these vaccines, it's still very well possible that people will get sick. Maybe the disease will be blunted. And in that case, they are being infected. The virus is replicating, and they can spread this virus on. That's why, ironically, as we roll out these vaccines, we can't change our current COVID-19 policies. So here in Canada, even when once vaccinated, we still have to, it's like life before being vaccinated. We still have to wear the masks. We still have to do the 2-meter distancing, etc. Right? Because there is no assurance that these vaccinated individuals aren't spreading the virus.
So that seems like a big problem that perhaps we hadn't quite expected, certainly here in New Zealand. I hadn't expected with the vaccine that we're waiting for. We thought you had your vaccine, it was all over. But, it's appearing that they're not stopping transmission. They're certainly not stopping necessarily, well, they may be stopping death, but they're still not preventing symptoms. So that all those other things are still necessary. It feels as if we've set ourselves up for a narrative in which, or a situation in which we can't actually escape either vaccines or herd immunity. How the heck is that going to change?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I was hesitant to present some of this stuff, but again, I just feel I have to be open about. I can tell you, somebody who lives in Canada, we have been so frustrated by how long we have been dealing with the government-imposed, lockdowns and various COVID-19 policies. But with that said, I do have to say, many people did have the opportunity to go back to work in between lockdowns. We're heading back toward, we've been in a second lockdown, we're heading back towards that. We had our kids in school for quite some time, for 4 months, in fact, from September to December. We were in this lockdown. Our kids went back again this week. So I guess the point being that it's been long and protracted, but because we have had some attempts to get back to something that resembles some sort of normalcy. Again, I'm optimistic that countries like ours, and especially countries that have not had the strict lockdowns, like again, you look at Sweden, for example, right? I'm very optimistic that these countries are much closer to naturally acquired herd immunity than we appreciate. That wasn't our goal, right? Our goal was to wait for the vaccines, but it's been happening anyways, because let's not fool ourselves. The other thing you have to remember, like we talk about these masks, right? And so if you look at the kids sitting in school, yeah, they're wearing masks and they're 2 meters apart. The virus doesn't respect these masks very well, okay? Yes, it can reduce transmission through large droplets. We have to understand this virus can transmit fairly efficiently on what we call these micro droplets. And for them, the pore sizes in these masks that we wear, like this one, you know, that I wear all the time, I mean, it's like a barn door for these nano droplets and the virus particles, right? And they can travel 30 meters. So that's why, even though we've been implementing these things, those countries still have had this virus spreading in those environments. When our kids are in school, the virus can spread through that population. That's just fact, okay? If you really want to be protected, I recommend everybody go and do a quick Google search on what is the personal protective equipment, PPE, for a containment level 3, or in some countries they call it biological safety level 3 pathogen, which is what SARS coronavirus 2 is. You'll be amazed. That is what you need to be wearing if you really want to be protected from the virus, okay? It looks nothing like the way we look during our lockdown policies right now, okay? So let's be clear on that. So unfortunately, yes, I have serious concerns for places like New Zealand, because I fear that you do not have much natural herd immunity. So just an example, we have a researcher in British Columbia here in Canada, which we feel was probably ground zero in Canada for this outbreak. And their data that they have now suggests that in that province, we might have as high as 50% of people naturally immune to the virus now among adults. And again, it should be higher among children. That's remarkable, right? If we've been told that we might only need 60% to have herd immunity. So we might already have a province in Canada that's very close naturally. So I fear that in New Zealand, you probably aren't. And again, so obviously, you know, you're going to be very hopeful the vaccines work. But for example, I would suggest that you don't have your government start administering to everybody the Oxford vaccine, for example, because your country's dreaming if you think you're going to be able to keep the South African variant out long term, unless you never want to open your borders again, right? And again, like I said, so that's already an example. And I fear the other ones, you know, yeah, they may be okay now, but I really feel, knowing this virus, that, and again, the way we're rolling this out, as I said, we are optimizing the chance for a variant to emerge that can bypass all of these vaccines. And so if it were me, and remember, some of these variants might actually, we're more worried about the rate at which they spread now. There's not too much concern about them causing more severe disease, but there is the opportunity a variant could emerge that is more dangerous. So personally, if I don't have it already, I would probably, because I'm in a low risk demographic, I would probably prefer to have natural immunity, honestly, and not that narrowly focused immunity, just so that even if I do get infected with a novel variant, that's almost certainly going to be blunted, because I don't want to be at risk of having an immunoevasive and more dangerous, like more potently disease-causing version. I don't want to be exposed to that while I have no immunity whatsoever, or the improperly narrowly focused immunity.
Yeah. Okay. So if I get that right, so if New Zealand is focused on is only distributing one vaccine, we're at risk. If you travel overseas, or the moment we open up the border, we've got problems, exaggerated problems. We would have to have either many vaccines, or alternatively just, you know, some gradual gain of natural immunity.
Yeah, potentially. Arguably, with the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine, I mean, you'd be as protected as anybody else who's receiving those vaccines in the world. Certainly with the Oxford vaccine, yeah, you wouldn't want to be exposed to the South African variant, right? Essentially. But yeah, so at this point in time, this moment, this is the thing, but we can't be short-sighted. At this moment, yes, the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines should, in theory, confer protective immunity against the variants that are out there now. But again, I'm worried about that, again, short-term thinking, because it's almost certainly just a matter of time before a variant will emerge that will bypass the immunity conferred by those vaccines as well.
So final thing for you. You say that you wouldn't take any of these vaccines at the moment. You'd rather have it naturally gained. Is there anybody who should be taking a vaccine?
Yeah, again, so I want to make it very clear. that people have to do their own cost benefit analysis, right? And again, I can't highlight enough that I'm in a low risk demographic. My family's in a low risk demographic. Certainly my children are, right? And there's certain reasons. There's reasons that I couldn't get into as well. So there's a couple concepts that are interesting when it comes to, we know about this through the influenza vaccines, right, that we get each year. And one is called original antigenic sin. And so it's, if you focus your immune response on, like we are here, on a single protein, that can actually influence our ability to respond to that protein from different variants in the future, in a way that's suboptimal. And the second thing that a vaccine can potentially do is reprogram what we call our innate immune response. So that's not what we're typically targeting with a vaccine, but it's the first part. The innate immune system is the one that tells our acquired immune system how to produce the antibodies and the other cells that are needed for protection. And we can actually imprint on that part of our immune system a bias that can potentially be suboptimal for the future. So again, since I'm not at particularly high risk, if I don't have it already, I would probably prefer at this point to have the naturally acquired immunity, just because I know it's going to be broad. I know that my immune system will have naturally induced the appropriate bias. It'll be programmed properly to respond optimally to future variants and future, completely different versions of the coronavirus that might emerge in the future as well. So yeah, I'm there, but people have to evaluate this. But again, when you see some of these other issues, like perhaps with the elderly, some questions coming up, again, everybody has to evaluate. It's a cost-benefit analysis. But again, I would argue that the people, had we done this right, we could have already had, in many countries, have achieved herd immunity naturally, and therefore have saved many lives in the highly susceptible demographics. Because again, we know, again, over 99% of us are not at particularly high risk, of the severe disease and death. That's more than enough people than we need to achieve herd immunity. And if we achieved a herd immunity in those people, and or could get enough of those people vaccinated, but even look how we're rolling it out. We're prioritizing the elderly, for example. They have what we call immunosenescence. They tend to not respond optimally to vaccines and so on.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, we're vaccinating people who probably already have natural immunity, right? We should be using these vaccines to target those who are healthy, that are going to respond robustly, and quickly get those of us who are relatively low risk up to herd immunity, and will protect all of these highly susceptible people.
All right. Byram, thank you very much. We've let that run because it's so fascinating, and we absolutely needed that input from you. Really appreciate you taking the time. You've thought about this marvelously, and I really appreciate what you've taken us through. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Sorry for going over. I really appreciate you having me. I guess I would just end with my own. This is my personal thought, yes. Right? But my prediction in the future is that the history books in the future will document this as the greatest mismanaged crisis of our time, unfortunately.
Yes, totally agree. History books, unfortunately, somewhat distant in the future from here. Yes. Thanks very much, Byram. Hey, stick around if you do have time. Appreciate you being with us. Carry on answering questions. There's plenty there. Thanks a lot. Okay, everyone, we've got about 20 minutes before Simon Thornley joins us. So we might just shut down for that 20 minutes. We'll be back with Simon. Thanks very much for sticking in there with us. We've got the wrong Hello, everyone. We're back again. Thanks for waiting. Hopefully you managed to get out and go a bite to eat or drink. We certainly did. We've got plenty more coming ahead. After Simon, who's next, Gerhard Swinburne, Ananish Chaudhry, Jay Bhattacharya, Ramesh Thakur, and James Allen. So we're only a third of the way through. It has been fascinating. And in terms of Byron's presentation, just a little bit stunning. I was kind of lost for words in some ways afterwards. Thank you all for sticking in and around. Next up, we've got Simon Thornley. Simon is a New Zealand epidemiologist out of the University of Auckland. He'll be known to New Zealanders as perhaps the person who started the doubt back in March last year. And for a lot of people who had unease or concerns or questions, he coalesced them for many of us and has continued doing so through the past year in very effective ways. So welcome, Simon. Welcome on board. Simon's got a very interesting presentation about the existence of SARS-CoV-2 prior to Wuhan. And this is also topical because I think, if I'm right, in the past few days, there's been the report from the WHO that says that it didn't come out of, well, I think it said it didn't come out of a lab in Wuhan, but we also know it didn't even come from Wuhan. So, Simon, are you there? Are you live?
Yeah, can you hear me, Mark?
We can. So
okay, great. Okay. Look, thanks for having me. And it's great to have such a panel of luminaries, and I feel very humbled to be amongst this group. So here I'm giving a presentation which is really my own thoughts on this. It doesn't represent any group or organization, but my own, and trying to make sense of conflicting findings around the epidemiological evidence around SARS-CoV-2. So I'm going to just walk through my thinking process as an epidemiologist here. So here we go. The original story was that the deadly virus crossed the species barrier in Wuhan. However, there's a little bit of evidence that, well, there's some evidence that supports the theory, but there's also some evidence that contradicts the theory. The virus has been found before the Wuhan incident. So in light of that evidence, what does it say about our national policies? So let's just explore that. That's what I want to do in the next 15 minutes or so. And I can't help harking back to swine flu days, apparently very high fatality rate, clamour to keep out the infection. There was a response that was a little bit like COVID-19, but a bit more mild. We didn't do lockdowns, we didn't close the borders, but there was certainly a clamour to keep out the infection and to try and stamp it out. Then we had the sero survey, which showed a third of us had actually had the virus and we hadn't noticed. And so perhaps the virus wasn't quite as deadly as we first thought. So those thoughts did come through my mind when I saw COVID start to gather steam. Let's have a look at some of the evidence that was coming out of Wuhan. A new coronavirus was discovered. Okay, we've had SARS and MERS, the deadly ones, and however, 4 of them cause common cold-like virus, like illnesses. There was a respiratory illness with a characteristic radiological pattern, mainly in people who had cardiometabolic disease, as David pointed out. And there was some discussion about whether the virus had gone from bats to pangolins to humans, given the story of Wuhan. So what was the evidence that the virus crossed the species barrier there? Well, certainly 138 patients with respiratory illness and ground glass opacity on CT in a case series. Of 138, 57 were hospital acquired in the original case series. And quite a small proportion, actually, I was surprised to see, were associated with the Huanan wholesale food market. In another case series, 50%, which was about 50 out of 100, 47 were employed at the market. So that was a bit stronger evidence. It is worth noting that the market is one of the biggest markets in Central Asia. So it's may not be that improbable that people visit the market, and actually a large proportion of people visit the market. It's not known what that exposure was. There's 90% homology in the virus between SARS-CoV-2 and SARS-CoV, hence the name, and there's a 99% homology to a pangolin virus, hence that theory. However, since that story came to light, there's also some other evidence that's come out that I'm sure many of us will be aware of. We also found out that the animals tested at the market were negative for SARS-CoV-2. In Spain, in March 2019, well before December, there was evidence of SARS-CoV-2 in the wastewater, which is like a ginormous sort of pooled laboratory test, indicating that it was likely to be in the community. So as an isolated finding, that could possibly be dismissed. However, in September 2019, well before the Wuhan incident, 11% of people undertaking a lung cancer screening study in various different regions of Italy also tested positive. In France, okay, so this is in December 2019, but a good month before the official case occurred, another person tested positive, and it wasn't known that SARS-CoV-2 was around. Likewise, in the States, between December and January, well before the first official case, 1% of people tested positive for the spike protein. So very interesting evidence there from several different sources stating that either the virus was there before Wuhan, or it was around before anyone knew about it. And it's just also worth thinking about the timeline here in terms of flights. This is flight volume globally, 2019, and this is 2020. So in terms of border restrictions and flight restrictions, they didn't really impact until early March. So one has to ask the question, given the Wuhan experience, did the virus wait for the PCR test to be developed and the virus to spread before lockdown, given that it was first discovered in December 2019, when there's obviously a high volume of flights, and it took 3 months to at least begin to stem the tide. So just being a fairly simple person, I want to put this in a timeline. Here we've got March 2019, the Barcelona wastewater study. Then we've got the Italy study, 10% positive, and the Wuhan incident in December, and then the first official case in Italy in February 20. So difficult to, there's different hypotheses. How do we tease between the two? And I think it's just worth reflecting a little bit on the philosophy of science that might help us here. In science, it is very hard to disprove a hypothesis. thousands of confirmatory observations are thrown out by a small number of contradictory ones. For example, if you say, well, water must boil at 100 degrees, you give your students the task of going out and testing whether water boils at 100 degrees, and everyone comes back with a confirmation. Their thermometer says 100 when it starts to bubble. Then somebody is a bit more adventurous, goes up to the top of Mount Everest and finds that actually up there water boils at, say, 60 degrees. Well, that one piece of evidence really casts a whole new light on what's been going on. And actually, the contradictions are sometimes more important than the confirmatory evidence. And that's from a textbook of epidemiology, by the way. When a virus is discovered, it is not that it is newly emerged, but rather that it is newly discovered. It's not clear how long the virus has been around. If we think about causal criteria, such as the Bradford Hill, it's important that, it's possible that one set of investigators may come up with some findings that are fraudulent. It can happen in medicine and science, but it's very unlikely that several different independent investigators are going to come up with the same thing. So what do I believe? I think my money is that it was around before Wuhan. Be very hard to make that up. It's not isolated. Cases were in September from a multi-region Italian study, and it wasn't low prevalence either. It was 10%. And just remember that antibody surveys in Spain after their big peak were about 5%. Now, with the wastewater study, people are using this technique. Melbourne's not just threatened with a lockdown, they've actually gone into it for 5 days. Interesting that we haven't had any concerns about clinical consequences in the hospitals. Just as in 2019, there wasn't a song and dance about hospitals and intensive care units being overwhelmed. Important to think about some of the possible counter arguments. Some of them, well, could it have been around, but just very small volume of infection? Yes, but the nature of viruses, as Sinatra knows, with these models, is that they don't tend to just hang around at a very low level. If there's lots of susceptibles, then they tend to take off in an exponential manner initially until there's a certain amount of immunity, and then they die away. And remember, at that point, there was no social distancing, lockdown, border closures, whatever, if you believe that those are very useful. So what are the policy implications here? Well, the virus can be present in relatively large numbers and not overwhelm the health sector or lead to excess mortality. Elimination is unlikely if you've got a widespread virus and it's not really declaring itself in terms of clinical evidence of harm. And if you've got a situation with excess mortality from the virus, which, as we noticed, is quite proximally related to the input of lockdowns, it seems to me that that's a stronger possibility that some of this excess mortality, at least, is due to the response. And here's an example. So we've got 2019 excess mortality in Italy, and total male, female. That's when the study began. It was 2 or 3 months worth of samples before that, no excess mortality. Here's 2019 in Italy. Here's the excess mortality that everyone's seen. And this is where lockdowns started. And for anyone who wants to have a look at source there, it's there. So we've got this situation of competing hypotheses. Is it the virus that's causing the increased mortality, which I guess has been one of the things that we've all been arguing about, and the assumption, the mainstream narrative is it's all been the virus? Or is it the lockdown, and does that increase mortality? And the notion that there's been SARS-CoV-2 around in 2019 and no one's noticed seems to make this a more stronger, favorable hypothesis. And so let's just think about now, how could lockdowns lead to excess mortality? Initially, it sort of seems everybody's being super cautious. So how could that possibly occur? Well, sometimes being super cautious can lead to very nasty consequences. So what we know now is, for example, there was very high mortality associated with mechanical ventilation in New York. Non-invasive ventilation was banned following WHO guidance and concern about spread of the virus. Now hospital mortality is dropped by 70% without really instituting any dramatic treatments, or new treatments. Steroids is really the only thing that's become mainstream. A few little concerning things was that there was, in the US particularly, there was very strong financial incentives to put people on ventilators. And I thought this would be very, very slow to come out, but there's a little bit of stuff on record now from intensive care physicians in Toronto. There are a lot of unknowns about the best way to manage this. Because the patient could deteriorate very quickly, the thought was to put them on a ventilator quickly to prevent deterioration. He recalls asking patients to get off their mobile phones so he could put them on a ventilator. He notes, but a candidate for a ventilator normally wouldn't be well enough to hold a telephone conversation. As physicians became more comfortable with COVID-19, many realized that early ventilation was not necessary. And it's not just in the US and New York that we've seen this. There's hospital mortality has declined precipitously, particularly in ICUs and HDUs, so places where people may be ventilated. So it looks like this has been quite an important factor. I think it's also interesting just to realize how much the effect on the hospital system in general occurred in terms of clearing out hospital beds. You know, in the UK, 30% of hospital beds were cleared. So that was 25,000 people sent to care homes. Reduction in emergency department use, 57% in the UK, comparing April 2020 with April 2019. Delayed cancer surgery, the average of a delay for 3 months for patients with urgent and need for urgent cancer treatment. Heart attacks and strokes went down in terms of hospital admissions, and so presumably the frequency didn't reduce, but hospital treatment did, and these were very proximally related to lockdowns. And just thinking about the big picture here, the age, what struck me very early on was the age distribution of death with COVID in New Zealand is basically the same as background death, which suggests that that COVID is not shortening lives dramatically compared to background risks, and it's totally different from Spanish flu. Where the mean age of death here, it's in the 80s. For Spanish flu, it was in the 20s. So what does all this mean? COVID-19, putting it all together, for me. COVID-19 was discovered in Wuhan, but likely already circulating in Europe and the US in 2019 without consequence. The earliest evidence was March 2019 in the Spanish wastewater study. So the response to this, when we're teasing out these competing hypotheses about what's caused the excess mortality, is it the virus, is it the response? To me, this strongly suggests that the response has led to the vast majority of excess mortality, and it's also exaggerated infection fatality rate given some of the early treatments that were likely to be harmful, and particularly excess mechanical ventilation. And that's led to an exaggerated need for vaccine and severe restrictions. There's also evidence increasingly compatible with COVID-19 restrictions causing harm and deferred care. So emergency hospital, emergency presentations, cancer surgery, heart attacks and strokes. And I haven't even touched on the economic or mental health costs that we've seen. And obviously 50,000 people go on the dole in New Zealand. 50 billion at least spent so far. Obviously these have consequences, increased anxiety disorders, particularly in children. So I think for me, given all this information, what's really necessary is political leadership, which is necessary to recognize some of these, this new information and to backtrack. So thank you very much for tuning in, and happy to take some questions.
All right. Thanks very much, Simon. Just want to point out to people that we're trying to ask all the questions that have been put up there, and in some cases we're pooling questions as well into one, but we're on some sort of summary, but we're trying to cover as much as we can. Simon, you covered the why didn't it escalate, but does because you're saying viruses will always escalate if it's an available population, which is, so why are you saying therefore that in 2019 the virus was operating at what you might expect it to be, or that escalation was there, the level was what it, back in 2019, what it was in 2020 and what it is perhaps now, that it hasn't changed?
Well, I mean, obviously the virus mutates, and there may be some changes in terms of severity. That's another possibility, I suppose, but unlikely to be so dramatic. For example, between the September 2019 and the December, and it just, a lot of, I think another aspect is, the 10%, that is a very high number. We know that, the prevalence of immunity and the prevalence of positive tests, as we've seen with viruses, it tends to escalate up very rapidly and fall away, as Sinetra's elegantly shown with the SIR model, and it's been replicated. And the statistics that we've seen with positive tests, that you get this very high spike and things go down. So, I mean, we have very limited information in terms of what happened in 2019, but we certainly, knowing that 10% of this Italian group in this cancer screening study from multiple regions of Italy tested positive, and it's been in the wastewater in Spain in March. It's certainly, is fairly compelling, and the fact that in several countries you've seen positive tests before the first case was officially recognized. And so, it leads you to think, if this virus was really around, would we have noticed? all these dramatic policies that we've done, which have really centered around a kind of idea that the virus was new in Wuhan, that we had to all protect ourselves from it, that it couldn't have been around before that time, such as border closures, elimination strategies. Does that make sense in the light of this data where it's been freely circulating in 2019 without any restriction?
Do you think that what you've counted or what you've accounted for could really make up for that number, or that number of excess mortality we think we're seeing around the world? I mean, because I think, well, if I understand it rightly, you're sort of saying mainly medical intervention is the key thing that led to the mortality. Do you think that really accounts for everything?
Well, I think it's very difficult to tease out and to be certain, and much of it really comes down to a judgment call, and there is uncertainty. I've seen an interesting analysis that shows that that excess mortality really started in many countries very proximally to the lockdown. Obviously, it would be nice to do formal regression time series analysis to try and tease out, to what degree was it associated with the virus circulating, and to what degree was it associated with the lockdown. But seeing that there was so much, high prevalence in Italy at that time, no concern about overwhelmed hospitals. The details starting to emerge that intensive care doctors were panicked into overuse of mechanical ventilation. I thought that would be very slow to come out, but there are doctors who have put their name in ink and own those statements that yes, they feel they've made mistakes. They were frightened and overzealous about mechanical ventilation, and mechanical ventilation is certainly not a benign treatment.
No. What about people cases presenting with all the symptoms? I mean, that escalated as well, didn't it? How do we account for that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very hard to know what's happened everywhere in the world. There's certainly been stories where some parts of the world, I believe in Italy, that everyone who tested positive, whether they had symptoms or not, or whether they were ill or not, was sent to hospital because authorities were so scared that they were going to deteriorate quickly, just as was spoken about in intensive care. And so, you've got to realize that much of healthcare is related to the demand that is created by healthcare policies. And it's possible to change policy, for example, test a whole lot of people and say, look, if somebody tests positive, they've got to be in hospital whether they are sick or not. And that can create, an overwhelmed healthcare system in itself. I mean, when I was a med reg, we used to take anyone pretty much in an adult age group who had chest pain. I always thought it was miraculous that we were not constantly overwhelmed, because there must be so many people in the city who have chest pain but just don't bother to report it. And thankfully for us, they didn't, or else we would have been constantly overwhelmed.
One final question. What do you think happened in New Zealand then? Because what I can see from your hypothesis is that it seems to fit the international format, but does that mean that New Zealand had the virus circulating and when we were getting it obviously for longer than we thought? And what does it mean for now? given that our and what does it mean for the? Actually, no, I've got too many questions there. Let's start with the first one. Does that mean that New Zealand had the virus before? We didn't just shut it down, and that we didn't just shut our country off and stop the virus coming in. We probably already had it.
Well, I think, that evidence that the virus was around in Italy and Europe, and the magnitude of the travel between New Zealand, Europe, China, before we locked down, it's very hard to believe that we haven't been exposed to the virus in quite a dramatic way. I know that we haven't done a formal sero survey in New Zealand yet. I'm desperately wishing that would be done. There's been some talk of researchers, I think, from the University of Otago doing that. But also we know that assessing exposure to the virus for coronavirus is not just about antibodies, that T cell studies from Europe show that there's likely exposure to the virus, which is only shown up through looking at that evidence. So it's a complicated thing to tease out, and whether it will ever be done in New Zealand, who knows? Obviously, I think it would be a way of testing this hypothesis further.
We're slightly over time, but I do want to ask. So, how does your hypothesis account for New Zealand's death rate, or our excess death, which we don't appear to have had here?
Yes, well, I believe we have done some things right in New Zealand that weren't weren't quite as dramatic with the healthcare response as overseas, and we've hardly had a lot of severe cases of COVID. We didn't send them all to hospital as happened elsewhere, and we were able to prevent nosocomial transmission within hospitals, and there was sort of segregation of patients, and I think that was a good thing. So yeah, I mean, obviously it explains what happens in some of the hotspots, but doesn't. We did see some evidence of adverse reactions here in New Zealand from the healthcare sector. So, for example, the increase in maternal deaths that occurred in Auckland Hospital. So maybe there was some of these adverse reactions, but just in a more subtle way.
Mm. Thank you very much, Simon. That was an absolutely fascinating idea and thought, which, if it's true, means that it didn't start at Wuhan, but Wuhan and China seem to have set the format for what followed, which everybody copied. And be interesting to see what happens with your hypothesis over time, as we're all talking about, the history showing that perhaps this was the greatest cock-up there's ever been. Thanks, Simon. Right, moving on. Gerhard Sundborn, who's Professor of Public Health at Auckland University. Gerhard's going to talk about a paper that he was an author on that was submitted to New Zealand Medical Journal just before Christmas, I think, and triggered some interesting debate. Gerhard, over to you. You with us?
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can. Go for it.
Good on. So if I just share screen, I click on that to
yep.
keep going.
Great. You can see that. You want to go into presentation mode?
All right. Okay. So is my first slide up all right there? Yeah?
Yeah, we're seeing the next slide and your notes as well. So
how can I do that?
Display settings, I think. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure. Display settings at the top, pull down menu. Yeah, near there, yep. No. across on the left-hand side. Well, hopefully it's...
Gerard, see that 3 dots on your screen? Can you see the 3 dots?
Yeah, there.
Yeah, click on that. Click the 3 dots underneath your slide.
Underneath the
the
slide.
slide.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Right there. Yes, click on that.
Thanks, Anish.
Okay, now it's a hide presenter view.
That's the one.
Got
Okay, is that all right there?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Right,
yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, so for my presentation, I'm just going to talk basically about this paper we had published on the 22nd of December, and kind of running through it. First, I want to give a little bit of a background information to the paper and the whole journey. Then I'll go through the paper, and then after that, kind of discuss where I think the government is when it comes to the elimination strategy and the use of lockdowns from here on in. So this is the paper, Chasing Elimination Through Lockdowns, is Stamping Out Livelihoods and Lives, and it was published on the 22nd December in the Journal of Primary Health Care here in New Zealand. And the background is my colleague who you've just heard from, Dr. Simon Thornley, published this piece on the Stuff News website, talking about, do the consequences of this lockdown really match the threat? And this was published about 5 or 6 days into our New Zealand lockdown. And one of the kind of take-home lines that resonates with me is that do we want to squash a flea with a sledgehammer and bring the house down? And so I think this paper kind of addresses that as to why we think the elimination strategy was not the right thing, and that lockdowns take a very very hard measure to control this virus, which I think is an overreaction. And from that, then our COVID Plan B group was formed, and I think over that time we've had a lot of opinions and perspectives on the virus that have more often than not been overlooked by the media and by the government here in New Zealand, and we've got a different view to what's been listened to, and so that view has been it's been difficult to be heard at times. So we thought that by putting these our views in a letter and submitting it to a medical journal here in New Zealand, it would be a way that we could maybe share those views more widely. It's interesting that some of our views have been published in the British Medical Journal and major news outlets around the world, but here in New Zealand, we've struggled a bit to voice or to have the other side of the argument portrayed to the public. So by getting this letter published, it was great. Unfortunately, it took about 3 or 4 months to get it through, and we had to go to a couple of journals in order to get it published eventually. And the great thing that I think the editor at the Journal of Primary Health Care done was they took the letter and presented it to the Ministry of Health and the government and asked for a response to the letter. And so you can see that on the screen, the top left corner there, in the same issue when our paper was published, a response was published from the Ministry of Health, and it was their Chief Science Advisor, Dr. Ian Town, who published that. Within our own media here in New Zealand, the New Zealand Herald kind of covered it, not the most positive review of the paper and the situation, but also too it prompted the invitation from a media outlet to arrange a debate with Dr. Thornley and also Professor Michael Baker around the whole elimination strategy and the use of lockdowns. So it was quite useful in that sense. So now in the paper, so we've said, and I think, already this morning we've kind of covered a lot of it as to why the elimination goal is unrealistic. And in the paper we say how New Zealand is one of the few countries chasing elimination in the world, and that although there were claims here in New Zealand that we achieved elimination a couple of times, the criteria for elimination as defined by WHO was never met, and that means having no community cases for 36 months and having extensive testing and support of genomic data that reaffirms that. And also too, like we know that even with effective vaccines, elimination is unlikely, as we have seen for influenza. We have a number of vaccines that come around every year, and it hasn't been and will never be eliminated. So we see that COVID-19 will be endemic around the world. It already is, and to think that New Zealand can maintain some kind of elimination status, I think is unrealistic. So we talked a lot about the harms of lockdowns, and here in New Zealand, as other places, there's a lot of different examples of the harm that lockdowns have caused. And so, some of these, if we just go along the top, about mothers who gave birth during lockdown, a lot of them had to leave the hospital early, and during their stays, they had no one to care for them. A lot of them were readmitted later on, about 47% of them. A recent study has shown for a number of reasons, including like maybe leaving hospital after cesarean too early. Here in New Zealand, there was a spike in acute rheumatic fever cases during lockdown because people were stuck in their homes and in close proximity to each other. There was a spike in domestic violence on the 3 days following our first lockdown. There was a 20% increase in reports of domestic violence to police. We know that there's mental health crisis, and COVID and the lockdown has stretched our system, which is already stretched with regards to that. There was a doubling or tripling of need for food parcels from food banks around the country, and we know that we've had a significant increase in those unemployed, but also to a number of small to medium businesses have gone to the wall and been lost. So those are some of the harms. But in our paper, what we wanted to do was kind of look at how can we kind of look at the sum total of those harms. And so what we looked at was life years lost. And in our first symposium, Professor Bhattacharya showed us a very insightful presentation how due to the economic retraction of New Zealand's economy, that it equated to losing about approximately 1 life year lost in life expectancy. And so the calculation we done was that across New Zealand, it equaled a loss of 4.8 million life years lost. And we modelled what was lost of Sweden. And if we followed Sweden's approach, it had been more freer, we would have lost 14,500 life years lost, which meant that the route that we took by having a very stringent and severe lockdown, we lost 330 times more life years than what would have occurred if we took a more open approach. And so also to have another look at the, I suppose the calculations behind that, Dr. John Gibson from the University of Waikato also does this type of modelling, and his modelling wasn't as drastic, has found that if we had taken a more open approach, similar to what Sweden had taken, there would have been an extra 330 deaths, which would have meant 355 in total. But to look at life years lost, which is a better measure, it would have meant that across the board at birth, there would have been a loss of 26 days, or approximately 1 month. And his calculation also found that the lockdown meant that there was a 1 year loss of life. So by taking the approach of being freer, we would have lost 12 times less life years lost. So both equations, although the one in our paper is considerably higher, the calculation by Dr. John Gibson, University of Waikato, also shows that lockdowns are not as advantageous as it would have been if we had have kept our economy and our society going. When we look at the World Health Organization's position on the virus, vaccines and lockdowns, there was a number of quotes that we gathered from two key figures from the World Health Organization. One was Dr. David Nabarro, who is on the WHO envoy, special envoy on COVID-19, and also the Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus. And some of those quotes are there. You know, we must learn to live with this virus. No country can just ride this out until we have a vaccine. Even if we do have a vaccine, it won't end the pandemic on its own. Lockdowns are not a long-term solution for any country. We do not need to choose between lives and livelihoods or between health and the economy. That's a false choice. The pandemic is a reminder that health and the economy are inseparable. Please stop using lockdowns as your primary control method of the coronavirus. And finally, lockdowns just have one consequence that you must never ever belittle, and that is making poor people an awful lot poorer. So you know, our position around lockdowns, and here in New Zealand, lockdowns are a means to achieve elimination. We're reaffirmed by what we've seen coming from representatives from the WHO. So, there's been a great talk by Byron Bridle around vaccines, and you know, some of our concerns around the vaccine that I think you know, he's also covered is how this vaccine has been rushed until, I think this is the fastest ever developed vaccine. Until the record for vaccine was 4 years, and so this took place within a year, and so corners must have been cut. There's been little data on the efficacy and safety of these vaccines. In the UK, we know for the Pfizer vaccine, there's legal protection for Pfizer with regards to that vaccine. We don't know how the vaccine handles antibody-induced enhancement. And also too, we're not sure on how these vaccines may react with new strains of the virus. And when we look at vaccines and eradication or elimination of viruses and diseases around the world, you know that smallpox is the only disease that's been eradicated globally with an effective vaccine, and that took 35 years. And in Africa recently, wild poliovirus has recently been eliminated from that country, and that took 30 years, but other strains of poliovirus still remain. So we know it takes a heck of a long time. So if we think we're going to wait for elimination in New Zealand before we open, we could be waiting a mighty long time. Also too, we know that many people will refuse to be vaccinated. There was a study in the UK, and I think about 20% of those surveyed said they would not be vaccinated. And I think here in New Zealand, there's a recent study where 1 in 4 or 25% of people said they wouldn't be vaccinated. So waiting for a vaccine in order to achieve elimination, there's other issues that are involved there as well. And then Simon earlier talked about the experience of swine flu, and the same things we're concerned could happen here with COVID-19. And so with the swine flu, when it was found that it was extensively throughout a lot of populations, people didn't really want to, there was no real need for the vaccine, but also too, the vaccine caused some adverse reactions, and one of those was narcolepsy. And I think those who took the swine flu vaccine compared to those who did not were 5 times more likely to develop narcolepsy. And so this is when you're not, when you're rushing things and you're not looking at the safety profile of them, these are some of the things that can happen. And this led to many vaccines throughout Europe. I've got a few slides here of vaccines, the number of vaccines that were destroyed in Germany and the Netherlands, but also in the US. In excess of $1 billion worth of vaccine were destroyed because there was no use for them, and also they were dangerous. So these are some of the concerns that we have around the way that this vaccine's been developed. But listening to Byron Bridle's presentation, it goes into that a heck of a lot more. And already, there's been a few issues here with some of the vaccines for COVID-19. Early on, there's a few NHS workers who had strong allergic reactions to COVID-19 vaccine that they had, the Pfizer one, I believe. And so there's a warning there on people who had allergies to not take it. In Norway, there's an investigation into 29 deaths. I think the majority of those were in frail elderly who are most at risk of negative implications from COVID-19 anyway. And if it's not protecting frail elderly people who are most at risk, then how useful is it? And then probably most recently is the point around South Africa ceasing the rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccine because it doesn't seem to be effective against this strain. So some of these concerns that we initially had are kind of playing out a little bit, but it's still quite early in the piece. So it'll be interesting to continue to monitor how the vaccine is handled by other countries. So this brings me to kind of an assessment of where do I think the government sit with regards to the elimination strategy and using lockdowns to achieve it. And there's a few pieces that have recently come in the media that kind of allude to why I'm thinking the government have moved in their position. And so firstly, this piece was published in The Guardian, in the UK Guardian a while ago, and it's our Director General Ashley Bloomfield, and the headline there is "COVID unlikely to die out," says New Zealand Health Chief Ashley Bloomfield. And when we look at the text, COVID-19 is unlikely to ever die out, even with vaccination efforts, but it could become more transmissible and less deadly. New Zealand's Director General of Health has warned. So I think here he is acknowledging that we're not going to eliminate it in New Zealand. It's unlikely to die out, and I don't know if it's becoming less deadly because the virus will change, but it's just possibly our tolerance to it, like we've talked about around. Byron said he'd rather get the virus to have that immunity than be vaccinated on a more specific part of the virus. He goes on to say that if you think about influenza, which was first recorded in 1172, I think, in Europe, these viruses don't tend to die out. They change over time. And in fact, what we are seeing with these new variants with the COVID-19 virus is that they tend to become more transmissible and less deadly over time. So I think here we've seen our Director General of Health acknowledging that elimination is unachievable. So I think, straight away, I see that the government and the Ministry of Health is moving away from the elimination strategy. And then our Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, at their first, I think, caucus meeting year, also addressed the issues of the vaccine and COVID-19. And she said that the government's goal is getting COVID to a point where it will be managed like common seasonal flu. And so this is a real, I think, change. There's a significant change in the way the government and the media report and speak to the issue now. It's not as catastrophizing. A lot of time it used to be this deadly virus, and a lot of time my colleagues and I have been taken to task for comparing this virus to seasonal flu, and now we see our Director General of Health, Dr. Ashley Bloomfield, and our Prime Minister comparing it to seasonal flu. And I'll just play you a snippet now of Jacinda speaking to the topic at this meeting, which was in January.
Our goal has to be, though, to get the management of COVID-19 to a similar place as we do seasonally with the flu. It won't be a disease that we will see simply disappear after one round of vaccine across our population. But our goal has to be to put it in a place where, as we do every year with a flu vaccination program, that we roll out a vaccine program and maintain a level of normality in between time. That has to be the goal that we're striving for.
So again, this just it shows how the way COVID-19 is being reported and being treated by our politicians and then in turn the media is quite different from last year, and which is, I think, a good thing. And I do believe that the government, they don't want to go into lockdowns. I think maybe they have seen the negative impacts and they've heard those, and I do believe also that they have walked away from the elimination strategy because those pieces say that to me. Also, too, we had a recent case of a few community transmissions here in Auckland, and there was 3 in total, but when I read the article, it sounds like there was 4. But, our second lockdown in Auckland, we locked down Auckland for 3 weeks because of 4 cases. And here we've had 3, and there was a very low level of hype and concern about it in terms of the way I felt it came across the media and reporting them through the government. So again, this kind of just says to me that that the approach has moved away from the elimination strategy, and it's more about learning to live with the virus, and that lockdowns are not one of the ways that the virus needs to be handled or wants to be handled by the authorities now. So considering that, I thought, well, what could send New Zealand back into lockdown or us into lockdown here? And there's a few things that I think could, and the first of those is if there was a significant number of community cases and community transmission cases, and if they were publicised well. And so I think that's the first thing. It took 4 cases in Auckland for us to trigger a citywide lockdown. And I think a similar thing, if something happened, then that could start the process of us going into lockdown again. Although I still believe that it's not the line that is wanted to be taken now. The second thing that I think would promote that is if there was a publicised call for lockdown from acknowledged experts. And so we have a number of experts who are quite supportive and think that lockdowns are one of the best tools that we have to deal with containing this virus, as well as wearing masks and things like that. And so I think if there was cases, and then if this was in turn promoted strongly by these, particularly these academics and experts who have the ear of the government and also the media, then I think that would also play a major factor into pushing us into a lockdown again. And then finally, if there was a public outcry to lockdown because of the 2 previous things, then I think there would be a change into lockdown. And I think, over the course of last year, the way COVID was handled here, I think there was a lot of fear generated and a lot of anxiety being generated too in the New Zealand public. And so if there was an instance where it was publicly seen to be irresponsible to not move to locking down because it's not protecting, then I think that would be another factor that the government would consider that may in turn move to creating us, sending us into lockdown again. So those are those things, and I suppose some of the thoughts. But I do believe things are changing, and I think I think that our letter has helped that, as well as all the other things we do. But I suppose in conclusion, I suppose a significant change I think hasn't occurred in the tone to which the government and media address and possibly perceive the threat of COVID-19 in New Zealand, and continued open dialogue and reporting on issues related to COVID-19 from both perspectives is vital for both a balanced understanding and response to COVID-19. Thank you.
Right. Thanks very much, Gerhard. We're over time, but can I just ask quickly, do you think, how does the government, and particularly its supporters, these academics you showed, and people in the media, have all been running the narrative that was lockdown what won it for us, despite the fact that lockdowns everywhere else seem to have continued and not worked? But that's the narrative. How would that change, or do you think that's also part of the thing that would lead us into a lockdown again, or perhaps even resist it? Because if it worked, if it had worked back then, why would we be doing it again? Any comments about that?
Yeah, I think there's always political spin, and I think I think for a lot of people who may not take as deep a following, then that's the solution that understand is that the lockdown is why we're here we are. I think as information is continued to be shared, and I think getting our messages out as much as possible, I think helps inform the public better. So
cool. Thanks, Gerhard. Thanks a lot. Gerhard was also responsible for perhaps the best 3-minute spiel on I think it was News Talk Radio that captured the imagination of a lot of people who are listening. In 3 minutes, he sort of summed up every argument against lockdown, every argument against COVID being the threat that it was meant to be. It was a piece of genius. So thanks, Gerhard. And Anish, you're with us? Anish is a professor of experimental economics at Auckland University. He's been posting various pieces in the main newspapers about the effect economically as well on of COVID and lockdown. He's joining us to take another look at, I guess, summarize a lot of that and why we can't just trust the science, which is what we've been asked to do blindly for the past year. Over to you, Anish. I think. Can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me, Mark?
We can. Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. Let me start my slideshow. And okay, can you see my slides?
Can. You're away.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nō mai, haere mai, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Mark, for organizing this and for giving me a chance to speak. So I'm going to try and touch upon 4 key points. Depends a little bit on how much time I have and how much time this takes. So let me get right into it. And I'm not going to repeat anything I said from back in the August symposium. Those who may be interested in some of the more behavioral science aspects of this would be well advised to look at some of the presentations there. So I'm going to talk about some new things. So as Mark just pointed out, I'm going to talk about why we cannot just trust the science. I'm going to talk a little bit about something called the conjunction fallacy and how we overweight very small probabilities, which are the direct bearing on lockdowns and the search for a vaccine. It might be a little technical, but hopefully I'll take you through that. Then I will talk about something that needs to be confronted, and that's the racial divide in COVID-19 policymaking. When I talk about racial divide, I'm talking about cross-country differences. And the fact that the COVID-19 policy has been designed to benefit the white, rich nations of the world at the expense of poor Black nations. And finally, if I have time, I will talk briefly about this new narrative that we have listened to recently, that this 4.9% unemployment rate, how great it is, and how it shows that the best health response was the best economic response. And I will try and convince you that that's just complete nonsense. And it's a bit of a shame that journalists have gotten into this rah-rah pro-government cheerleading mode, because these are questions that they could have asked. And I'll show you some data that I have collected by talking to Stats New Zealand. Okay, so let's get started. Why can't we just trust the science? Because the science here, essentially, when people say trust the science, they were basically saying that trust the epidemiologists about the disease. But what the epidemiologists or even the regular public didn't understand is the limits to their expertise. Because most of the questions that we are being faced with in this pandemic were not epidemiological questions, or they went far beyond epidemiological questions. For instance, an epidemiologist can certainly tell me what the CFR or the IFR is and the disease vector and things like that, T cells, antibodies, PCR, RTs, and things like that. But beyond the point, it's a job for elected leaders to figure out what to do with that number or that information. For instance, how does that compare to other risks that we face in our day-to-day lives? How much are we willing to sacrifice to reduce this risk, knowing fully well that it's impossible to get this risk down to zero? So let me talk a little bit about this so-called SIR model that everybody talks about. The SIR model really stands for, and I'm assuming most people know this by now, it really stands for susceptible, infected, and recovered. Now, in the earliest version, recovered could mean recovered live or recovered dead. So essentially what this means is that at any period today or a time period t, everyone is susceptible. In time period t plus 1, some people get infected, others don't. And then at time period t plus 2, some of the infected ones recover or they die, and the infection spreads to the population, depending on what you assume about the rate of infection, how quickly it spreads. So this so-called thing called R0, right? So what's the problem with this? So this is what all these people, all the people around the world, whether it's Neil Ferguson or Sean Hendy or Michael Baker, this is the model they're working off. Now, in this model, really, what happens is you start with some starting values and you set these things up. So you think of these as computer simulations or agent-based modeling, where you basically start with some starting values and that kind of spreads through the population. And in doing this, what they're assuming is there are two options: either locking down, so completely stopping any potential spread of infection, or letting it rip. So let the infection spread through the population. Which is why when we learned that the infection fatality ratio was actually 0.65%, the scientists still went ahead and said, well, 0.65% means that if you just multiply that by 330 million people in the United States, this would be more than 2 million deaths. It'll be more than 60,000 deaths in Sweden, et cetera, et cetera. And as we all know, none of that came to pass. So the reason why none of that came to pass is because these models don't incorporate any assumptions about human behavior, because humans are not really automatons, right? So faced with a deadly pandemic, they respond in many different ways by trying to reduce the risk. So very briefly, think about this in the following way, right? So COVID-19 presents us with what may be thought of as a social dilemma. What is the dilemma? The dilemma is that collectively, we are all better off if we stay indoors and don't spread the disease. So we behave as if we all have COVID-19. So we isolate ourselves and don't engage in any community spread. But the problem, of course, is that this is not quite individually rational. Individually, each of us think, well, you know, if everybody else stays home and I go about my business, I go and visit people or, you know, go out to restaurants and things, how much does it increase the risk in aggregate? That's a minuscule, infinitesimal amount. So I go about my business. So individually, it's not rational to self-isolate. But the problem, of course, is if it is not individually rational for me to self-isolate, then the same is true for everyone else, because everyone else is rational as well. So we go around and we kind of, you know, spread the disease. So the governments responded to this negative externality by insisting that lockdowns were the only way to deal with this. Now, this flies in the face of enormous amount of research about human behavior. So now the papers are now coming out. Some of these are technical, some of them read the data, but there were multiple intermediate strategies that were available to avoid or minimize total harm, right? So think about this way. So let's say that there's some kind of function where this is, let's say we're thinking about aggregate benefit, and this aggregate benefit function reaches a peak at this point. So collectively, we all want to be at the point O. And let's say, to take a common popular perception, these are all right-leaning people and these are all left-leaning people. Let's call them Republicans and Democrats. So the problem really is that the right-leaning people may not have been doing enough. But what the left-leaning people don't seem to understand is that they are doing too much. So collectively, we want to be at the point O. The right wing might be stopping short of it, but the left wing, in some senses, and I'm using these words very broadly, are going too far in terms of social distancing. Okay. Now, this is a big quote, so I'm going to go ahead and read this out. This is from Ross Douthat's column in New York Times. And what he says, you don't have to read it, I'll read it out for you. He says, for many crucial decisions, he says that what we had was an abdication by the elected officials of responsibility for decisions that are fundamentally political in nature. When we look back over the pandemic era, one of the signal failures will be the inability to acknowledge that many decisions, from our vaccine policy to our lockdown strategy to our approach to businesses and schools, are fundamentally questions of statesmanship, involving not just the right principles or the right technical understanding of the problem, but the prudential balancing of many competing goods. So in order to get the science right, we needed to understand not only the epidemiological science, but the science behind human behavior. Okay. So that's why I don't think this mantra of trusting the science makes any sense. All right. Let me move on to my next topic. So we all understood this, that, well, we needed to lock down to flatten the curve. All of you know this. You've seen versions of this all over the place. But flatten the curve till what point? Well, an obvious implication was that we are spending billions of dollars, so we will most likely flatten the curve till a vaccine arrives. Of course, that's not the entire answer, but that certainly was one thinking that, well, let's keep going till we can find a vaccine. What's the problem with that? The problem with that, and I'm sure Byram has talked about this, and Gerhard talked about this, is that vaccines take a long time. And Simon touched upon this. So here's what happened in the world. So on March 11th, the WHO declared COVID to be a pandemic. And look at, these are just the OECD countries. And this would be true of other countries as well, is that look at the degree of what might be called mimicry or imitation. Pretty much every country, very rapidly within the next 2 weeks, this is regardless of their age profile, regardless of their health systems, regardless of the infection rate in the country, regardless of the fact whether there were islands in the middle of the Pacific or not, every country moved to implement the same exact proposals and the policies: school closures, cancellation of public events, closing down airports, closing down borders. So you can see how every single country essentially did the same thing because it was politically too risky not to do this. And of course, we don't want to be an outlier. And look at what happened to Sweden that dared to be an outlier. Okay. Now, Gerhard just pointed this out. It takes a long time to develop vaccines. So I'm going to skip some of this. So in the case of COVID-19, our aim was to find a vaccine within 18 months. Let me skip this next slide because I'm going to run out of time. But what's the problem with this? The problem is that, first of all, you needed a vaccine that was effective. It wasn't clear, or it's not clear how effective these vaccines are going to be given the rush. But then you also had to have enough production. You also had to keep them frozen. You had to distribute them around the world, and so on and so forth, because you cannot be free of COVID-19 till the rest of the world is free of COVID-19, which means you really have to get this out to 7 billion people in the planet in short order. Is that likely? Yes. What's going to happen soon? No. But why did people do this? Because we don't perceive probabilities properly. So this is a little bit technical. Stay with me. Hopefully it'll make sense and I should get the main point across. So let's say these are the probabilities: 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, and 100%. What happens is that the human brain is so developed that we routinely overweight small probabilities. So the perceived probabilities look like this kind of sideways tilted S curve. What that means really is that when we have a probability of 20%, our brain essentially perceives this as a 40% probability. This is why, in some sense, people buy lottery tickets. If you think about it rationally, your chances of winning the lottery are minuscule. But we overweight that very small probability. We think the chances are higher than it really is, which is why all around the world, everybody believed that because we were spending billions of dollars, somehow or the other, we can beat the laws of nature and get a vaccine in short order. If there are questions, I'll happy to answer it, but I'm going to move on simply by saying that the quest for a vaccine was predicated on this idea of overweighting a very small probability event. And the rush to get this vaccine also means that it's not very effective. And I skipped over parts of that. Okay. So a lot of this is overweighting of small probabilities, and there's a corresponding underweighting of large probabilities. Again, I'm going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip that. Okay. Let me talk about the race aspect. What this diagram shows is on this axis, on the left-hand axis, this is median age around the world. The right-hand axis is deaths per million around the world. Now, obviously, this is a noisy data set. There are lots of ups and downs. There are some outliers here, but I'm sure you would agree with me that the pattern is very clear. Countries where the population is young, the median age simply says, for instance, if I say that the median age in Kenya is 20 years, that means 50% of Kenya's population is less than 20 years old. 50% is more than 20 years old. In contrast, for instance, in say San Marino, Portugal, Spain, Italy, etc., 50% of the population is more than 40 years old. So now what you see here is a steady increase in the death rate, because the countries with higher death rates are countries with more old people. And bear in mind that the countries with more old people are typically the rich, industrialized Western countries of the world. So according to Stanford's John Ioannidis, and this is not just John, it's not like one of the converts, one of the members of our temple. This is commonly acknowledged. For some of these countries, to the left-hand side of this chart, the infection fatality rate is 0.09%. That means 9 deaths in 10,000. For some others, the rate is 2 deaths per 1,000, which means for many of these countries, COVID isn't really a big concern, and most of these countries wouldn't really even have noticed COVID by and large, because they had much bigger things to worry about, things like tuberculosis, malaria, waterborne diseases. So for many of these countries, COVID isn't really a threat to their daily existence. Why did COVID-19 lead to mass hysteria? Because all of a sudden, white folks were being killed. It was no longer the case that all these brown and black folks somewhere in Africa that were dying. In South Africa, where people have gone on and on about this, approximately 47,000 people died from COVID-19 in 2020. Given historical trends, around 3 times more will die from HIV/AIDS this same year and other complications. 1 in 5 South Africans suffer from AIDS, which then combines with tuberculosis and of course combined with COVID-19 to kill a lot of people. Between 1985 and 2014, there have been 2.7 million deaths in South Africa from AIDS. And in neighboring countries such as Swaziland, Lesotho, and Botswana, literally 1 in 4 or more people suffer from HIV prevalence. Notice that the world is not rushing to roll out a vaccine for AIDS, no longer. AIDS doesn't feature on the main newspapers of Western countries. In fact, when an Indian firm called Cipla came up with a generic cocktail for AIDS retrovirals, 40 companies such as Merck, GlaxoSmithKline, and Roche sued the South African government for patent infringement. And along the same lines, in December 2020, rich countries of the world defeated a proposal. TRIPS is the proposal under the World Trade Organization that governs intellectual property rights. So they refused to allow for generic manufacturing of COVID vaccines, which means two things. One is that the COVID vaccine will not get around the world as quickly as possible. And second of all, what we're going to have very soon is a world of vaccine haves and vaccine have-nots. So all of us in the rich countries will get our vaccines, probably, will travel back and forth, but the poor countries which will not have the vaccines or won't have a vaccine certificate won't be able to get on an airplane. Okay. So again, a long quote. This is by David Bell and Muhammad Usman Khan, writing for pandata.org. And this is what they say. And this is quite hard hitting, but there's no way to deny this anymore. They're saying that we now have a new paradigm for global health. Vaccinating children, not for their own health, but in order to protect a small cohort of elderly citizens. If we believe that the SARS-CoV-2 virus can and should be eradicated globally, and recognize that diverting resources for this program will cost lives, then we need to acknowledge that the children who are no longer benefiting from other health inventions are dying for the benefit of mostly elderly and chronically sick people in far wealthier nations who wish to reduce their own COVID-19 risk. Right? So there's a quote by C.S. Lewis, which says that the worst form of tyranny is that tyranny which is implemented with a genuine sense of goodwill for the victims. Okay, Mark, am I okay for time? Okay.
God, absolutely you are. Go for it, Anish. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Okay, so now, those of you who live overseas haven't seen this, but those of you who live in New Zealand, you must have heard that, oh my goodness, look how wonderfully we're doing. Unemployment rate has dropped to 4.9%. So I saw this and I said, well, okay. Does that really make sense? So I went back and forth with various people, talked to people in Stats New Zealand, etc. And I asked them, well, what does this mean? Notice that the same report that says unemployment drops to 4.9% also says that despite this quarterly fall, this is only for the last quarter, December quarter of 2020, the number of unemployed people is still 25,000 higher than it was a year ago, increasing from 116,000 in the December 2019 quarter, which is a rise of 22%. Now, let me just go to the same next graph, and I'll come back to this in a minute, because this is what Simon referred to. So here is what we have. So this is 22nd of January in 2020. This is 31st of December. This is data from MSD, the Ministry of Social Development, in the number of working age job seeker support work ready recipients. This is curious, right? Because what you can see is starting in about January 2020, we were about 85,000 benefit recipients. That number jumped to about 120,000 in the middle of the year, thereabouts, April, May. And then it has gone steadily up a little bit. But if the unemployment rate fell, then why didn't this number go down sharply like this? Because in January of 2021, this number stands at 135,401. So how is it that the unemployment rate fell, but people who are not working, but receiving job seeker support, that number didn't fall? So that didn't make a lot of sense to me. So I went back and asked them questions. And the answer is very simple. The answer is that, let me back up there. The answer is very simple. The answer is how Stats New Zealand calculates unemployment rate. So the way the unemployment rate is calculated is people are essentially asked during the last 4 weeks, were you actively looking for a job, et cetera, right? So then we calculate what's called the labor force as people who were looking for jobs within that 4-week period. And therefore, the unemployment rate is how many of them did not have jobs. So to give you an example, because this is averaged, say by the end of 2020, we had about 2,870,000 people who were in the labor force. These are people who are either working or looking for a job. And we had 140,000 people unemployed. That's what gave us the 4.9% number. But understand that when you look at the labor force, you are not counting the people who are not looking for jobs or have given up looking for jobs, etc. So when I asked Stats New Zealand this question, they said, well, you know, if you want to get a measure of slack in the economy, then we typically tell people to look at what we call the underutilization rate. What's the underutilization rate? Underutilization rate is people who are unemployed, people who are working part-time but would like to work full-time, people who are working shorter hours but would like to work longer hours, etc. And that underutilization rate has increased by 58,000. But here's the crux of the point. The point is that if I now take those numbers and I add it to the labor force, if I assume that, well, these people would be looking for jobs, if you add those numbers, then your unemployment goes up to 6.5%. And 6.5% unemployment is actually quite different from 4.9% unemployment. So journalists could have looked this up. This is not rocket science. All I had to do was email Stat New Zealand, get their data, look this up. So this doesn't mean that I'm right, they're all wrong. I may be wrong. These numbers, maybe the unemployment rate is a better measure than my numbers. But the fact remains that when you look at the fact that the number of benefit recipients hasn't fallen, when you look at the fact that the underutilization rate has gone up, that suggests that the economy is not in as great a shape as these journalists are making it out to be. Okay. With that, I might have used up my time, so I will stop. I'm happy to answer questions. I need to acknowledge Helen Kai, Ryan McGreevy, Stats New Zealand for the help they're provided. And some of this is coming from work I'm doing now, including a new book that I'm completing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anish. No, we've got actually plenty of time. Okay. So we'll see if we can tease out some of what you've been saying and some questions. Do you want to just spruik your book for a moment? you got a title for it, and when is it coming out?
So I finished a book this year called Behavioral Economics and Experiments, where some of this appears. And then I'm working on the book, which is tentatively called Uncommon Sense, Decision Making and COVID-19, but it's under review. So I don't know yet. It's being reviewed currently.
Cool. All right. So decision making. I think what you were saying at the start is we can't trust the science, mainly because we can trust it as far as it goes in terms of coming up with the CFR, the IFR, some of the data, although as I think we've learned over this past year, it's also a bit shaky in itself. But you've pointed out in terms of the politicians all choosing the same models for dealing with the response to COVID-19, that there seems to be an incredible scarcity of innovation in there. They're all doing the same thing. They all chose to do effectively the China model. No one really innovated. No one had any thoughts around different types of approaches, or and as you're suggesting, had the bravery to do so. How do we, if we can't trust the science, but we can't trust the politicians to take innovative leadership and make some decisions around the statescraft, the balancing of all those costs, we seem a bit stuck. How do we deal with that?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but it's not, in some senses, it's not because some people like us who teach behavioral sciences, this is not that astounding in some senses. So it's not just me. I mean, there are other people like Daniel Kahneman who have written on this. I talked a little bit about some of this, about system 1 versus system 2 thinking, about gut feelings, looking at data and kind of trying to think through. It's a tough proposition, and it's not clear. I mean, these are things that it's a function of social institutions, etc. And obviously some people like manage to sort out some of these things, but the fact is that a lot of these things where the information was available to us, the fact that countries with no land borders are not particularly at risk and things along those lines, I honestly don't know the answer to your question other than to suggest that this is something that we need to teach our next generation. You might be aware in the United States now there is a group of people called Heterodox Academy.
Yes.
Who are essentially kind of saying that, look, let's ask questions of people and leaders. Let's not shut off discussion. And I mean, one thing that I've said this before, one thing that I was surprised was that as a kind of so-called liberal, and I know that there's a lot more to it. I'm working on the difference between economic conservatives and social conservatives, things like that. But as a left-leaning person, I always kind of thought that kind of authoritarianism was very much right-wing, but I've now come to understand that there is very much kind of left-wing authoritarianism, which is what happened in New Zealand, because there was an enormous amount of effort to shut up anyone who asked any of these questions. So I guess this is a challenge for the next generation maybe, and our generation may have kind of lost this battle for now. But at the same time, historically, it's not unusual. I mean, these things, these kind of madnesses grip people. It's probably that social media, etc., made the madness kind of global, whereas in the past, it wouldn't have become so global so quickly, I think.
You skipped through your probability part. I'm assuming that your point is that we have just overreacted to COVID. I guess in some ways, how much have we overreacted? Is that easy to tell?
Well, that's not so easy to tell. It'll depend on kind of maybe different countries and various contextual factors. But the fact is that we were overreacting to a very small risk, and we are kind of underweighting large risks. So we were underweighting the risks of lockdowns and things like that. So I don't have a good answer to your question, but I do want to, let me tell you an anecdote, right?
Yeah.
So as you know, most of our colleagues at the University of Auckland kind of have not been happy with us, and we have had lots of, lots of scoldings from various people, etc. So one of the people who sent me a long, angry email, he's quite well known, I won't name him. He's deathly scared of COVID. He's a, probably reasonably young man, and he probably wouldn't suffer too much from COVID, etc. But what does this person do in his pastime? He goes rock climbing. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because I'm sure you understand that the risk of bodily injury from rock climbing is actually quite high. So this cognitive dissonance was surprising to me, that here is someone who goes rock climbing and is happy to accept that risk on a day-to-day basis, but is consistently overweighting this rather small risk of COVID-19 and getting it out in the community and things like that. This was surprising, but this is, again, based on work in behavioral sciences. It's probably not too surprising in some sense. People do this, and what was difficult was to get through and explain some of this. Once the wheels were set in motion, so I said this last time, think about our kind of intuitive things as an elephant and our reasoning ability as a rider. You can guide the elephant, but once the elephant has set down the road, turning it around is no longer very easy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think we've probably all got stories of people who have been judging the risk incorrectly. But even in one case of a young man who is fit that I know, who he says he's not worried about he's not particularly worried about the effects of COVID if he gets it, but he's worried about the long COVID. He's worried about the risk of that. So in your point, really, that once the elephant is set off, you keep trying to re-justify, in fact, the route it's taken,
Correct.
rather than change it.
lots of respiratory diseases have long-term problems. I mean, I had pneumonia once, had to be hospitalized. So it's not just COVID. Many respiratory illnesses could lead to long-term health issues. But that's something that is true of other diseases as well. It's not particularly true of COVID.
Now, just going back to this, your idea around the leadership and a trade-off between all of the costs that were there, which has been advocated by politicians. Oh, it was interesting to note here in New Zealand, a New Zealand Herald journalist who said when the latest economic data came out that you're pointing to, that those good numbers showed that the health response was
Correct.
clearly the best economic response.
Correct.
So for their way of thinking, the response is that there is no balance of good. The first thing you have to deal with is the health response. Once that, and doing that properly helps everything else. And apparently New Zealand is a good example of that. Can you comment on that?
As I said, I mean, it's possible, but there is, as I pointed out, a simple kind of, email exchanges with Stats New Zealand would have told them that the picture is not as rosy as all that, because there may potentially be a problem of people who have effectively given up looking for work. And that's not necessarily a good thing. Yeah. But as I said, to a large extent, our media has gotten into this very raw nationalism. I was actually a bit surprised because Jacinda Ardern accused the EU of vaccine nationalism, because the EU is saying that, you know what, we are not going to give you these vaccines. We're going to prevent them from being exported. And I thought that, well, and after having practiced nationalism in many shapes and forms for a long time, it's a bit of a pot calling the kettle black. But so I have written up this issue of 4.9% and how that doesn't really indicate economic health. We'll see if someone publishes that. Right. Because they publish some things I write, but they don't necessarily publish all of it.
Now, can we turn to the racial issue, which is something that Sinatra had raised in our first symposium back in August last year. And it's a very good point. As I understand it, what she's saying is that the rich, largely white and elderly nations have pulled back a lot of their external efforts and a lot of the charity and the aid, and people, and particularly people who are out in the world, and are more worried now about channeling the resources to deal with COVID, and that's the big effect. Are you thinking that is that the main one, or are there lots of other aspects to the racial divide, let's say?
There are many. You could go on and talk about various different issues in here, right? For instance, you could talk about what's happening within countries. You can talk about what's happening across countries. But this is certainly one facet of it, that in most of these third world countries, there are many other diseases that are far more deadly. But with the single-minded focus on COVID-19, we have kind of made sure that the kids haven't been vaccinated, resources are being diverted from other places. And it's not clear when these countries would even get a COVID vaccine, and why would they spend so much money on the COVID vaccine? These countries kids are dying from malaria, they're dying from dengue, they're dying from polio, they're dying from cholera, which is a waterborne disease, and all it needs is just clean sanitary water. So this is a gigantic waste of resources and kind of cognitive load to deal with the disease. That is not a huge problem. So that's one aspect of it. You can talk about various other aspects of it. For instance, one of the things I talk about in my book is that this attempt to kind of, one of the things we have done is kept interest rates very low. And one thing that I think Gerhard might have pointed to this, one thing that will certainly do is increase wealth inequality within countries, because the low interest rates are primarily helping people who are already asset holders, people who own houses, are the ones who are buying more. The people who are not there will fall further and further behind. Similarly, there'll be things like that across rich and poor nations about trade relations. So there are many ways you can think about it, but by and large, I also quote from another paper. They go ahead and say this. I can dig this up, but one group of researchers are saying that, look, low and middle income countries really are completely on their own, and they live in crowded areas in large cities, so they really need to be on kind of devise their own policy. They cannot afford to listen to what the rich nations are telling them to do, because it is absolutely not in their interest to do so.
Yeah. I wonder if, as a last question, if you could just, I think you've touched on it in terms of the low interest rates, but is it also true that the printing money, or whatever the fancy phrase is it for the new monetary theory, that is more of a trickle down, that's going to disadvantage the lower socioeconomic groups?
Well, look, it's very hard to answer some of these questions, partly because there are lots of confounds. No one knows. It takes time to figure these things out, et cetera, right? So on the one hand, so one thing we need to understand, again, something I talk about in my book, is that this recession, so-called recession, is very different from other recessions. In other recessions, things happened, and then we were kind of responding to it, like the global financial crisis. There was a housing bubble that burst and things happened. But this recession is very different, because in this recession, governments are creating the recession with one hand and fighting it with the other hand, right? So this is not the same. I mean, we could have chosen not to create the recession in the first place. Now, of course, COVID-19 could have probably created a recession if people were afraid to go out, etc. Maybe, maybe not. In the absence of mass hysteria, maybe it wouldn't have happened to that extent. Maybe it could have. But the fact is, by locking down, we were exacerbating the recession. And then we said, oh my goodness, we have recession, so now we must fight it. But this is a bit counterintuitive, because it's kind of endogenous. You're doing things to make it worse, and then you're fighting that.
Yeah.
So that will have significant implications in many different ways.
Are you still picking a recession, or a larger recession than has been experienced to date?
Again, it's hard to know, but I believe that's true, because the current data at the end of December is saying that even though the so-called unemployment rate dropped, economic growth has not happened. So the economy would on the whole shrink, but we'll have to wait for a while to get the updated GDP data. The economy will certainly shrink.
All right, thank you, Anish. Really appreciate the presentation, and looking at the comments as you were flying there, everyone else did as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. And everyone watch out for the Ananish's books as well. In about 15 minutes, we've got Jay, who is online and watching. But just before then, we noticed in the listening amongst the attendees was Tim Flynn, who is from the Australian group in the lockdown. And I don't think, certainly here in New Zealand, we don't hear a lot about other countries and what's going on there, particularly the critique. So we don't hear about it in Australia. So I thought we'd get Tim on, just have a quick talk before Jay. Tim, listening to Ananish there and his analysis, is that sort of assessment about the economic impact going on in Australia?
Oh, look, I'm a public finance accountant, and I've worked as an auditor or CFO of a lot of government organisations, including in medical research, national health services, treasuries, and you tend to find that economists are like the architects of economic policy, whereas the accountants, we're pretty much the builders. And we have to translate the economist's plans into budgets, real numbers. And that means there's always an inherent tension between our two professions. However, having had a listen to Anish today, I've got to say it's probably a unique experience in that I'm in absolute furious agreement with what he said. which normally with accountants, that is a very, very rare occurrence.
I don't know how long you've been watching this presentation for, but one of the things that's astounding when you get all these experts one after the other is the amount of data that's there that's evident that this thing is not what is being claimed of it. What are ordinary Australians seeing this sort of data? Are they talking about it or sharing it?
No, look, I mean, essentially, this is the story about how the End the Lockdown group led me to set it up. Look, early career, I was an auditor in the British National Health Service, and obviously, it was a very, very political process, and eminent medical people would put together a model, and basically there were financial incentives to exaggerate or sort of over dramatize the severity of a particular problem. And I remember I was a 25-year-old in Margaret Thatcher, John Major's Britain. A public service job with a regular paycheck was like gold. And I was suddenly evaluating a budget at the start of the HIV crisis, and literally I was at odds with these leading medical professors over the underlying assumptions of the model. And God, I was so worried. But however, I went on to my boss at the time, the chief internal auditor. I won't mention the gentleman's name, but he was part of that. It was like the end of the wartime generation. The guy had been decorated for bravery as an officer in the Second World War. And he said, "Oh God, Tim, don't worry about it. It happens all the time. Literally the budget and write the report is fine. You've done great work." And effectively, the modeling was always been a little bit of a horse dealing exercise. And like I say, my basic methodology when asked to review an economic model or a budget is basically set up a rough model myself, and then sort of compare it to the model that's been presented, and then assess the reasonableness of any other differences. However, and like I say, I went through this exercise based upon the data that was available from China and Italy, and applied it to an Australian context. And I literally just could not see how they were coming up with figures, 500,000 deaths in the UK, 150,000. I just literally could not see this. However, I decided to keep my own counsel because I like it. However, then sort of there were articles appearing in the serious press asking the same questions. I think there was an article in the Australian, there was an article in the UK Financial Times, which publications they're not noted for their hyperbole, shall we say. And I shared it to my Facebook page, and I was suddenly vilified. For Christ's sake, you're some kind of a lunatic, conspiracy, the whole works. So now, I don't mind what people call me. A label is always in the eye of the beholder. However, I thought, for God's sake, I can't be the only person who thinks this thing. So I started having a look round for other Facebook groups that I could join. And to be honest with you, they seem to be populated by, shall we say, the poorer educated members of society and the people who are looking for conspiracy theorists and simple solutions. So therefore, that was the impetus to actually set the End the Lockdown group up. And like I say, it's sort of taken it from there.
We just got a couple of minutes. I wanted to ask you, it looks from New Zealand like the reaction of the state and states to doubt and indeed resistance to some of the response has been surprisingly extreme. Talking about protests and police response. How has that gone down in Australia? Do people just shrug their shoulders and think that's okay?
Look, again, there's been a attempt to categorise anybody who opposes the lockdown as some kind of a militant lunatic and wantonly endangering the health of others. That's why on my page I've been very, very careful to present a moderate, reasonable approach and to use mainly quote respectable sources, national newspapers, national press, and sort of official university elected politicians or candidates, and like I say, I always think you get a lot further by using a moderate, reasonable approach than you do by standing on a street corner with a placard and making a lot of noise.
But it's been hard, hasn't it? With the fact-checking approach that's been placed on a lot of the content that's coming out that questions COVID responses.
Oh God, yes. Look, like I say, we get told the articles that we have been flagged on have been articles from the UK Daily Mail, another one from an Australian government website, and then sort of a member published something from Donald Trump while he was the serving president of America. Now, I'm not going to get into the pros and cons of Donald Trump. However, if you can't relay information from essentially the leader of the free world, it's absolute, it is very, very difficult. And obviously, to expect Tim Flynn sitting there with his laptop to have the same fact-checking resources as the Australian government or a major Fleet Street newspaper is patently preposterous.
Mm. Yeah. So keeping reasonable though in those circumstances is quite hard. I mean, the extraordinary lengths to which authorities have gone, and the extraordinary stupidity of some of the responses or inconsistency makes it very hard to stay reasonable. We've found.
It is. Look, we're exactly the same thing. However, look, we've got a lot of responsibility as responsible professional people and leaders within our communities to actually present a rational view in a measured and dignified manner. It's I think that's the key and the paramount. I think if we start behaving like get into hyper, and a lot of the time it's just being effective. As the group, we're actually dealing with a lot of the victims of lockdown. In the last week, I've had to make representations for an expat who's stranded in Indonesia at the moment with 2 children, who is literally destitute. And I've been making representations on his behalf with a good friend of mine, Luke Gosling MP. And I've also had, and also in the same week, we've had some poor person who's literally imprisoned in an abusive situation, and again trying to find referrals to her. And like I say, by having that basis of reasonableness, and also being able to utilize our contacts and networks, and like I say, we've got I think we've got 3 serving parliamentarians in the group, Kath Cummings, Tim Quilty from the LDP, Liberal Democrat Party, and like I say, it's being able to, it's those personal relationships, and that's why we want to be so moderate. And if I could just mention,
yes, go for it, finally.
Absolutely. I've got an interview booked with Professor Gigi Foster, who's been, the economist from the University of New South Wales. who literally, she's led the charge of the academic community against the lockdown. And that's coming up on the, I think it's the 22nd of February. So look, if your members would like to come along to that conversation, or I'll share it to your group, I think you'd find it awfully interesting.
Yeah, that sounds great. We will do that. We'll post that to people who are watching and signed up for this symposium. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And look, it's a great honour to be here amongst such a distinguished panel. I feel, well, what is it? The poet who said he worked as a university librarian, and he said, whenever I walk into a group of academics, I feel like a poor curate who's walked into a room full of archbishops. I sort of feel a bit like that myself. So thank you very much, guys. It was a great honour to appear on such an eminent panel.
Thanks, Tim. Right, well, we are going to turn to one of those eminent people, and that's Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford University. Jay spoke to our last symposium, and a lot has happened since then, hasn't it? Including the Great Barrington Declaration is one of the biggies. We spoke to Sinetra at the start of the symposium a couple of hours ago, Jay. So we have covered that ground, but some of it anyway. So I will, and I'd like to ask you a bit about that at the end. But what would you like to talk about today?
I was hoping to I put together a presentation about my thoughts on this zero COVID policy.
Oh yeah,
because it's making the rounds, and I think well, you'll see you probably can guess my opinion about it. I think it's a dangerous idea, and I wanted to make the case that is in fact that it is a dangerous idea.
Okay. That's great. Well, let's fire away. We've got an hour, so we're up to an hour. So take as long as you need. There will be lots of questions, I'm sure. So leave some time for that too.
Wonderful. I mean, I think it should take about half an hour.
That's great. We're very pleased to have you with us. Thanks, Jay.
Let me see if I can share the screen and get this going. Okay. Yeah. So I wasn't subtle in my titling. I think it's So zero COVID sounds like a fantastic idea. We all want to live in a world where COVID.
Hey Jay, do you want to stick the presentation on to? At the moment, it's not on present or not on, so we can see the.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Let me see if I can get this right. Apologize. Let's see.
No, that's all right. It will work that way if it needs to.
How about this?
So if you go to presentation mode. Somewhere.
Is it on presentation mode now?
No.
Okay, let me try one more time. All right, put this on presentation mode, and then go. You'd think I would, as a professor, have done this enough times that this would not be a.
No, you're not the only person to whom it's happened today, so don't worry about that.
Here we go. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So right. So I have not chosen a subtle title, but like to talk about this, I think it does help to start by acknowledging the attraction of the idea. The attraction is simple. We all wish we lived in a world without COVID, and in some places, New Zealand, most prominently, you all live in a place where there just isn't a lot of COVID, and you can see videos passed around by people in the United States, I can tell you for certain, but elsewhere, of normal life going on in New Zealand, and this idea that we can all have this if we just work hard enough to get to this. That it's a very attractive idea. But the case I want to make is that this is a utopian nightmare, right? In fact, it's entirely unachievable, and the attempt to do so on a worldwide basis will cause catastrophic harm. Okay, so first, let me just talk about what is the endpoint of this epidemic. And really, there's only two possible endpoints of the epidemic. Either the world will end up in a spot where there is no COVID anywhere on the face of the earth, literally nowhere on the face of the earth, or we'll end up in a spot where, in the language of the models, it's called endemic equilibrium. We end up in a spot where COVID exists alongside the hundreds of other pathogens that humans face, and we learn to live with it. We learn to live with it. It won't be a disease that produces the kind of devastating harm that was produced last year, because there's too many people that have been infected with it, and I'll make that case later. So there's sort of population immunity. In the very long run, maybe even just a few years from now, what happens is kids get it when they're little, and they're potentially reinfected every few years, but the reinfections, when they get it when their kids are they get a very mild disease, but that produces a lasting immunity, and the reinfections just produce mild colds. It'll be like the other coronaviruses. That's the endemic equilibrium, where we learn to live with COVID, and in the meantime, we have to protect the vulnerable, the old, who we know to be the most at risk from the disease. So you have these two very, very different endpoints for the epidemic. And with with camps arguing for both, right? So the World Health Organization actually has inched away from this idea of zero COVID. You can see this from a couple of headlines I just pulled for this slide, saying that COVID-19 may never go away, that it's too tricky for zero COVID strategy in Europe. And I'll tell you, I think that it's like a very sensible thing that they're doing by walking away from it. At the same time, I've seen governments, the Canadian government, for instance, the Irish government, for instance, a few others arguing or trying to prepare their population for a zero COVID policy with sort of extensive lockdowns that will continue until such time as COVID is eliminated. Okay, so I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about what, from an epidemiologic point of view, what does it take to eradicate a disease? And this is not controversial. This predates COVID, and it's. I just put together a very short list. There's more that you would want to put on this list, but I think these are the relevant things I wanted to discuss today. First, you need a technology for quick detection of all infections, right? If you want zero COVID, you can't have cases or infections floating around outside of the purview of the public health authorities, because if you do, the disease you stomp it in one place and it pops up in another place without your knowing, and then you're just continually stomping it all without actually knowing exactly where it is. You need a technology for quick detection. I just want to say that the PCR technology we have now is actually not enough. What I mean by technology is not simply just a test, but also an infrastructure that can be used to test at a population level very, very frequently, such that we can find every case, every infection, whether or not it produces symptoms altogether. So that technology, I don't think exists anywhere on Earth. Okay, second, we need no non-human reservoirs of the infections. Why? This is, again, a classic sort of requirement for eradicating a disease. It's very, very simple. You can eradicate it in humans, but if there's non-human reservoirs, you can get reinfected into the population. I mean, very famously, of course, it's there's the theory that SARS-CoV-2 originated in bats. So in principle, this is already violated, but we can consider that. Third, you need limited geographic spread. Why is that? Because in every single successful eradication campaign, and actually, frankly, I'm going to go cover both of them. In the history of the world, it's required the cooperation of local governments, and if you have to bring the cooperation of every single government in the world on board to this, it's going to be an insuperable challenge. Limited geographic spread is a very, very important feature of successful campaigns. And again, let me describe that a bit. And finally, you need a vaccine that disrupts disease spread. And I'll talk a little bit about the evidence around that. I think we may have one, but it's hard to say from the evidence we have to date. We don't know that for certain as yet for COVID-19. Okay, so let me start with an example that's less well known, but it's really important, of a infectious disease that actually has been eradicated. It's one of two that have involved extensive campaigns that have actually led to the eradication, and it's a disease called rinderpest. Rinderpest was a disease of cattle, of cows' cattle. It was a virus. And you can see from the sort of old-timey picture the kind of devastation it would wreak. It would take big cattle herds and kill all of them. It's a disease that spread by respiratory droplets, spread by cows. Cows and cattle in close proximity to one another would spread the disease to one another. And you can sort of get a sense of the devastation from this picture. It caused billions of dollars of damage, and it was just a complete disaster. It had sort of not quite worldwide scope. The New World sort of escaped it for the most part. It started in Scandinavia in the 1700s, at least was first detected in Scandinavia in the 1700s, spread through Europe in the 1800s, and then spread, and then sort of spread in the 1900s, sort of spread through Africa, through Asia. A lot of the spread, a lot of the European cases sort of started to go down in the 1800s with the development of a vaccine, which I'll talk about. But then it sort of took hold in Africa and Asia mainly, but there was a massive effort to develop better vaccines, and which eventually led to the eradication of the disease, a huge success. And so let me just go through a brief timeline. There was, in 1887, it was first introduced into Africa. Rinderpest introduced to Africa. It was Robert Koch, the famous Koch postulates, actually developed a serum that could inoculate cows against the Rinderpest vaccine, the virus. There was a big advance in 1960 by virologists who developed a vaccine for it called the Plowright tissue culture vaccine, which was a big improvement over Koch's serum. And there was a mass vaccination program that was instituted by in 1962. It was supposed to last 15 years, and it was a huge success. Right, it led to the reduction of the geographic spread to only 2 locations in Africa. The campaign ended, and then the disease exploded all through Africa. There was a resurgence of rinderpest in sub-Saharan Africa in 1980. The problem was there was no vaccine that could reach remote areas. This vaccine that had been, this Plowright tissue culture vaccine, required sort of a cold chain, which was difficult to maintain in remote areas of sub-Saharan Africa. And so when it wasn't until 1990 the thermostable vaccine was developed. And this was the key tool, technological tool, but it wasn't enough. What was also needed was cooperation of local governments, and local meaning literally local governments and local tribal elders and people who kept cows all through Africa, where the rinderpest was, in order for this thermostable vaccine to actually be applied. The earlier programs had involved mass vaccination programs all through India, for instance, of cows all through India. The problem was the mass vaccination programs weren't reaching areas, these remote areas, and the disease persisted. So you had these community-based vaccination delivery and targeted vaccination rather than these mass vaccination programs that finally led to the success of global eradication. I think the last case was found in 2001 or 2 or 3 or something, but by 2011 was the final official date when the disease was eradicated. So if you look at the sources that look back at this, what they conclude is that they actually say some things that are really quite relevant for COVID-19, right? In some sense, said rinderpest was a so-called dead-end disease for wild herds, as their low population density inhibited the spread of the disease. So herds that were really, really tightly packed together, lots of high density herds, that's where the disease spread. That's where those, like the picture that I started with, you saw. Together with the development of potent vaccine in 1960, the dead end in wild herds played an important role in achieving disease eradication in 2011. Right, so the vaccine was necessary. The existence of thinned out herds was necessary. The cooperation of local governments was necessary, and it took more than 100 years. 3 billion doses of rinderpest vaccinations were developed over 6 decades. It was, like I said, a massive global effort to rid the world of this disease that inflicted cows, this virus-infected cows. So this is from another sort of retrospective looking back on what worked. It said, regarding the use of rinderpest vaccine as a tool to eradicate the virus, the two most important conclusions may be drawn. First, as shown during the vaccination campaign and during the first 30 years of vaccination in India, mass vaccinations of entire epidemiologically graded populations is an extremely blunt and expensive tool. While undoubtedly able to reduce the rate of virus transmission in affected areas, concentrating on repeatedly vaccinating extremely large numbers of animals, most of which were not at risk, distracted attention from the existence of residual foci and the persistence of the virus in contaminated trading environments. Okay, what can we learn from this? I'll come back to that because I want to talk about a human disease that has been eradicated, just so we can understand again the common theme here is although this was a virus that affected cows and it was an eradication campaign that affected cows that helped cows and humans that tended them. We should also look to the one disease that actually has been eradicated in humans, and that with an intentional effort, and that is smallpox. So smallpox goes back at least 3,500 years. It's been found in the tombs of pharaohs. It was a disfiguring viral disease, you can sort of see some of the pictures from smallpox with the pustules. It was once you had it, it could just disfigure you permanently, the infection fatality rate was enormously high. Right? I think the case fatality rate is something like 30%. I mean, really, really high death rate from smallpox throughout history. It was the most dreaded viral disease in history. It was eradicated by a decades-long effort in the 20th century, led in part by this man. This is Donald Henderson, probably the most and rightfully so, the most prominent and well-known epidemiologist of the 20th century. And I wanted to give you, I hope this works, I can give you in his words, why was smallpox a good candidate for eradication?
Well, smallpox was the most feared disease. At the time they decided to undertake eradication, and had been right through history. It had been the most feared disease. So there's a lot of interest in the part of a lot of countries in eradicating smallpox. The smallpox is a special situation because it is a virus. It can only spread from person to person to person. So in order to survive, it has to keep infecting people. And if at some point it fails to infect somebody, it stops. And there's no animal involved here. Smallpox does not infect animals. So if we could stop smallpox, this chain of infection, that would be the end of smallpox because it would not recur as a result of infection from animals.
Okay, so what you have is a disease that's only spread from human to human. There was a fantastic vaccine that was developed, and yet the eradication effort still took decades. Well, why is that? Because it was similar to rinderpest. There was this mass vaccination campaign that actually made an enormous amount of progress in reducing the geographic spread of smallpox to a very few areas. But in those areas, once the risk of smallpox had come down, people stopped taking the vaccine. They were resistant to taking the vaccine. They just didn't. It wasn't like an easy thing. The more successful the effort was, the more difficult it became to end the effort. Okay, so let me show you what happened at the end was there was a team put together by Dr. Henderson and the World Health Organization that would find cases that would have this massive worldwide surveillance system looking for even a single case. They would descend on the town that had the case. They would vaccinate the people, all the contacts around them, and there was an enormous effort to try to stamp out the remaining cases. It took decades, and it was a huge effort. Let me show you his. So this is sort of his victory lap, talking about how the last cases were stomped out. And this is just only a couple of minutes, I promise, worth your time.
The most severe form of the disease, called variola major, was prevalent throughout Asia, and it killed about 30% of the people. We managed to get rid of it in country after country, and it was finally in Bangladesh. We thought we had it in that area. And the last days in smallpox in Bangladesh were very dramatic indeed. We had celebrated on the 15th of August, 1975, the eradication of smallpox in India. And I flew with Director General and I were to fly to Bangladesh to encourage them to try to finish up. And we couldn't get on the plane. There'd been a coup. The president of the country had been shot. His family had been shot. Armies were moving to the border. It looked like we would have refugees. And we had no idea. We thought, my goodness, we've got it cornered in one country, in only one part of one country, and what's going to happen. Surprisingly, quiet. There was a period of quiet after this, and our teams went working very hard. And all of a sudden, we were finished. And suddenly there was this, well, we were looking at it, there were no cases. Went for 6-8 weeks, no cases. And abruptly, in came a telegram, there's one more case, way off on a distant island with a lot of people, but there was smallpox. And so you can imagine the resources that were poured into that. And they came by steamer and motorboat and paddle by canoe, however, to vaccinate and make sure it was the last case. And so that was the last case in Bola Island in Bangladesh. We waited then for weeks while we checked all through Bangladesh and other countries to be sure, but indeed that turned out to be the last case.
I mean, that was a huge success, an enormous success, and you can hear sort of how the last years of smallpox eradication went. It took years. It took a massive surveillance system. It took massive effort to isolate even single cases. It wasn't a disease by the end that was widespread. It was a disease that was geographically isolated, so you can get a sense of like where it was in 1945 when the World Health Organization, in this top right picture, how widespread it was, where it was endemic. The idea to eradicate it didn't start in 1945 when it was so widespread. The idea was to control it, to manage it through epidemic, through the vaccine. But over time, as the extent of smallpox shrunk down, it became possible. It became imaginable, and it was a huge successful campaign in order to do that. Now, if you're asking, was it worth it? The answer is yes. Let me just, and I'm going to do this just briefly because I think this is a bit of economic epidemiology that's worthwhile thinking about in the context of COVID. So I draw this from my textbook on health economics. I have a chapter on economic epidemiology. Let me just tell you one of the key ideas in economic epidemiology is that the extent to which people are willing to self-protect against a disease is very closely linked to the risk they face from the disease. You can see this in COVID. When cases are high and rising, people are willing to undertake all kinds of self-protective activities, even ones that don't necessarily result in much protection. So the compliance with masks, social distancing, lockdown orders, and so on are much higher when the perceived threat of disease is high. When the perceived threat of disease is low, those kinds of self-protective activities are not actually all that popular. So in New Zealand, I gather and I hope that there is not, in general, not a lockdown. In general, people are living their lives freely. They're not scared of COVID because there's zero COVID on the island, right? So that's completely consistent with what you'd expect with if you follow this sort of idea of economic epidemiology. Less disease leads to less self-protection, but there's a cycle. Less self-protection can lead to more disease, and then more disease leads to more self-protection, and you get this sort of cyclical kind of equilibrium kind of phenomenon. Where essentially it's consistent with endemicity. It's very difficult to eradicate a disease because people's guard will naturally and should naturally go down when there is less disease. Second thing, how should we think about the disease and the protection? Well, in epidemiology, sometimes we like to think about the protection, the self-protection, as a good thing, and the disease as a bad thing. I'll tell you that's only half true. The disease absolutely is a bad thing, but the self-protection is also a bad thing. It's a cost that we bear in order to avoid the disease. It would be better not to have to bear that cost at all, but it's like a tax, right? Taxes, what you buy with taxes are good things, but the tax itself is a bad thing, right? You induce sort of distortions in behavior, deadweight loss from taxes is in the economic terms, that are just bad. What you buy with the tax is good, right? So similarly with diseases and epidemiology, the self-protection is like a tax imposed on us by the disease. So there's this notion in economic epidemiology of excess burden, right? So if you have a disease on the x-axis, you compare diseases, a disease with very low mortality rate, say, or disease severity on the left, this theta L number, versus a disease that's really high mortality rate. Think Ebola on the right, and you know, I don't know, maybe a cold or something on the left. Well, the epidemiologic cost of the disease could be like sick days. It could be you know, actual deaths. It could be all kinds of things. There's this strange phenomenon that the epidemiologic burden of disease actually has this inverted U shape. Well, why is that? For the diseases that are most severe, people undertake the most actions to protect themselves from it. Vaccines, of course, if they're available. I mean, we've seen this with COVID, like the compliance with lockdowns. So the epidemiologic burden rises and falls with disease severity. Same time, that doesn't mean a disease on the right is not imposing costs. Smallpox, for instance, still imposes costs, even though it's gone, in the form of vaccine that we keep just in case of bioterrorism events, right? The excess burden of disease counts both the costs of self-protection, that's what the excess burden is, plus the epidemiologic cost from the disease. The total cost of the disease is the sum of those two things, excess burden plus epidemiologic costs. So if you do a little analysis of the yearly cost of smallpox for industrialized countries and small developing countries in 1967, right? Was it worth it? Well, industrialized countries, there was no smallpox, not very much. The epidemiologic costs were zero since no one was actually getting smallpox, everyone was vaccinated. The excess burden was the vaccination costs. The campaign costs in those countries was what the portion was $7.5 million per year. It wasn't actually, it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but it was $1967. In developing countries, there was a huge epidemiologic burden because a lot of people got and died from smallpox. The cost of care for smallpox also was high. The excess burden was lower because there was not as much vaccination going on. And the campaign costs per year were higher, borne by the developing countries. If you do a net present value calculation and ask, what was it worth it? The answer is absolutely yes. The net present value of return from that investment in smallpox eradication yielded 36% a year. I mean, that's like you put your money in the bank and you get 36% out with certainty. That was an enormously good investment for smallpox eradication, right? So the net present value compares the cost of the campaign versus the benefits from reductions in both the excess burden and epidemiologic costs, and it turns out to be hugely beneficial. Okay, so now let's turn our attention to COVID. Is COVID a good candidate for disease eradication? Okay, so just remember what the criteria are. First, COVID is worldwide and widespread, right? So this is from the latest Hopkins map. I mean, this map is familiar. Even Australia has cases. New Zealand, of course, doesn't. But everywhere else, Europe and the Americas are just dotted with cases. Only a small fraction of COVID-19 infections are actually identified as cases. So I worked on a couple of seroprevalence studies in the early days of the epidemic in Santa Clara County, Los Angeles County, where we found that there were 40 to 50 times more cases or more infections than cases. That's because COVID-19 infection has a range of clinical outcomes, ranging from completely asymptomatic and hence unlikely to voluntarily come to the attention of public health authorities, ranging to this horrible viral pneumonia and then everywhere in between. Even today, in countries that have an enormous amount of testing like the United States, the fraction of cases identified is something on the order of maybe 20%, 1 in 4, 1 in 5, 25%. Okay, so we don't have a technology to identify all infections. There was an attempt made in Slovakia, I think, to simultaneously test within the course of 2 weeks, I think a very large fraction of this population, and yet cases still continue to rise because they didn't capture all the infections. It's not technically feasible. We don't, and I don't mean technically in terms of the PCR test. I mean in terms of like technically in terms of simultaneously testing an entire population all at once. They're animal reservoirs. I picked these pictures because I wanted to tug at your heartstrings with this picture of this cute cat and these dogs. But like, but the bad news is cats have been found with COVID-19. Dogs have been found with COVID-19. Bats, of course, and of course, and minks as well, as you can see from the famous Danish experience of culling minks that have been found with some variant of COVID-19. There are animal reservoirs, and it clearly spreads between humans and animals. We don't fully know exactly the extent of it, but it's possible. This is not like smallpox where there's only human to human spread. This probably doesn't even need to be said, but I kind of feel like it needs to be said. If you want zero COVID, it's not enough to point at New Zealand and point and say success there. If you want zero COVID, you have to have zero COVID everywhere, or else you continue to pay the excess burden of disease everywhere for all time, right? Until it's gone. A single nation with zero COVID is always at risk of reinfection from the outside. Like that's the key thing. Zero COVID is a utopian. Well, I mean, for some people, a utopian dream. To me, a utopian nightmare. I haven't made the nightmare case yet, but I'm going to. There's a long timeline to vaccinate the world. This is from a CNN story that says it'll take until 2024 to get enough vaccines that we can vaccinate the world. That's probably a little bit pessimistic. I suspect we could do it faster if we put our mind to it. The issue is not technically getting enough vaccines, but actually getting everyone in the world to vaccinate in time, but before the immunity induced by vaccination wanes. Again, this is just like trying to test everyone in the world at once. It's just not technically feasible. It's a very long time, I'd say, to vaccinate the world, even if you can produce enough vaccines quickly. The development of variant strains also poses a challenge for zero COVID. The development of variant strains, it threatens to increase disease infectivity. In fact, I think that's the argument for the B117 variant and the South African strain. They threaten to make existing vaccines less effective at preventing disease spread and disease-related mortality. Actually, my reading is that so far that's not true. That the variants thus far have not actually made the vaccines actually cover the variants. In any case, since with this mRNA platform, in principle, you could alter it. But if it does happen, if it does actually happen that you get a variant that reduces that increases in infectivity, evades the vaccine, and is more deadly, well, it'll greatly increase the time until zero, to the extent, and I don't think it's possible now, but it would make it utterly impossible. And it'll also greatly increase uncertainty around the policy. Every time there's a new variant, there'll be a new lockdown. Okay, and others have mentioned this. I know Professor Gupta has made this, and this is where I learned this from her. So I'm just I like to steal ideas from people I respect. So I'll do that. There's an irony in vaccine development, and that countries that have a very low COVID infection load could not, in principle, have played any role whatsoever in the development of the vaccine. Because in order to test the vaccine, you actually have to have some risk of getting infected. Second, countries that are currently near zero COVID can play no role whatsoever in revising the vaccines to deal with any new variants that escape existing vaccines. In a sense, a country that has zero COVID, like New Zealand by itself, is engaging in a beggar thy neighbor epidemiologic policy. It's relying on others to be infected so that it can get protected. Now it runs in the other direction, right? Of course, other countries have not been as successful in New Zealand in controlling the spread of the disease. So, in a sense, it's not a question of finger pointing or blame. The point is, we're all in this together, right? There's no way around that fact. You can't just be an island and isolate yourself from the rest of the world unless you really have that as your philosophy for the rest of all time. So, is zero COVID worth it? I've now wanted to make the case for it is a nightmare, and I'm going to make that case just by pointing out a few lockdown harms, because that's the tool that the zero COVID proponents have in mind. These lockdowns that New Zealand has sort of escaped, but well, except for certain periods that have led to huge damage to its economy. But the rest of the world, especially Europe and the Americas, is still facing. And the case I'm going to make is based on the economic harm caused by these continuing lockdowns. The economic harm has its effect, of course, on the developed world, but it also has an enormous effect on the developing world that I think offsets almost any benefit you can imagine from zero COVID. So first in April of 2020, the World Food Program estimated that there would be 130 million people at risk of starvation worldwide as a consequence of the economic harm of the lockdowns. That is unfortunately, something like that has unfortunately come true. There's a recent science paper by this group at Berkeley that's documented this kind of massive food insecurity worldwide. We're going to see and are seeing already an enormous effect on the world's poor. Every poor person on the face of the earth has been harmed by these lockdowns. Missed vaccinations, right? So the World Health Organization estimates that because of the lockdowns, the programs that that have been working to vaccinate the world's poor, the poor countries in the world have stopped, right? So at least 80 million children at risk of diseases like diphtheria, measles, polio, as COVID-19 disrupts routine vaccination efforts. The lockdowns will, if instituted, will continue to do this, right? The missed healthcare services in the United States, missed cancer diagnoses, cancer screening. The lockdowns have had, because we focused only on COVID-19, we've ignored an enormous number of other public health threats, including cancer, hemoglobin, diabetes screening, heart disease. The major killers in developed countries have been harmed by these lockdowns. Mental health, the mental health consequences of lockdowns are we're just beginning to sort of describe them, but they're just catastrophic. This statistic, in June of 2020, in the United States, 1 in 4 young adults 18 to 24 seriously considered suicide. One in 4, right? So that will continue, and it'll continue indefinitely as long as the lockdowns last in the bid to get zero COVID. Lastly, I promise, is the last slide on the lockdown harms. I could go on actually for hours and hours on this, but I don't want to. I just want to give you some flavor of it. The lockdown harms, the lockdown benefits are incredibly unequally distributed. In Los Angeles County, where my mom lives, for instance, the LA County Public Health put out a study, a set of statistics looking at the mortality rate from COVID-19 in richer parts of versus poorer parts of Los Angeles County. So less than 10% poverty, we're talking about Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, where I once lived, 93 deaths per 100,000. In the poorer parts of Los Angeles County, 325 deaths per 100,000. The lockdowns protect the rich. The lockdowns will protect the people, the laptop class, the people who can stay at home and actually protect themselves and get food delivered to them. And it puts at risk everybody else. The lockdowns are not actually a universal tool that will protect everyone. They're a focused protection of the rich. It's in a sense, it's a form of trickle-down epidemiology. I'm going to talk. I'm going to say this just because I believe it strongly, although I think to a large extent we've sort of forgotten about it. Lockdowns are not consistent with democracy. They're not consistent with human rights. The lockdowns involve violations of the right to assembly, which means which includes assembly with having dinner with my extended family. Lockdowns have involved violations of free speech rights. We've seen censorship in science on a level not seen since the Soviet Union suppressed just free discussion of genetics. But you have a violation of children's right to education throughout the United States and in many other countries. A violation of property rights as businesses get arbitrarily closed. And a violation of due process as we involuntarily confine huge populations of people, as both New Zealand and Australia continue to occasionally have happen. In New Zealand itself, you have this national isolation with the decimation of the tourism industry. I think it's 10% of GDP of something on the order of 10% of GDP of New Zealand is basically gone overnight. With a big decrease, a big hit to the growth rate. This was from October. The IMF estimate, the IMF 2020 estimate was 6%. I think it's gotten a little bit better since then. They're projecting a bounce back, but it depends on if there's another lockdown. If you have a zero COVID policy and you have a case that pops up, you could see the growth rate change overnight downward, right? You have this great uncertainty that kills economies with intermittent lockdown, right? So this was from August of last year. You all remember a couple of cases was found that resulted in closure again of New Zealand. That could happen over and over again, right? You just don't know because the cases could slip in. Are there benefits? Well, that depends on how likely you think this has happened. If you think of the world as zero COVID forever, if we just bear down hard enough, you say, okay, yeah, there's going to be benefits that we can imagine. The problem is it's not technically feasible. There is no chance that a lockdown focused policy will lead to zero COVID. Only the laptop class can actually afford to truly isolate. And that's only because the essential class, the essential worker class, serves their needs. We have this bifurcated world that the lockdowns assume that we have this uniform ability lockdown. COVID meets none of the technical criteria for disease that can be eradicated. And the messaging that zero COVID proponents have, that the world can have the openness of New Zealand, ignores epidemiological reality. It's a form of propaganda. I heard this in the previous talk, which I thought was really right. There are other diseases that deserve our attention, that are afflicting the poor, that are afflicting people worldwide, that actually could be eradicated if we put our mind to it. Guinea worm, drocunculus, yaws. I just picked three that I think. Drocunculus is this worm that I mean, you can see this terrible picture of it. It's easily identifiable. We've made an enormous amount of progress. It's also easily treatable once it's identified. There's political commitments from governments where the disease is limited geographic. It has all of the characteristics of a disease that can be eradicated if we just put our mind to it. Yaws is another disease where in 2012 there was a major breakthrough in yaws. It turns out that you could give a dose of an oral antibiotic and it cures it. This deadly disease that's harmed, the skin disease that's harmed like millions and millions of people, is on the brink of eradication. But we have potentially commitments from governments to address this. The point I want to make with these is COVID-19, a zero COVID policy would take our attention away from these diseases. It's not actually possible to, as you can see from the collapse of the vaccination programs worldwide, to focus on disease eradications that actually do inflict millions and millions of lives, while at the same time focusing on zero COVID. It is not. You may say that it's possible. It's not actually possible. What should you do instead? Well, I think focus protection and the Great Barrington Declaration is a smarter policy. Now that we have the vaccines, we can use it to protect vulnerable people. Who are the vulnerable people? The vulnerable people are older people, people with chronic diseases. Use the vaccines as rapidly as we can to protect those populations. Even apart from the vaccines, until we get the vaccines widely distributed enough to protect them, use the tools of isolating nursing homes, of all the sort of tools that the Great Barrington Declaration argued for to protect vulnerable populations. And now with the vaccines, we have a perfect tool to do so. In the meantime, lift the lockdowns to the extent possible so that kids can go back to school. We can have something resembling normal life, because the lockdown harms are so devastating for the non-vulnerable. So I'm gonna stop there, and hopefully I've made my case so you can see. I think the key thing is a zero COVID policy sounds good, but there are better policies available. That there are better ways to address the needs of the world than a zero COVID policy. It's not technically feasible.
Thanks, Jay. Wonderful. Lots of detail and well argued. I wonder if we could, if you could just discuss for a moment meaning, or in terms of the people's phrases around zero COVID or elimination or eradication. And just, I'm just going to mention that in New Zealand, the person who is one of the professors, Michael Baker, who's been credited with our elimination goal, he's thinking about it as an eradication. New Zealand has officially said it's got an elimination goal, but they've begun referring to it as an elimination strategy, which is time bound. So you do an elimination strategy until there's this point where you don't. So I'm just wondering if you could discuss, are all those things meaning the same, or are they different? What are people thinking?
Well, I think, I mean, it sounds to me like there's an acknowledgement that eradication can't, first of all, it can't be done by one country, right? It has to be a worldwide effort, or else New Zealand will always face the same risk just from outside. You'll have to keep your borders closed forever. The strategy, well, I mean, it's very different in some place like New Zealand, where their strategy just means, well, let's wait until we find a case, lock down the area that has the case, and then we'll go on with our lives most of the rest of the time, except for the fact that you're not allowed to fly out and in without being quarantined for 14 days, or maybe, with those kinds of restrictions. In much of the rest of the world, especially Europe and the Americas, it means extended lockdowns and draconian Chinese-style lockdowns for a very, very, very long time. And even then, I don't think it's feasible. I think that so the strategy is not. If you think about it as a strategy in a single country, you've already made a mistake. It has to be a strategy that's worldwide.
Right. I just want to read out to you, if you don't mind. This is Michael Baker, who has been arguing for elimination internationally as well. He says it's been done for smallpox. He wrote this in The Guardian, I think. It's very close to being done for polio. In many ways, it will come down to the basic biology of infection, the effectiveness of the vaccine, and cost effectiveness, which are points you've made. But we might just conclude that it's actually more efficient to continue with a zero COVID approach. He references the original SARS virus, which had been eliminated through public health measures. He says one scenario could be regional elimination or even global eradication, as we saw with SARS. So New Zealand is definitely, or New Zealanders have been definitely positioned for thinking that elimination or even eradication is possible, that we could lead the world.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly naive, right? So first of all, there are animal vectors, right? So just even if we could successfully vaccinate the world, which I don't think is actually technically feasible, because there's going to be countries and places and people that will resist it. You would still have this potential for reinfection through animal vectors, right? So I don't think it's technically possible. Even beyond the technical possibility, in order to get there, we need to drive cases down to a sufficiently small number where it meets the standard of a small number of countries isolated geographically that look like smallpox. The smallpox example cuts against the possibility of COVID-19 eradication, not in favor of it. Same thing with the rinderpest eradication. I mean, those are successful campaigns that worked because the vaccine had cut the number of cases to a very small number. That's not true in this case. And in fact, what the COVID-19 proponents are arguing for is extended lockdowns, which haven't worked to reduce the spread of the disease in most of Europe and the Americas. Any evaluation of the costs and benefits needs to account for those costs of the lockdown. And ironically, among the costs of those lockdowns is the spread of polio in Pakistan and other places that you're right, we had actually made a lot of progress toward the elimination of polio. The lockdowns shut down that progress. We're starting to see polio cases rise up again. There's trade-offs here that are implicit. If you just think monomaniacally about COVID-19, you're going to make the mistake of ignoring all of these other health conditions that deserve our attention, and it could make things worse. Mm-hmm. It's a complicated question. I think that's a greatly misleading argument that you read from that Guardian piece.
Right. Smallpox does sound like they were doing, if it was contact tracing, testing, finding the disease, perhaps contact tracing, isolation, that seemed to rest around that. And I think a lot of people who think that elimination is possible are very focused on the idea that this contact tracing system can work, that we can identify it, stamp it out. And I think smallpox perhaps shows that's possible. What would you say?
I mean, I think let's think about contact tracing. I think you're right. In the context of smallpox, it did work, right? It was a very, very enormous effort focused on very few cases, right, with an easily identifiable disease where you get these pustules that pop out, right? So now in the case of COVID-19, you have some complications that make it, I think, almost impossible for contact tracing to work when you have it widespread. Let me just give you a few sort of very, very simple economic kinds of ideas. So first some facts. One is that the majority of people contacted by contact tracers will not cooperate with them. They give them zero people that, no, I don't have any people. Of course, no, I don't have any family members. I've never been out. I've been sitting at home. I don't understand how I got it, right? I mean, they won't even return the calls. In LA County, I think it's like 60% of people won't return the call of the contact tracers.
Wow.
Well, why is that? Well, it's very simple. Do you really want to rat on your friends and give them 14 days when you don't know that they have the disease? I mean, it's human nature that you want to protect your friends from this. It's not we created this like shame around this, which is an enormous public health messaging problem around getting COVID. And of course, people won't cooperate, right? So a second, and this is just such an obvious technical point that I can't believe that epidemiologists make this mistake. When the disease is very, very widespread and often asymptomatic, contact tracing cannot work to eradicate the disease. Just simply cannot. There's too many people with the disease per contact tracer. It takes too long. I think in New York City, it's something like 9 days between the time the case is assigned to a contact tracer and the first contact is actually made. Okay. By that time, you may as well just randomly go, test the population rather than the people that were contacted, because they're just as likely to have the disease as anyone else. It just doesn't make any sense. Technically speaking, I think contact tracing cannot work as a disease eradication tool in this case. It can be useful in certain cases when the number of cases, I think in New Zealand, contact tracing could be quite useful actually, because your number of cases is small. Yeah. But elsewhere, I don't know. I mean, you still have, of course, this problem of incentives of reporting. The other thing I think, this is not sort of well studied, but really should be, when you link the positive identification of a case to contact tracing and this sort of extensive sort of investigation, you actually decrease the incentives for people to get tested in the first place. Especially for disease where it's like 99.9, for people under 70, the survival rate is 99.95%, according to seroprevalence studies worldwide. I'd rather face the 0.05% risk of death, especially since there's not, the treatments aren't all that great. I mean, there's a few, someone mentioned in the Q&A, vitamin D, which I think is actually quite effective for some things, but there's still no good treatment really. So what's the advantage to me to being identified? I just won't get tested. The cost of being tested to me in the form of I'm going to have a contact tracer reach out to me is just too high. So I think this policy is just economically naive.
Yeah, we have our own challenges in New Zealand, even though it's achievable as a smaller population. We had what looked like an outbreak in the top part of the country, and the media and government made a big deal about 1% of the population that got itself tested, of that population, got itself tested in the first 24 hours. But it was 99% of the population didn't. So, which goes to your point, really, that resistance is there. You mentioned asymptomatic transmission or otherwise. Yeah, what's the latest data on that? Because it's been bouncing around all over the place about whether the percentage of people who have got the virus and are asymptomatic, and the potential for those people to pass the disease on.
So I think the first is probably a large fraction of the cases are asymptomatic. I mean, I've seen numbers somewhere ranging between 20 to 40 to 50% of the cases are asymptomatic. I don't know it probably varies from place to place. I don't know the exact number. I think it varies really closely with what the fraction of the old that are in your population. If you have larger fractions of young in your population, you'll have larger asymptomatics. Larger fraction asymptomatics, because kids, for instance, are more likely to asymptomatic disease than older people. Right. As far as like the probability of transmission, there was this fascinating study, I think published in December in the Journal of the American Medical Association, that looked at, it was a meta-analysis of 54 other studies or 45 other studies of asymptomatic, of spread of the disease within households. And what the major finding was that if you have somebody who's positive and asymptomatic, they pass on the disease to fellow household members, that is, people you live with and love and hug and stuff, that 0.7% of the time, 0.7%. Whereas if they're symptomatic, they pass on the disease 20% of the time to fellow household members. I think asymptomatic spread is incredibly inefficient relative to symptomatic spread, which is actually incredibly good news. Right. But as far as zero COVID, the fact that somewhere between 20 and 40, maybe higher percent of the population has asymptomatic disease and can still pass the disease on makes it technically almost impossible to achieve the end. I mean, in a population where the disease is widespread.
2 more questions. We've got a couple more minutes. In New Zealand, when there's a debate about, should we carry on with our current policy, or should we adopt something like the focus protection? It always comes down to, in terms of the government and the people who support elimination of lockdowns, that their only argument is, where else would you want to live? I mean, from here in New Zealand, where there's people outside today, everyone's walking around. There's events tonight at the stadium, concerts and the rest of it. It does feel very good. Is there going to be, do you think there's potentially a downside at any time for our rather unusual circumstances?
I think the main downside for New Zealand is the isolation from the rest of the world. I mean, at some point that's going to eat on you. You'll want some visitors from outside. I personally would love to come visit New Zealand, but 14 days is too long. I think so. I think there's some element of that. It's actually interesting. Like my friends send me these videos, right? So I get videos from New Zealand of people walking around, being normal, and I get videos from like Sweden and Florida. And they're like, I live in California. All of them look like videos from a foreign country. Every single last one of them. It's like a, I now think of it as the before times and the after times, right? Where they're all videos from the before times, as far as I'm concerned, where kids can go to school and play with their friends, and I can hug you can hug your grandma. I mean, all those things are possible, but it's Sweden and Florida which have followed something like, not both imperfectly, something like a focus protection policy, and New Zealand, which has followed effectively an effective zero COVID policy. My argument isn't that it would have been great if the world could have had New Zealand, could have been like New Zealand. I mean, in a sense, New Zealand picked up the few cases it had early enough where that policy actually could have been effective. And the rest of the world was not nearly so lucky. Right. So in April 4th, we found 50,000 infections based on antibody evidence in Santa Clara County, California. It was already too late by April 4th. It was already too late by March, and it was already too late by February in the United States. There's too much international contact back and forth to follow an effective zero COVID policy in the United States.
Right. One last question for you. I said I was going to ask it about the Great Barrington Declaration. Do you think it achieved what you had intended? And how does it feel now? Because it's some months gone. Is it sort of fading into the distance?
Well, I think the principle is the same, and it's still quite important, right? So how should we deal with the vaccine, for instance? Well, you should use focus protection, right? You should use it to protect the vulnerable. That's the basic idea of the Great Barrington Declaration. That's still true, right? I mean, and in fact, it's more relevant because of the vaccine, because we can now answer the argument very, very effectively about, can you actually do focus protection? Did it achieve what I wanted? I'd hoped that the public health community worldwide would engage with us in thinking of better ways to do focus protection of the vulnerable. And instead, they had this like sort of almost immune response to the idea that could be any COVID at all. I mean, I think this zero COVID idea has been poisonous to discussion among public health folks. We should have, from the very beginning of the epidemic, been thinking about how to protect the vulnerable. And the only tool we've had that we really have sort of has reached mainstream adoption is lockdown, which has failed. So I think that's the other part that I think has been really effective about the Great Barrington Declaration. We brought focus to the harms of the lockdown. I don't think it's deniable that it's harmful, and to the extent that we managed to bring people to understand that a little bit better, I'm pretty pleased by that. It's been a tumultuous few months, I have to say, but yeah.
I think we are all grateful that you did do it, everybody on here and others, but in particular, what it did was give scale to arguments that we were all holding separately and individually within our countries. That in itself was a very important thing, I think, for the movement, as it were, for want of a better term.
I mean, I think the issue was just, I think a lot of people had these ideas. The shocking thing to me was the silencing of people who had these ideas.
Yeah.
Instead of having an open scientific debate, it's dangerous to say out loud what you're thinking. right? So the main thing, and I should have mentioned this in answer to your other question, I think it gave people an opening to say, look, it's safe to actually say the ideas that say what you're seeing. And it's broadened the scientific debate, I think, around this. And that's just healthy.
Yeah. Jay, thank you very much for being on and taking the time for that presentation. Really honored to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Ramesh Thakur, who is Director for the Centre for Nuclear Non-Proliferation Disarmament in the Crawford School. He was Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations from 1998 to 2007. He's going to reflect on the year of COVID, and he's covering a lot of stuff. So Ramesh, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Mark. I'll start my screen as well.
Yes. So over to you. Take us through your presentation. I think we've got an hour set aside. So take as long as you need, and we'll have some questions at the end.
Okay. Just checking that I'm on and you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. We can
Great.
see you.
Good afternoon to everyone in New Zealand and Australia, and good evening, good morning to your global audience. First of all, can I just thank the organizers? It's a privilege to be in this symposium with some internationally eminent people. As you said, my title is Reflections on the Year of the COVID. And just thinking back on what has been a very strange year, especially for those of us in Australia. A year ago, I really didn't think that 2020 would be worse than what we had gone through in 2019. But of course it has been, so we'll see how we go. I'd like to begin with the fact that it seems to me, firstly, even now, there's a lot of scientific uncertainty and no one really has a grip on it. And we see this expressed in various ways when puzzled scientists say, well, why did our predictions not come true? Or what have we done wrong, sort of thing. And the second preliminary comment, bearing in mind, I'm not a medical scientist, not even a scientist, but I come to this from purely a policy point of view. The second thing to bear in mind is that I'm deeply skeptical that decades worth of accumulated science can be negated by the experience of one province in one country in 1 month, especially when, with regard to data reliability and the brutal suppression methods, any effort to mimic that really should have come with very strong health warnings in replicating that method and trusting the data that we got. And that has informed my perspective from the start, so that I've tended to substitute excitable question marks, excitable exclamation marks with question marks. You know, where is the data? Where is the evidence? Why do we want to go down this path? Especially as this has been the most intrusive effort at state control in Western history, more draconian even than during wartime. And I don't know about others, but I have deep problems with that. I'd like to understand why the state is taking away my liberties and freedoms before I consent to it. And that's what I've tried to puzzle out.
Ramesh, are you intending to put a presentation up, or
can you not see that?
No, not at the moment. We're looking at you, not the presentation. Just thought I'd check.
It should have been share screen. So let me just see if I can escape that. And here we are. How's that?
Yeah, got it. It's not in presentation mode, but we can see your screen.
Why couldn't you not see this?
Oh, no, we can definitely see it.
Yeah, but do you see the screen that says the WHO report?
Yes.
Good, okay. I'll put that in full screen then. Interrupt me if it disappears again.
Okay, now we've got it. It's looking good.
Okay, I'll just go back to the previous one so you know what I was talking about, if I can. That was the science denialism, so I'm on to this one. There's a whole series of reports from epidemiologists and public health specialists and even the government authorities from all over the world, culminating just before we had the outbreak of COVID in this official WHO report in October, which I imagine most of the audience would be familiar with, which really summarized the state of the art with respect both to what they were prepared to recommend, and more importantly, what they didn't recommend, which included some of the harsh mitigation measures that have been brought in the name of lockdown. So really, we went against the existing science, except for two interesting groups of people. One, the East Asian states that have actually been, I think, the most successful, given the circumstances and the geography and the season, are those that had learned their lessons from earlier outbreaks like SARS and avian flu, and put in place various plans that were activated with great efficiency and very swiftly. And they went through that. And the second most prominent Western country that stayed with the existing scientific knowledge, of course, was Sweden. And at the very worst, their COVID performance is in the mid-range in Europe, but they have avoided many of the harmful consequences as a result. So I think it's, in a sense, the year's experience of actual observable data has vindicated and validated the consensus that existed before we went down this path. And of course, this was reflected in a series of national pandemic plans in the case of states and federal systems, state pandemic plans as well. I've got the UK up. Some of these slides I'm going to rush through because of time. Some I will speak to in more detail. With the UK one, I'm going to just skip over this and come to this one, the third one on that, where you can see that with regard to international travel restrictions, internal travel restrictions, and restrictions on mass gatherings, the existing pandemic plan drawn up in 2011, reaffirmed in February last year, so a year ago, emphasized a skeptical attitude to these severe restrictions. And yet they abandoned all that. And that we've seen in country after country as well. Just have a series of national plans, and as soon as the crisis hits, instead of activating them, you shove them aside, driven by panic and fear more than anything else. A second comment, looking at the observational data, to me what is most striking is how geographically bound this is. Europe, North America, and South America have generally had a much worse COVID mortality rates compared to their shares of global populations. By contrast, Africa, Asia, and all of us here in Oceania have had significantly lower mortality with COVID compared to our population shares. And that's why, to me, Australians boasting of how well we've done by looking at Europe and North America, I'm sorry, but that to me is a residual culture cringe, where we look at inappropriate benchmarks for how we've done. We, in fact, are squarely in the middle of where our regional performance falls, and I don't think we need to be, we are not justified in being very boastful about that. The second thing that everyone knows by now, but doesn't actually act on with regard to responses, is how strikingly age segregated it is. Jay went through that in the previous one, and he was talking in particular about these survival rates. And we've known this from day one, just about, certainly for at least a year. And this is something that distinguishes COVID very strikingly, for example, from the Spanish flu, that for people over 70, it is significantly worse than the average seasonal flu, even a bad one. But for people under 70, and the younger you go, the more striking this becomes, it's actually not even as bad as the average seasonal flu. You'd think this would have suggested to people from the start to have an age-segregated risk assessment and response strategy, exactly as Jay was arguing, exactly as they've argued in the Great Barrington Declaration, the focused protection argument. But in fact, they haven't done that. And that's very puzzling to me. Similarly, the latest Imperial College models, I've seen one mathematics graduate student, I think, went through the things, and they assume that there is no seasonality to the infection from COVID, which just seems very bizarre to be basing it on that assumption at this stage in time. And here again, you see the seasonality. In the Northern Hemisphere, when it goes down, in the Southern Hemisphere, it goes up. I would expect, therefore, as we head into the Southern Hemisphere, autumn and winter, we'll see decline as we are seeing. In fact, we have seen declines in North America and Europe, and we'll see a surge again in the Southern Hemisphere. So given that we seem to be locking down for one case and two cases here and there, it doesn't look too good for us in Australia at the moment. Again, a most important conclusion looking at the actual data over the course of the year is the extent to which infection, hospitalization, and mortality curves are policy invariant. It doesn't matter what policies are adopted. The curves mimic each other, whether you're in harsh lockdown, moderate lockdown, or modest to no lockdown. And this is again from a paper, in fact, that Jay and colleagues did not that long ago, last month. The parts in red, we failed to find strong evidence supporting a role for more restrictive non-pharmaceutical interventions in the control of COVID-19 in early 2020. We cannot completely rule it out, but even if the association exists, these benefits may not match the numerous harms of these aggressive measures, therefore more targeted public health interventions. You maximize the benefits, minimize the harms. That's the key equation, and that calls for targeted rather than these blunderbuss NPRs that we've seen in the name of lockdowns. But people have been surprisingly resistant to accepting what's before their eyes. So then we look at graphs that are easily available. This is from the Blavatnik School, well, this is from Johns Hopkins, really. But you see again Sweden in the middle of the European thing, and you see Belarus, Finland, and Norway at the very bottom. They're really, in the past few months, no lockdown to soft lockdown countries. Of course, this is a selected one, but these conclusions in terms of the association do seem to hold when you look at all of them together as well. The interesting thing about Sweden, of course, is every time you mention it, the lockdown zealots or the cult believers in lockdown counter with, well, what about its Scandinavian neighbors? It's done a lot worse than Norway and Denmark and Finland. Well, the interesting thing is, if you look at the stringency index from Oxford and Our World in Data, for 7.5 months, since 22nd May last year, up until 6th January this year, all the other three stringency indices were actually below that of Sweden. So they've been softer in their approach than Sweden. And this, for reasons I don't quite understand, has failed to register in the public discourse. So in fact, their own argument can be thrown back at them. Yes, let's look at Sweden's neighbors. They've done even better by having still less restrictions on their society. And that's worth pointing out because I think it does counter that argument effectively. You get the same thing in the US states. It doesn't seem to matter what their policies are state by state. The curves mimic each other's, the infection, the hospitalization in this case, mimic each other to a remarkable degree, again suggesting, as Alex Berenson put it, virus gonna virus, doesn't really matter what you do. By changing the incentive structure for human behavior, you change human behavior, you don't change the behavior of the virus. That seems to be, as I said, to me, one of the strongest lessons that comes out of global experience from for the entirety of last year. Again, looking at the US states, all the states in a different chart, the blue codes are those that went into winter lockdown. The red are the ones that didn't go into winter lockdown. You see how they're spread all over the chart on the x-axis. And in fact, the 5 worst performers on mortality count are the 5 that did go into winter lockdown. And then you've got the average thing, which is not a very significant difference between them. Or if you like, in terms of individual examples, think Florida and think New York together as well. So again, the same phenomenon there. With regard to masks, it's one of these memes. If they are so deadly, if you don't wear masks, how come all of us non-mask wearers are not already dead? And you can look at it individually with regard to countries, how curves rose quite substantially well after and for a sustained period after mask mandates were introduced because of the seasonal autumn and winter surge. Or you can look at the last one. I'm not going to go into detail, but it's there. Again, the curves mimic each other with no regard to whether the countries were mask mandated or not. It's again policy invariant, as I said earlier. And one of the reasons for that, of course, is that it's very difficult to get people to follow the correct protocols with regard to mask wearing. Here's a political rally from India with a mask mandate. Some people have it on properly, some don't have any on at all, and about a third of them have it down to the chin. And you can see, because they believe they have the mask, they're safe, and therefore they mingle in very close physical proximity to one another. And India, of course, has been, again, one of the great anomalies in the actual results compared to the impossibility, really, of imposing physical distancing and social distancing requirements in the country. And the only plausible explanation is a wide prevalence of a population immunity, both pre-existing and as a result of much greater infection by COVID than you pick up in the official statistics. And that has given Indians a degree of population immunity, which is showing through in the declining curves there. So the masks, again, seem to be pointless for that purpose. Now, this is an interesting one. This is a tweet from the CDC, which points out that in Delaware, universal mask use helped reduce COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. The problem was the period they were looking at was March to June. And Tom Woods took up Delaware and Pennsylvania. And one of the reasons for this is, if you look at Delaware, the CDC study ends at the end of June, which is a summer down slope for the curves. And then, of course, come autumn and winter, it shoots up without the mask mandate having been lifted. And the second thing he pointed out in this, and the reason for the comparison with Pennsylvania, is that the Pennsylvania mask mandate comes in 10 days or 9 days before Delaware, but the curves again go in their own time sequence, independent of the date in which the mask mandate is introduced. Now, Tom Woods is a libertarian. I thought, well, maybe he's promoting an agenda. I got this from his newsletter, but in preparation for this symposium, I went back and checked on my own, and here's the actual curve for Delaware. When the mask mandate comes in, when the CDC study ends, down from 235 to 89 cases, but on 12th of December at peak, there's 826 cases. Now, the CDC tweet was actually on 6 January this year, and they restricted their comment to the end of June. Given that this graph is widely available to anyone who's interested, that to me seems to be an example of deliberate dishonesty. Had they tweeted this in July, okay, they didn't anticipate the seasonality. But for them to be tweeting this in January this year and saying this shows how the mask mandate works and ignoring the very big spike for a sustained period afterwards, that leaves me suspicious about the good faith intent of that tweet. And there's the same thing again more recently when they pointed to 10 states in which there was a 5% fall in hospitalization between March and October last year. Well, again, that's just as the upsurge is starting. And if you take the curves for the same 10 states, you can see how they went up quite steeply and then came down again. So again, this seems to me an example of politicization of science by a peak scientific institution in the United States. And that leaves me quite troubled about how they operate. Also, in looking back at the year, for my purposes, the headline of the year is this from Politico on 23rd December, if I remember rightly. Yes, it is 23rd December. Lockdown California runs out of reasons for surprising surge. And you'll have seen that now that the governor is facing recall, he's starting to lift restrictions, even though pretty much all the metrics he used to justify it in the first place, they are in a worse place today than they were when the restrictions were brought in. So again, an example of the data not matching the modeled predictions and likely curves. All of which ends up for me with a very simple policy question. What is the acceptable level of mortality risk relative to the damage to health, mental health, society, economy, disadvantaged sectors, and poor countries from the mitigation and containment policies? And it does seem to me that we have overwhelming evidence that the net harm of the costs of lockdown vastly exceeds the net gain between the less restrictive and the harsh interventions. And I'm deeply, deeply troubled by the refusal to engage in transparent, public, whole of society cost-benefit analysis, which shows the net benefit rather than harm of the strict lockdown policies on this balance. It's not as though they're showing that the trade-offs are worth it. They're not even engaging in the balance of interest analysis. And to me, for those who are decision makers and the health experts, this is really tantamount to criminal neglect, considering the scale and longevity of the harm that is being inflicted on our own societies, but particularly on the poorer countries and the poorer people in the poorer countries. And all for what? The total number of deaths with COVID, without even getting into the argument about the difference between with and from COVID, the total number of deaths last year still amounts to approximately 3% in round figures of all causes mortality for all of 2020. There's several other causes that have been deadlier than COVID, even in last year at a global level. And of course, the ranking in terms of where COVID falls changes on a country by country basis. But from a global point of view, this is a good question to ask. Why have we reacted in the public coverage and debate and government policy as if the numbers killed by COVID or with COVID exceed all other causes combined and have turned national health services into national COVID services only? New Zealand, and for your audience, I mean, you know, but for your audience, I actually have very strong New Zealand connections in my life and continue to have so. See where COVID falls in terms of the number of causes of death that are significantly higher than COVID-19. And again, while preparing this, because I've spent 15, 16 years of my life in Dunedin, in Otago, I still occasionally read the local paper there, the Otago Daily Times, and I was struck by this. The same number of people killed on the roads in Otago and Southland, which is an extraordinary thing to say. And in fact, a couple of days ago, I don't know how many of the non-Australians realize this, a couple of days ago, we had a truck driver killed in a fiery crash on the border between Victoria and South Australia because they have these border restrictions, and he was driving at night. This happened about 2:30 in the morning. They had the trucks lined up, backed up, and he just crashed into a truck in front of him. The last death with COVID exactly, precisely, I think was late December or early January. So for over a month, this is the only fatality across the country in Australia associated with COVID, and is caused by the border closures that have been imposed by the state premiers. So that's something that puts it in perspective, in humans' perspective as well. This is a drawing, by the way, from a 16-year-old girl in Alberta in Canada, who, if you go to the center of that, reflect our healthcare system and the body bags from all the other causes that we just ignore and just blame shift to something else. So effectively, and in the UK in particular, it is bizarre that their slogan is "Save the NHS." When those of us with strong social democratic instincts always believed that the purpose of a national health service was to save us from disease and not for us to save the National Health Service. And they've succeeded in turning it around and saying, it's our fault if we get sick. We're not doing enough to protect the NHS, which is a complete perversion of what the correct relationship should be. And of course, there's this very strong emotional manipulation. This is actually from the UK government ad for COVID. Can you look them in the eyes and tell them you're helping by staying at home? Tell them that it's not a serious disease. Well, if you're going to do that, then the equivalent would be any one of these. Look them in the eyes and tell them why the mother committed suicide, or why the mother couldn't go in for a cancer operation and died waiting for that, and all the other things that follows that. And this sort of emotional manipulation, I just find equally contemptible from both sides. I think we should be able to have this conversation as responsible, mature adults based on logic and science and evidence, without resorting to this sort of very callously cruel emotional manipulation. And of course, you see that with regard to Captain Tom Moore as well, who came back from a holiday overseas, tested negative for COVID, contracted pneumonia, goes to hospital, tests negative, picks up an infection in hospital, dies, and under UK rules, his cause has to be listed as a COVID death. And we've had this very substantial element of nosocomial deaths in hospitals in the UK. And this unwittingly ironic thank you NHS from the funeral directors results from that. And I think in a very substantial sense, rather than as a clever gimmick, this conclusion from Dr. Matt Strauss, a Canadian doctor who's at my alma mater, Queen's University in Canada, I think he's right. If lockdowns were a prescription drug for COVID-19 treatment, the FDA would never have approved it, because the balance between the gains, demonstrable gains, and the demonstrable harms just don't add up. And so my conclusions broadly align, not you won't be surprised, very strongly with that of the Great Barrington Declaration. First, do not do more harm than good. Protect the vulnerable. COVID-19 is now endemic. It will keep returning and mutating. Overall goal of public policy should be managing risks, not avoiding them, not denying them, and not aiming to eradicate them. I'm glad Jay spoke about how we seem to have transitioned from 3 weeks to flatten the curve to protect our health system from being overwhelmed into a zero COVID policy. I think it's Sir Charles Walker MP who said in an interview a couple of days ago in the UK that it's not so much that they've moved the goalposts, they've ripped it up and planted it right across in a completely different playing field. Fear and hysteria is never a good basis for policy development and implementation. I think instead we need to get back to emphasizing history, context, balance, and proportionality. We've had pandemics in the past, some worse than others. This too will pass. And governments must, and I think media and public commentators should, project calm, competence, and composure instead of panic and hysteria. And we've seen another one in Australia yesterday in the state of Victoria. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramesh. Some questions are arising from that. Your own experience in, well, you mentioned about the CDC tweet, which I haven't seen. I'm certainly not watching everything the CDC does. But it was very surprising to me that they misuse the data like that. I mean, it's an official organization, and when you talk about the trouble with this sort of emotional debate, I mean, you'd expect institutions not to be entering into that. I'm wondering what your own experience in the UN might tell you about why international organizations are prepared to misuse information or show. No, I don't mean to get the UN at all. I'm just wondering what sort of, can you understand what motivations are going on inside an organization to do that?
Well, the first and most important thing to remember about the United Nations is that there is not one United Nations. It's a multiplicity of entities, each with its own balance of interests and values and core constituencies. And the chief executive of all the important ones, and even the not so important ones, they are chosen on the basis of principally political criteria, not efficiency and effectiveness and goal orientation, results criteria. With that in mind, on the one hand, we have the WHO, which remains indispensable and essential as the global health standards and monitoring and advice, technical advice giving organization. But its performance has not exactly been stellar in this from the start up until recently with regard to the inquiry they conducted and the report, in which of course your own Helen Clark is involved very closely. We'll see how it happens. But on the other hand, I think, again, to put the UN in perspective, some of the best, most authoritative warnings about the long-term impact of the lockdown measures, particularly on the poorer people, on the children, on women, have come from within the UN system, from the Food and Agriculture Organization, the impact of global hunger because of the disruptions to the food production and global distribution networks. The thing from World Food Program, things from UNICEF. These are all, as I said, authoritative UN studies, which is important because it is not so easy to delegitimize UN reports as coming from right-wing reactionary institutions. The UN retains a degree of credibility around the world that no other institution has. And so it is important to be able to point to these reports as coming from within the UN system. And that's where the WHO credibility comes in as well. So this legitimacy, this convening capacity, this ability to speak to the world's conscience, to mobilize resources and help the people who've been most harmed, all that is still there with the UN. So I think it's important that we take a critical perspective where that is warranted and ask for change, but not throw the baby out with the bathwater as far as the totality of the UN system is concerned.
What is the UN
and just
doing?
hang on a sec, I'm going to close my door because there's someone doing a weekend.
It's perfectly fine.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
That's okay. Do you know what the UN is doing in particular to address any of this? I mean, I'm interested in what you're saying in terms of those reports, although they're not really being pushed all that hard. Are you aware of UN level legal challenges against nations or against international?
Well, starting with the Secretary General and other bodies, they have highlighted the dangers to human rights from oppressive measures by governments in the name of COVID as well. I think for understandable reasons, at the moment, the top priority is to get this under control as a pandemic. Once that is done, I think the other parts will come in, and almost certainly it will be the UN system, including the World Bank as part of the Bretton Woods system, that is at the heart of efforts to restore economic activity, to restore social and educational policies, to bring immunization. In terms of, for example, opposing vaccine nationalism, that has been led by the UN system and has to be led by the UN system. And you've got this odd situation in the Western world where some of us who criticize lockdowns are attacked for being selfish and not being compassionate enough to our fellow citizens. And yet the same people demand a nationalistic response when it comes to vaccines and ignore the requirement for vaccines that might be we don't need it as urgently in Australia at the moment, for example, as some of the European countries that are badly affected. But there isn't that same unselfishness and generosity of spirit to our fellow human beings when it comes to this. So it goes back to that. I think governments have succeeded in terrifying their people to a degree that is unconscionable. And poll after poll in different countries shows that the people believe the disease to be far deadlier than it actually is. And that's where I think we should have had a balanced approach from the start. Yes, so many people are, we said X people are in hospital without saying how many are in hospital at this time of the year, in any case, on average. And as it happens in Australia and New Zealand, clearly our all-cause mortality for 2020 is going to turn out to be lower than the average year. And that's a reassuring fact. But you'd think this is a grim reaper that's coming after us and is relentless, and we better hide under the bed and hide under the doona and come out only when the government says, okay, all clear. Well, it's a risky thing, but we can deal with it. Even at my age, over 70. If I get it, I have only a 5% chance that it will kill me. At my age, with any ailment, I'm prepared to take that risk. So let's live with that.
Yeah. Just getting back to the WHO for a moment. In some ways, what you've just described about that crisis and the fear that's been driven by states seems to have
and the media.
Yes, yep, for sure. Has seemed to have hamstrung the WHO in terms of it being its clarity around the fact that lockdowns aren't going to work. They've spoken out of both sides of the mouths really on when the moment they might say lockdowns, be careful about lockdowns, and but then they say states are doing really well with the ones that are using lockdowns. It hasn't been clear. Would you comment on that?
Well, I think for the first time we have a WHO Director General who's not actually a medical scientist. One. Two, pretty much all the senior positions in any prestigious UN entity is filled based on political lobbying and political pressure and all sorts of other considerations. Three, the WHO is vulnerable to the charge that a lot of its external consultants in particular have conflicts of interest. We came through this with one of the earlier crises. I think it was the bird flu, or was it one of the other ones, where the Tamiflu vaccine that was recommended and governments bought that in huge numbers at great cost, and then it turned out we all had to throw it out. There has been a surprising lack. Look, of all the multinational firms, the pharmaceutical sector is the most notorious for having scientists and governments in its pocket. It has a massive, massive lobbying budget. Why has there been such a downplaying of existing preventative and early treatment remedies that are cheap, widely available, decades worth of safety record behind them already, and go in for vaccines where profits have been privatized, guaranteed prices, multi-billion-dollar contracts in advance, and risks have been socialized. We've written in indemnity to the pharmaceutical companies. So this emphasis on vaccine, much as all of us who are rational people who welcome the vaccines and hope that they are efficacious and they can be made widely available. Nonetheless, this emphasis on vaccine has worked very well to the advantage of big pharma and big tech. And we have ignored some other treatments, even as supplementary or treatment until we have the vaccine, that could have helped alleviate the suffering and perhaps prevented it for some people. So I think there's been that side of it as well. And I'd like to see a really serious investigation after this is all over into the nexus between governments, medical scientists, and big pharma. That remains a concern to me. when we come out of it. Now, as I said, I'm not trying to take away from the fact that they've been brilliant in the speed with which they've developed vaccines. In principle, I don't object to the new technology. That's how science advances, and we get major breakthroughs by going for new technological solutions to that. I do still have worries about the safety trials that have been rushed, and we'll have to wait and see. So in that sense, it's still in the experimental phase. But with all that, there's still that question of, I think, to what extent was our public policy contaminated by the influence of big money from a sector that is notorious for such influence? And I don't exclude the WHO from that.
Right. Okay. You mentioned about some of the other treatments. That's been an interesting thing in itself. I think a lot of conspiracy theories have been driven by that kind of response to of doctors themselves who are using some of the things like ivermectin, and then it's squashed. Don't talk about that.
Which is a brilliant way of combating conspiracy theory, isn't it? As opposed to giving it more life. Look, yes. on the medical side of it, I'm not going to get into it. I don't know. I don't have the knowledge, expertise, and I'm going to accept the good faith conclusions that come out from the medical community on that. But in terms of the public policy strategy and the media strategy and the big tech strategy, to suppress that, and who would have believed that Facebook would take down the Great Barrington Declaration page? Because they're saying, well, it's going to be for people individually to decide, given their risk assessment, whether they want to take the vaccine or not. It's a legitimate comment. If you're a young person, maybe you're more at risk by taking the vaccine in terms of side effects than from COVID, given your very low risk on that. At my stage, if I want to travel and they make that a requirement, if it's safe, I have no problem. I have taken every single vaccine that was required of me so far in my life, including for travel purposes. I have no problem, provided it's safe. But don't take the discussion down. That feeds conspiracy theories.
Yes.
It magnifies and amplifies. It drives all the criticism and dissent underground. And also respect. My body, my choice. That's a good formula to have even for this purpose.
Yes.
And I don't think we should be imposing coercion on that. So no, it's in terms of a PR strategy, that's exactly the worst possible way to go. It's very counterproductive. It feeds suspicions. It makes people wonder what is it they're trying to hide and suppress. And as Jay pointed out, I agree entirely with him. It's one of the great surprises of this, the extent to which, instead of encouraging open debate so we can see all sides, and governments similarly should have had all sectors represented. Get the advice from everyone. Don't make it a doctor's only decision. And don't hide behind that. It has consequences for people across the board. Let them come in and give you their advice as to where the balance should be struck. And then take the decision. It's your job to govern, not that of the health expert.
Which brings me back to your starting point around the remarkable situation where there was no evidence and no planning for lockdowns, but they came anyway. What do you put that down to? It felt instinctive. It felt like somehow it was the only thing that, well, in terms of the way the governments were responding.
Well, I think 3 things happened.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 things. Firstly, I think we looked what happened in China and we were unjustifiably impressed by the lockdown strategy. Before the virus spread and hit us, we said, look at how brutal they are. Once the virus hit us, we said, oh, how brutally effective were they? Maybe it has to be a case of tough love. We should follow their strategy. 1. 2, I still cannot believe why governments took Neil Ferguson and the Imperial College model at all seriously, given his previous track record. And why they continue to take him seriously, unless they want now to propagate fear. Because he's got an excellent track record in stoking fear. But any resemblance between the predictions for best and worst case and actual reality is entirely coincidental. So I can't understand that part. But this early prediction, 510,000 deaths without mitigation in the UK, 2.2 million in the US, that had a dramatic impact. Third element, Italy, in the early phase, the experience there and the images that came out of the overwhelmed hospitals and just how chaotic and terrible it was. And the fourth element in this, I think, was Boris Johnson personally being infected and coming close to death in hospital. So I think these four things converged into a perfect storm of panic and hysteria, and we threw out all existing knowledge, we threw out all existing plans, and went in for this insane policy. And it doesn't give me satisfaction to say that I've been skeptical from day one about this, and I've seen nothing so far to make me change my mind about my skepticism on this.
Interesting point you make about Boris Johnson, and if I remember rightly, in fact, early on, a small group of other leaders also caught the coronavirus, the Canadian Trudeau and a couple of others. So I think that may have helped to drive what was already in their heads.
It did, but the interesting thing is they all did survive.
Yes.
And in terms of visual representation, and this is important, for all his other faults, I was pleased that Donald Trump came out after that and started to act normally and didn't wear a mask. He said, okay, I've had it. I might still have a low risk, but it's going to be very, very low. I'm not going to worry about it. By contrast, you have Boris Johnson goes into another isolation, wears masks in public, instead of saying, well, let's get on with it. I've suffered, I came near death. I recognize that. I'm very thankful to the NHS. But it does show that getting COVID, even if you're old and fat and unfit, is not actually a death sentence. So that is a message that's opposite of what he has conveyed. And he's been just, I don't know. If there's one leader who's been worse than Trump in his incompetence and flip-flopping, I think is Boris Johnson.
It looks to me like what's happened from those things you mentioned. It's a nest of feedback loops between media and politics and medicine. Everybody's just reinforcing each other, and that's what seems to keep the whole show going.
And not paying enough attention to the countries that managed it successfully.
Indeed.
It's
well,
you know, at least we in Australia and New Zealand shouldn't make that mistake. This is our part of the world.
Yes. One other question. How does your family and others in India, I'm imagining you've got family still in India, how do you think they feel about the West and the West response? Do you know?
That's an interesting question. I think the paranoia spread very quickly in India as well. The lockdown, going back to the stringency index, if you look at that, late March when India imposed its lockdown, its index was rated at 100. It was harsh, it was brutal, and it had brutal consequences. And the images you may remember of hundreds of thousands of migrant laborers walking home because all public transport had been closed, and many dying on the way in very distressing circumstances often, and being sprayed by chemical disinfectants along the way as well. I think they started easing the restrictions month by month after the first couple of months because of two things in India. One, it became very clear very quickly that the damage to health services, to mental health, to economic livelihoods, people saying, well, we're going to die of starvation before we die of COVID. Most of your audience may not be aware, but last year, the suicide rate in India jumped up by a big margin, not just marginally. And the number of suicides was between 60 to 100% more than the number of COVID deaths. Now, I think we can take it that there's underreporting, but that can extend to both sides as well. So I think the realization of the damage on the one hand, and the realization that under Indian conditions, the social distancing is impossible. How can you practice social distancing in the great slums of Mumbai where generational families live together. One room has a bedroom for all of them. The other room has a living room and kitchen and dining room all combined. And all of them share washing and toilet and water facilities with 20 other families from a communal tube and toilet. It's absolutely meaningless. Now, in that context, even with similar infection rates in the slums and non-slum areas in Mumbai, the mortality rates in the non-slum areas have actually been higher, indicating that precisely because of these conditions, there's greater contamination and infection across the slum areas, and therefore the population immunity has spread much faster in the slums compared to non-slums. So you get this peculiar conclusion even from that. And all the studies, seroprevalence studies and things, do indicate that the actual infection is much more widespread, and therefore the combination of existing immunities, the fact that Indians have been used to taking HCQ for anti-malaria treatment for a long time, all sorts of other things, does indicate that surprisingly at the end, and of course there's a younger population too, but nonetheless, surprisingly at the end, India is in many ways to me more of a standing refutation of the lockdown argument than is Sweden.
Wow. Right. Thank you. That's it. Really appreciate it, Ramesh. That's wonderful. I do recommend that people search you out on the internet for some of your papers and opinion pieces. They're extremely well written. Really appreciate you coming on today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
All right. Thanks a lot. Everyone, we'll take 10 minutes. We've got James Allen's coming on in 10 minutes to a discussion about legal philosophy, or the legal issues that have been raised by COVID-19 and government responses. So we'll give that 10 minutes and go for a break, grab something to eat and drink. We'll see you in 10. Thank you.
Yeah. Unmute your speaker. Can you hear me, John? Okay, switched it off till they're ready to go.
All right, everybody, welcome back for that short break. Unfortunately, James Allen has had some trouble from in the hotel he's in. We're going to try and bring him in. He had some problem with the Wi-Fi, which is not surprising with the technology. But there he is. We can see you visually, James. We can see you. And now we're just got to see whether your audio is on.
I think with these headphones, it might be working. I'm not sure.
Yep, we can hear you and we can see you. That is
Okay.
good. All right, great news. James has been with us for a little while, and then with about 10 minutes to go, it fluffed out. Hey, James, you're actually in quarantine in a hotel.
I am in hotel prison.
Yeah, is that what it feels like? What day are you up to?
Yeah, we've had four nights.
Okay, all right. How long do you have to be in there for?
Well, we were lucky. We got in at 11 at night, so technically 23. We can get out at 23 hours early,
right.
1 minute after midnight.
Right.
We're spending our time watching The Shawshank Redemption, so I can escape.
So exactly what city are you in?
Brisbane.
Okay, and you've come back from where to Australia?
From London. We took our life in our hands, risked our life, and spent 7 weeks in London with our kids.
And here you are. You seem to be okay. You survived.
Made it.
Yeah.
One of the 1% who made it.
Yeah. All right. Hey, James, really appreciate you joining us, and certainly in the circumstances that you're in as well. So what are you going to talk about?
Well, I was going to come at it from, given the, the very eminent people you've had speak, I'll just quickly recount where I agree with just about everything, and then hit a few things that relate more to my area, a little bit of skepticism of policy making, the philosophical attitudes we're going to need to try to change this. And if anybody has any legal questions at the end, I'll do what I can, but I'm not very optimistic on that front either.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Us neither. All right, skeptical point of view. We like that. That's what we're all about. I'll throw it over to you. We've got the full hour to your presentation and to have answers to questions. And things.
Well, I was instructed to do 20 minutes and the rest questions, so I'm going to live up to that, hopefully.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
That'll be fine. Do you have you got a presentation you want to put up?
I'm just going to speak.
Okay.
There was no way I could get to anything else. So let me begin by apologizing to everybody. It's pretty basic here at the Grand Chancellor Hotel. I just had the entire internet collapse on me. I'd like to start by thanking Michael and Mark for having included me with such distinguished company. I know that I'm the last slot of the night. We used to call that the death slot. So it's me standing between a lot of Kiwis and alcohol. And I know after 11 years living in Dunedin, that's a pretty precarious place to be standing. Let me advise you, as Mark's already done, that I'm giving my talk from prison. Not literally from prison, but pretty close. My wife and I are in a tiny room in hotel quarantine in Brisbane. We are forbidden from setting foot out of our room for 2 weeks. So we don't even get a half hour of prison yard exercise. The Queensland Chief Medical Officer has intoned that that's not necessary. People don't need to go outside. We've come in from the airport on Monday night with puritanical police. Friends can drop stuff off. We've had friends drop wine off, but the police regulate how much of the wine will be sent up to your room. I called down when I heard this and asked if I'd inadvertently joined the Methodist Church. And the whole quarantine has been steeped in a sort of lunacy. When we were being bussed in from the airport to the hotel with all the other inmates spaced, we got to the hotel and this preachy senior police officer got on the bus at the hotel, told us that we were all potentially infected, that the big strapping 8 or 9 police officers standing around would not be able to touch any of our luggage under the bus. This is after the Australian Defence Force had taken all of our bags and put them on the bus, and all of the baggage handlers at the airport had obviously handled our bags. But these big strapping Queensland police officers just stood there, and we were taken off the bus one at a time. And the first person to get off was an elderly lady, and it was just appalling. She was trying to crawl into the bus to get her luggage. And finally, the bus driver, who was obviously a private contractor, he just finally got up out of his seat, walked around and took everyone's bag off the bus while all of these police officers watched. You know, if those 9 police constables aren't ashamed of themselves, they should be. So at any rate, I'm speaking to you from hotel quarantine, very basic internet. So if for no other reason, that might make my talk memorable. So I'm a lawyer, I'm a law professor, a legal philosopher. At legal conferences, it's customary always to start with a quick joke. And because I was recounting some of the idiocies, and there's a lot more if anybody has any questions afterwards about the lockdown, hotel quarantines, I've got a lot of stories. But as I was recounting them, I was reminded of the story of the lockdown skeptic, people like me and many of you, most of you. He was fresh from reading that day's issue of Toby Young's Lockdown Skeptic, which is just excellent, as many of you will know. He was partaking of his Boris-approved daily outdoor walk, not wearing a mask, and he stumbled over this ancient-looking bottle, which he inadvertently rubbed. Jeannie comes out of the bottle, and she tells the skeptic, "Look, I'm a very special genie. You get 3 wishes, but everything you wish for, all of the proponents of lockdowns around the world will get twice what you get. So I have to tell you, whatever you get, they're going to get twice." So he thought about it. For his first wish, he said, "Okay, well, I'd like a German sports car." So the genie blinked her eyes. She said, "There's a BMW waiting in your driveway." And she said, "But I have to tell you, I have to remind you yet again that, you know, Neil Ferguson now has 2 BMWs to drive to meet his little bit on the side. And all the lockdown proponents have two BMWs. And what's your second wish?" And he goes, "Oh, quite like $1 million. So she blinks her eyes and she says, now you have $1 million, but Matt Hancock has 2 million, and the governor of New York, Cuomo, has 2 million, and all the proponents of hard lockdowns have $2 million. So what would you like for your third and final wish? And our lockdown skeptic thinks for a bit. He says to the genie, you know, I've always wanted to donate a kidney. Okay, right. So with that out of the way, it goes without saying that I'm a lockdown skeptic. I've been writing skeptical pieces about this lockdown in my Spectator Australian column since, I don't know, March last year. I think I was one of the very earliest of subscribers to Toby Young's Lockdown Skeptic newsletter. And by the way, he does God's work, Toby does. He not only in his spare time runs the Lockdown Skeptics, he is the organizer and founder of the Free Speech Union, which supports members who are being canceled for articulating views that 5 years ago were considered to be completely middle of the road normal. It is a wonderful organization. He does that. He does the Lockdown Skeptics, and those are not his full-time job of being the deputy editor of the Spectator. I've written a few law review articles on civil liberties infringing aspects of lockdowns, and of course there's loads of those, how they have massively more negative impact on the young than they do on the old, how lockdowns hit the poor more than the rich, private sector people more than public sector people. And, you know, because of that sort of basic reading, and given the eminent speakers in front of me on the hard facts, let me just say that I know the basics, that COVID hits the old far more than the old and vulnerable more than the young. For many young people, it's no more lethal than all sorts of things we don't even think twice about. The average age of COVID deaths in many places is higher than the life expectancy for males and females. The money government is spending to prop up the economy that they themselves have decimated with lockdowns is just staggering. In Australia, it's staggering on steroids. In per capita terms, I believe we're the most profligate spending economy propping up government in the world. The central government debt in Australia has doubled since the beginning of the pandemic. And that's before you add in all the state government debt. If that debt is monetized, of course, and assets inflate, which is probably more likely than taxes increasing, then again, the old who own assets will win and the young will lose again. And you have to remember that in Australia, there have been fewer than 1,000 COVID deaths. Most of those were in the state of Victoria with an incredibly hardline lockdown premier. And most of the deaths in Victoria were actually intern and old age home extended care type facilities. So the dollar costs around the world, but especially in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the dollar cost per life saved. And this is if you assume that lockdowns actually do something. So let's assume that Governors Newsom, Cuomo, Neil Ferguson, let's assume they're right. I don't think they are, but even if they are right, the dollar cost per life saved have been in the tens and tens of millions, probably more. In Australia, certainly more. I assume the same as in New Zealand. If we talk in terms of quality adjusted life years, you know, the jargon that the doctors will be familiar with. And if we remember the massive skew of the virus's lethality towards the old and sick, what's the jargon, with those with comorbidities, then the fiscal cost to produce the right results we're getting are just actually astronomical. And what staggers me is this is a world where last year, if you looked at something like the pharmaceutical benefit scheme and what the public purse would pay for drugs for rare diseases, they would cut off the tap at levels of money that are orders of magnitude lower than what they're spending per life saved now. So I don't know what the cutoff is. Nobody really mentions this figure, but let's assume it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars per year for some drug for a rare disease. It certainly wasn't in the millions and not anywhere near what people are spending now. And as my new friend whom I've met through the Lockdown Skeptic, Ramesh, who spoke before me, he and I are quite odd. We both have a connection to Queen's University. We both have a connection to the Otago University. I spent 11 years there, and he was there a bit longer, but I don't think we overlapped. I think he left the year before I got there in 1993, but it was close anyway. This lockdown has had staggering effects on the people in the third world. Poverty's gone up in the hundreds of millions, and that's got to translate into huge numbers of deaths. And this just goes on and on. So I'm sure that all the people before me, I haven't been able to listen because of the lousy internet, but I'm sure that all the eminent people have gone through this in far better detail and with more knowledge that I can bring to the table. So instead, I'm just briefly going to play to a few of my strengths. I'm going to look at lockdowns from a non-medical, non-modeling perspective. And I really just want to voice 3 types of skepticism. So here's skeptical point number 1. And given the audience, no offense. So no offense to all the doctors in the audience today, but I am very, very skeptical of giving the sort of power that democratically elected leaders around the world have given to doctors, and especially to public health doctors, right? So for what it's worth, I've spent a big part of my academic career, such as it is, attacking bills of rights, overpowerful judges, the sort of lawyerly caste of which I'm a part, and basically the sort of undemocratic juristocracy that has emerged in many jurisdictions around the world. I know the lawyerly caste. I'm part of it. I know top judges. And as I've said in print many times, when you buy things like a Bill of Rights, all you're buying is the moral druthers of the top judiciary. I'm quite attracted to a famous sentiment of William Buckley, who once said that he'd rather be governed by the first 1,000 people listed in the Boston phone book than by the faculty members of Harvard University, any Ivy League university, perhaps, he said. Actually, I think that's right. I've argued it applies to the Anglosphere's top common law judges, to all my professional colleagues. And I think one thing the pandemic has shown us, at least it's shown me, is that the same sort of skepticism ought to apply to public health doctor types. I'm generalizing, of course, there's always outliers, but given that qualification, generally speaking, it seems to me that many of the people like judges, when it comes to thinking about rights, have a lot of deficiencies. I'll just go through a few of them. The sort of public health doctor types, chief medical officers, Dr. Fauci's of the world, they are close to being economically illiterate. I don't want to say they're completely economically illiterate, but if you got me at a bar over a few beers, I'd probably go that far. So that's the first problem. Secondly, they're too inclined to shun cost benefit thinking. In other words, they're absolutists. The same sort of thing you get with a lot of human rights thinking. They become absolutists. They're focused solely on this one particular goal they've been given, might change. It might start with flattening the curve, and then it might move to suppression, and then it might move to eradication. But that's their one single-minded goal or pursuit. They pursue it as if it had no concomitant attendant effects and as though nothing else matters. And thirdly, they aren't particularly good at weighing the non-medical costs and benefits. And when I say non-medical, I mean the immediately non-medical consequences. So obviously, in a sense, all of these things will have long-term medical effects, but in the short term, they don't care about lost businesses. They don't care about lost years of schooling for children, which can have incredible effects down the road. They don't seem to care at all about lost civil liberties, all the damage being done to democracy, and they are staggering. All of that is off their radar. All these and more have been undoubtedly affected by these lockdowns. And as a cohort or as a group, doctors seem to me to be pretty much useless on these 3 fronts. Here's a 4th element that doctors seem to be deficient, in my terms. These medico-type people have been given a lot, too much last word power by what can only be described as gutless, pusillanimous politicians. So I know it's been done under the banner of following the science, or these people are the oracles of the last word when it comes to science. And you know, this is pushed aside far too much, counterbalancing economic concerns. Almost none of the SAGE type groups have hard-nosed economists in the room. So the raw cost of the lockdown, costs that over time have health effects, that doesn't really get a look in. And too many of these medical types, Queensland Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Fauci, the kind of people advising Boris Johnson, they have seemingly very little concern for civil liberties type concerns. If anything, the sort of public health attitude is a very top-down, we know best authoritarian attitude. And so that's my first sort of point of skepticism. It has this sort of whole pandemic and the heavy-handed lockdowns have shown us that we want to keep doctors farther away from having such last word sort of calls, in my view. How we go about sort of tempering the input they've had is another matter. Here's a second bit of skepticism. This one's a little bit more foundational. So I'm a legal philosopher. I'm skeptical about the role that, this hit me about 2 or 3 months ago, and I'm skeptical about the role that facts and data have been playing and do play in this debate between lockdown proponents and those who prefer a more Swedish, Taiwanese type, let's protect the vulnerable, but stay open as much as we can type proponents. So the Barrington Declaration people in that debate, at least as it plays out amongst the wider public, I have become very skeptical. And I hope nothing's happening because I'm getting a message again saying that my internet is unstable. At any rate, I'll press on and hope it isn't.
James, we're still getting you fine, so carry on.
Okay, great. In that debate, my hunch is that sentiments, feelings, sort of attitudes and emotions are doing a lot more of the work in dividing opinion in people. So one of my sort of intellectual heroes, the great Scottish philosopher David Hume, on related matters long ago in the late 1700s, he sort of made this point. He famously said that when it comes to moralizing and morality, this is overwhelmingly not a function of reason, by which Hume meant sort of causal reason, cause and effect reason, not the sort of grandiose German philosopher Kantian type reason. But Hume thought that feelings and sentiments and emotions do most of the work. And this looks true to me as regards what we're seeing with a lot of aspects of this pandemic and the response to the pandemic. So with much of the press leaning towards what I would call fear porn reporting and the sort of overt moralizing of the pro-lockdown policies and the heavy-handed government response. So they push the idea that to be a good person, you have to, someone who values people's lives, you have to be in favor of the lockdown. I know Ramesh, before my internet cut off, ran through some of the sort of North Korean style propaganda that is everywhere in London. I could mention some more. I was staggered. You saw it on the British Telecom Tower. You saw it on all the posters in the bus stops that Ramesh mentioned. But it's not the facts and the data, at least not by themselves, that are going to sort of help the anti-lockdown side turn the tide in this debate. At least that's my fear, or that's what I suspect. You know, as Ramesh pointed out, the propaganda is everywhere in London. Interestingly enough, with these posters where they all start off, look him in the eye, and they show some person in the hospital with an oxygen mask and tell him, and then it would say that you really do have to go into the office to work, or that you really don't need to wear a mask, or that this really isn't all that serious. And you know, they're all aimed at your emotions, and Ramesh gave some good counterexamples you could go with. Interestingly, on all the posters I saw, the purportedly sick person who was lying in the hospital never was the median age of 83. They were like 40-year-olds or even younger. And so that was straight out manipulation, right? But they were all aimed at the emotions. And I think this largely works to make people feel, not think, but feel that the moral response, the moral response is to be in favor of lockdowns, to be in favor of masks, to be in favor of, citizens not being forbidden to leave the country, as we are in Australia, in favor of very strict hotel quarantine arrangements. And if you voice any skepticism, you're not confronted with facts. You're confronted with the sort of virtue signaling sense that you're an evil person. My children, who are 27 and 25 in London, it's where they live and work. We were over there for 7 weeks. Many of their friends just won't go outside at that age. They've had inculcated into them this feeling that they'd be a bad person. And so my skepticism or my suspicion is that you're going to need to play the same game to counter that. Might be distasteful, but some of the suggestions Ramesh had were pretty good. We could have pictures of thousands of people in the third world and say, look them in the eye and tell them lockdowns are working, anything like that. One of the eye-opening things about this whole pandemic response, for me at least, is how can you put this? How compliantly and easily and uncomplainingly your average citizen has responded to his or her civil liberties being taken away. And I just didn't think that would happen. So I've been completely surprised by that. But the sort of core level freedoms that in the developed Anglosphere, the freedoms that our ancestors took centuries to win, many of them have gone just like that. And very few people have complained. A lot of voters have been scared into supporting this stuff. As I said, it's become a sign of moral virtue. And I don't know that we're going to win it back with data and facts, depressing as that is, or at least we're not going to win it back with data and facts on their own. I think we have to shame people shame them into realizing how easily they've thrown these things away without really complaining at all. I mean, I was cheering on the Italian restaurateurs who decided to open in the face of the Italian lockdown. I actually thought that more of that would happen in the English-speaking countries, but the Brits have become completely ovine, as far as I can tell, sheep-like, and Australia's just as bad. So that's a skeptical second point. Let's check the time here. Last skepticism, I'll make this the last one. I'll finish with this one. Let me put it this way. There was a very quirky but interesting, writer, Nassib or Nicholas Taleb. If you know him, you'll probably know him from his first book. It was entitled The Black Swan. It was really related to how most people are basically useless when it comes to thinking about probability. Our brains haven't evolved to be very good with probability. Terribly written book in terms of prose, but a very interesting book. His most recent book came out in 2018. It was titled Skin in the Game. And his thesis in that most recent book is that people with skin in the game, so people who are directly affected by the decisions they make, will over time tend to make better decisions. In fact, he thinks they make far better decisions. And so one of the things this pandemic response and government decision has shown us is that it's been a case study in people with no skin in the game making all of the key decisions. So the less skin you have in the game, the more say you've had in making the decisions. So politicians don't lose their jobs when they bring in hardline lockdowns. The top civil servants don't lose their jobs. Some big level sort of crony capitalism people don't lose their jobs when they order these lockdowns. doctors don't lose their jobs, and epidemiologists don't. Neil Ferguson not only doesn't lose his job, he can drive over and see his girlfriend. It staggers me that man who, as far as I can tell, has never in his professional life made a correct prediction, and he appears still to be on the group that is advising Boris Johnson, the SAGE group. I mean, you just have to, it's staggering. Australia's Prime Minister Morrison, a little less frequently recently, but for near on a year, was repeatedly saying we're all in this together. You can't imagine a statement that is less accurate factually. It's just basically a patent lie. So the multitude of small business owners who have lost, or once the sort of steroid-driven levels of government support come off, will lose their businesses. And with all small businesses, or virtually all small businesses, the ability to set up the small business almost always involves taking out some sort of mortgage with the banks. So pledging the family home, they all have to pledge the family home. So not only are they going to lose their business, they're all going to lose their family home up to the level of bankruptcy law protection. It's not true for them that they're in it together with the politicians, bureaucrats, public health doctors. That latter groups, they're actually bearing none of the costs. In fact, their pay is the same. For many of the bureaucrats, their pay's gone up in the last year. Certainly true in Australia and some of the jurisdictions, their pay has gone up. The status of the people making these decisions that I think have been woefully bad decisions, their status has gone up too, right? Nothing like appearing every day before the cameras as the chief medical officer. And, basically in many jurisdictions, I mentioned no names in particular, but the chief medical officers are basically the least adept, least accomplished and talented of the medical cohort they started off with, and that might be a slight exaggeration, but they're certainly not at the top. But now their status has gone right through the roof. And so truth be told, these sort of groups will come out of these lockdowns materially better off. And if you look at it in comparative terms or sort of purchasing power terms, when a big chunk of society comes out of these things terribly, in material terms, they're going to come out of these, the decision makers are going to come out of these lockdowns in much better terms. They'll also enjoy a sort of self-satisfied, smug, albeit false sense that they've saved the world. You can think of Neil Ferguson, the Dr. Fauci's of the world, the Dan Andrews of the world, St. Jacinda. So these decision-making elites have deemed their own jobs to be essential. Notice that when you have an essential job, your kids continue to go to school, so their children won't be suffering the costs of all of the children whose schooling has been interrupted in some places for over a year. So they're going to pick up a whole year on their kids will pick up a whole year on the other kids. And the list of the ways in which they have no skin in the game goes on and on, including, I might add, that when politicians and top bureaucrats in Australia return from overseas, they do not, let me say that again, they do not have to hotel quarantine. They can go and quarantine at home with a little thing saying, of course, they have to be careful, but, if anything should make your blood boil, not just those of us who are in day 5 of hotel imprisonment, that even when it comes to something like hotel quarantine, the strictest in the world, these people who are making decisions aren't paying those costs. I can remember when we first got married, my wife and I, we went off to Moscow in 1986. When we were living in London, got married, 2 Canadians went off to London, and we decided to take a week in Moscow. I think it was 1986. And I was stunned at the time that in parts of Moscow, there were lanes on the roads that only members of the Communist Party could drive on. And so in a weird kind of way, I feel like we've gone back to, there are one set of rules for all of the losers, and then there's another set of rules for the decision makers. They're too important to play by the rules. One exception, I suppose, is the press. The sure, this is everything I've said is true of the ABC or the public broadcasters in New Zealand, Canada. They're not paying any of it. They have no skin in the game. You know, the government's not too witless and too frightened to cut their funding. But it's not true of big chunks of the non-public broadcasters. And for some reason, even though they do have skin in the game, because advertising revenues have dropped off a cliff, they have collapsed. Many of their publications are going to go broke, bankrupt, they're going to lose their jobs. And yet they still are, most of those people are still, you know, totally unskeptical about the cost of lockdowns. It's, you know, no one in the US, virtually nobody is reporting the sort of thing I'm sure Ramesh reported on, say comparing Florida to New York. Florida has adopted a very Swedish type approach, very trying not to close businesses. They have far more elderly people than New York. And yet when you look at deaths per million, Florida has 1,322 and New York has 2,346 as of 2 days ago. And New Jersey is slightly more. If you look at the unemployment rate, Florida's is at least 2 percentage points below New York's. I mean, New York is the worst in the world, except for New Jersey. And American members of the press are, you know, reporting New York as a success story. It's staggering. If we return to this last point of skepticism of mine, and I'll conclude, the former retired top British judge, Lord Sumption, who's an eminent skeptic, as you'll all know, he has characterized the last year, certainly across the Anglosphere, and rightly in my view, as having delivered the worst inroads on our civil liberties in 200 years. Worse than the inroads during the Second World War, worse than the inroads during the First World War. You know, and I think that when you look at it, it's just undeniable. It seems to me that would never have happened if the decision makers who are making these calls had had a dollop of skin in the game. So if the lockdowns they were ordering had lost them their jobs and their pensions and their children's educations and their ability to travel overseas, we would have seen a far more nuanced and Taiwanese type response in my view, or at least let me put it this way. The last year has made it plain that decision-making by people with no skin in the game is less than ideal. So that's my 3 bits of skepticism. I can see with the time I've got to stop. Let me again thank the organizers for the symposium. Any listeners foolish enough to have forsaken a beer to listen, thank you too. And I'm going to stop with that. If anything happened to the internet, I apologize for that too.
No, thank you, James. It was smooth, mostly all the way through. So, and we heard it. I think we heard everything you had to say, which is great. Just a comment on the skin in the game point. I don't think it's ever been any different. The governing classes never have skin in the game. But what they've relied on in the past, so in a democracy at least, are 2 bits of information that help them judge whether or not they can get away with, as I think we heard in the UK, they described their own law changes, whether they can get away with the rules. And one is data, or they can get away with the effects of their policies. One is data, and data, as others have said over the course of these presentations, has been poor and delayed. The other is public response, or which they have either suppressed, has been not reflected by media, and in most cases not really, actually in New Zealand's case it has, in terms of an election, has not been put to a vote. So
Mark, I guess I would start at the beginning and just say, if you look at something like the First World War, the people making the decisions had a lot of skin in the game. More people from the upper class died in the First World War. Everyone's kids were sent to war. Everyone had skin in the game. The same was true in the Second World War. I mean, everyone, Churchill had as much skin in the game as everybody else, up until maybe the Vietnam War, when the sort of, the better off people tend not to have kids in the military. Not always true. McCain and there are people in the US who have a tradition of having their kids go in the military. But I don't think it's always been the case that decision makers don't have skin in the game. I think this particular instance is a particularly egregious example of the people making the calls bearing almost none of the consequences. I mean, they can't even bring themselves barely to limit the pay rise of the civil service. It is that pathetic. And I think you're right. I don't think they started off this way. I think someone like Boris Johnson's initial inclinations were on the civil liberties side of things. But you're right. They have found it very hard to stand up to the sort of authoritarian heavy-handedness. I am in awe of the Prime Minister of Sweden, who has stood up to this sort of thing. Or better yet, maybe the best example is Governor DeSantis in Florida, who has been pilloried for months and months and months, accused of being, basically a murderer. And he has not backed down, and his results have shown that he was right. He will get no credit from that. I think a lot of the problem is today's journalistic class is pathetic. Part of that I would trace back to the universities where I work. I mean, the kind of people who go to journalism school at the universities have some of the lowest, they might be slightly better than people who go to do teachers college, but they have some of the lowest results. And back when journalists used to learn on the job as apprentices, you got some great journalists. But spending 4 years in university learning grievance politics and sort of neo-Marxist platitudes is not good training to be a critical thinking journalist. So, I don't know all of the causes, but I think it's been particularly bad this last time.
Boris Johnson apparently said in private that he was surprised at how easy it had been to make these policy changes, to limit people's freedoms. That for some time early in early last year, there was lots of discussion in cabinet, people saying, people won't stand for that. We've only got certain limits that things we could do, but they just kept pushing them, and there was no response. So, I think it seems to me that the fear that was generated is the reason why there was no response. So really, it falls to the leaders to make those decisions. They can't just wait until there's a public response if the public is already basing its decision on poor information.
I think you're right. I think it was partly the fear. It's just, I just now started confronting people, and there is an element of politeness. Someone asks you to wear a mask to come into a store, you just put it on, because that's what polite people do. I also think one of the driving factors is that in the last year or two, politicians have decided that future budget deficits don't matter at all. Yes. And this moronic modern monetary theory and the idea that we can spend and there'll be no long-term consequences at all. If you were paying the costs of the job seeker, job keeper, massive subsidies, if you were paying those as you went, this would have collapsed a long time ago. And so I still believe that 10 years from now, people will look back and these politicians will be pilloried, and this will be seen as the worst public policy disaster in the last century. But it's going to take a while for that to come true. You can't keep up this level of near propaganda level, emotive fear porn, fear mongering. And once the costs hit home, because there are going to be a lot of people whose lives are ruined, we'll see some effects. But I think it's going to be another 4 or 5 years down the road before we see them. I agree that I thought it would happen right away. I thought, Australians see themselves as this larrikin sort of crowd, but as a Canadian, and you can't get a more compliant. Canadians have more backbone than Australians. I mean, Australians have just fallen in line in the most pathetically compliant way, and it seems to me that Kiwis are even worse. And all our Australian friends here say, "Well, this is great. We have no cases." And I go, "Well, yeah, but what are you going to do? Are you going to never open your foreign borders? Do you think you're going to keep the virus out forever?" And the vaccines aren't going to keep out. They're not. I mean, we closed down now for one case. Well, the vaccines aren't going to stop every case. So I just don't know what the long-term plan is.
No, that has been a problem in itself. That it's been responses to the data on the day. There certainly doesn't appear to have been a long-term plan in general. Although in New Zealand, we did say we had one. We said we were going to eliminate the virus, at least locally, and then wait for a vaccine. That was the long-term plan. But other countries don't seem to have been quite as put it in so many words, whether they're right or wrong. Hey, I wondered, it's an interesting point you raise around Neil Ferguson and others, and even Fauci. It doesn't seem that someone's getting things wrong, and in this world where you can see the evidence of what they said in the past and how wrong they are now, it appears that let's call them the governing elite, they just don't seem to be, they're never held to account for these things. And yet, an ordinary member of the public who 10 years ago might have gone to a fancy dress party wearing something that's now considered inappropriate would probably lose their job instantly.
I mean, Neil Ferguson is a great example. So not only have his predictions, his modeling on this been terrible, he was orders of magnitude wrong on BSE, bovine spongiform encephalopathy, whatever it's called, mad cow disease. His predictions there were completely crazy. There was another thing to do with animals. His modeling was massively wrong. And it seems to be that if you say that 1 billion people will die and you're wrong, nobody cares. But if you say 2 people will die and actually 3 do die, you are held up as this man who had caused a death. And so it's all weighted in the weirdest kind of way. It is actually hard to understand. You would have thought that if anyone would have lost his job, it's that man, but he apparently hasn't. I don't know if it's a psychological thing. I have no reason. I can't understand why, if you're in the business of offering predictions, and this takes us back to Talib, when it's your own money on the line and you're making calls about if you don't get it right, you're just basically not eating. Whereas these people are playing with house money, and when they lose, they get more house money. It's very odd.
Hey, so I take it you don't believe in experts?
I believe in experts, but they need to be cabined, and they need to not be the ones making the final calls. And in an ideal world, the politician has, they do the way Churchill did. You have in the room a bunch of experts, and you go out of your way to have skeptics and naysayers in the room too. So your job is to listen, to have someone in the room who disagrees with the person you normally inclined to listen to. So at least you get a sense of, the other side of the argument, and you make the call, not just listening to some public health expert, but the best sort of economist you can find, and someone who has a sense of what's going to happen in all sorts of different areas. And then you put a few contrarians in the room too. And then of course, the politician has to make the call. That doesn't seem to me to be what's been happening.
No, you're very right.
This is going to throw people off, but the person who was doing the best job outside of Sweden and Taiwan was Trump. And, of course, people hate Trump. And maybe that's been a factor in this too, that the press hated Trump so much they wanted the pandemic to be as bad as possible. But even Trump didn't have the cojones to stand up to Fauci. He should have. But, Trump's instincts were right. And to some extent, he was trying to keep the economy open and some sort of balance. He didn't do nearly as good a job as DeSantis in Florida. My pick for the first, assuming Biden lives for the next 4 years, but my pick for the first woman to get elected as president as a long shot. But I think the governor of South Dakota, she has been brilliant. Oh, yeah. She didn't close down at all. She just kept telling people what the risks were. And so she did even less than, Florida. And right. It was and she's been pilloried in the press, but her numbers look as good as North Dakota's, similar states around her.
I wonder if I can ask some questions related to law, and particularly in Australia. You can't. Are you allowed to leave Australia? What are the rules around that?
Well, is this being recorded?
Yes, it is.
Let me speak hypothetically about people in the abstract, no names mentioned. Mm-hmm. The rules in Australia are you're not allowed to leave as a citizen, but you can apply for the government's permission to leave. And they have a list of things. And if you have a very ill parent and you make a very strong case, then some middle level annoying officious bureaucrat might deem to allow you to leave. You have to write and promise that they can't guarantee to ever let you back in. So two hypothetical people who might now presently be in hotel lockdown in Brisbane would have had to have done this back in November. And when you fill out these forms, they're honest, but they're honest in the same way that when you read someone's curriculum vitae is honest. There's a relationship to the truth, but of course it's being written with an eye to achieving a certain purpose. But it is disgraceful that as a citizen, you can't leave. No, we're not talking about coming in. I can see closing the border. You can't leave.
It's North Korea.
It's like East Germany. I'm waiting for the border guard. So this and this has made Morrison immensely popular. And Jacinda Ardern, I don't know, New Zealanders for the last 15, 20 years have had a standard of living 2/3 of Australians. And that's not going to go up. I mean, you've basically killed your tourism sector. We have two. And now you're soon going to move on and kill the agricultural sector with your global warming stuff. So, I don't know what New Zealand's plan is to make a living. It's pretty, I lived there 11 years. I love New Zealand, but I'm in a bit of despair for the place.
I think we're going to make Hobbit movies for as long as possible. What about coercions that we've seen in Australia? Because it's been quite surprising, shocking even actually, to see the police response to resistance there. I just can't fathom it. It's Australia. It's right next door, same kind of culture as ours, and yet the police actions I just find astounding.
Well, I never thought I'd say this. I grew up in a middle class household in Toronto, and the basic attitude that was instilled in me is that the police were always right. If a police officer brought me home to my dad, I would have been walloped no matter what I said. My basic attitude, I went through law school and I was taught by some sort of South Africans who had this massive dislike of the police. And I used to hate it. The idea that the police, my core instinct was always pro-police. And the last year has just been eye-opening. To have police officers go into a pregnant woman's house in Victoria and handcuff her because she put something on the internet in favor of a skeptical lockdown protest. Any half-decent sort of politician would have fired that police officer's boss. And the kind of things that they're doing in Britain, I have lost, a lot of respect for the police. I know that it's not the fault of a lot of the junior officers on the street. And I know a lot of them, actually, there was a couple at the airport who do what they can to ameliorate and soften the application of what they realize are idiotic rules. But, I don't want to overstate this, but it has become obvious that sort of Pinochet type regimes, it's obvious where the police and the general sheep-like behavior of the public comes from, because we're seeing it everywhere here. And yes, you're right, I've become very disappointed in the police. I'm not sure I'd go out of my way to help the police do anything. I've become so, I don't think it hits the lower ranks, but the upper ranks of the police service across the Anglosphere, they have become woke, cancel culture, politically correct people who in Victoria say, rather than try to deal with the Somalian gangs, or in England, in the north of England, rather than deal with rape gangs that were active for months and ignored by the police, they would rather go after some person who's on a beach not wearing a mask by themselves. So this is just shameful. And I know that it's very difficult as a low-level police officer to ignore direct sort of orders, but it has been a disgrace, and I can't find anything good to say about it at all.
You mentioned at the outset around legal challenges. Are there any in Australia? Are any sort of milling about, and you indicated that you didn't think it was very likely to be that these things would get any traction.
Look, the thing about, let me take it off this topic for a sec. You know, one of the reasons I hate bills of rights is all you ever get is on contentious issues where people disagree, you end up with the views of the lawyerly cast of judges. On big ticket issues where people are panicking, the judges always fall in line. So when they rounded up the Japanese in America during the Second World War, the US Supreme Court didn't stand up for the Japanese. In Korematsu, they said, go ahead, right? And of course, when things calm down then, and people disagree then, and so on any big ticket issue where there's sort of hysteria, you can't ever point to an example where the judges will stand up for sense, right? And so you know this going in, and in a way it's, you know, in a way it's understandable. I don't want these decisions made by a bunch of unelected sort of committees of ex-lawyers. So no one would really expect the judges to stand up to the politicians given the hysteria that's been created. And a lot of these judges would feel that hysteria too, because they tend to be old and they probably have a lot of the comorbidities, right? So saying that, I think anyone who actually thought that a legal challenge that went to a top court would see these things overturned in the first year or two just really didn't understand and didn't know much about the legal situation. As time wears on, it becomes more likely. The one case where I thought there was a big chance to win in Australia was the border cases, because, you know, we're a federation and Section 92 of the Australian Constitution seemed to make it a very arguable case that these tin pot premiers couldn't just close their borders the way they've been doing. And I have, you know, I'm starting to think that Prime Minister Morrison is worse than Turnbull. I'm a sort of right of center guy, and I hated Turnbull, but Morrison might be worse. The minute the federal government dropped from the challenge, so a crazy billionaire took a challenge to the borders thing, and at first the federal government was involved in the challenge against the states, but once the federal government dropped out, the High Court of Australia, the top court, was never going to side with against the border closures. They just weren't going to do it. But, you know, had the central government stayed with that challenge, there was a very good chance it would win. And so, you know, Morrison who has never involved the states in anything, has created this national cabinet that's nowhere mentioned in the Constitution, and it's sort of this body he's created, and it's been a complete disaster. And, you know, a lot of it goes back to Morrison himself. But if you're waiting for the judges to fix this, I don't think it's going to, you know, it'll happen 3 or 4 years down the road if we're still in this situation. But till then, forget it. It's going to have to happen through the political process.
So Australia and New Zealand are in very similar situations, low levels of COVID or zero.
Your rugby organizers and your rugby administrators are much better than ours, but leave that aside. We're in the same similar situation other than that.
Yeah. So what's your prediction, if put it that way? What's your expectation about the way things will pan out for us this year? What is the exit strategy for New Zealand and Australia?
The exit strategy for Scott Morrison is to have an election before he has to, you know, turn off the financial monetary tap. So he needs to get that election, and then he'll have, you know, 3 years to, because the consequences are coming, and I think they know they're coming. You know, I'm a little bit loath to make predictions because I never would have thought it could go on this long. I never would have thought people would be so sheep-like. You know, there are a lot of people in Australia who think that things are great here. You know, they've got a job, they work at the university, or they work for the civil service, and the restaurants are open. And, you know, I've just come back from London for 7 weeks. You know, we put our money where our mouth was. We went out on the tube every day. We walked around. You know, we basically paid attention to as few rules as we could, and we broke quite a few of them. We never associated with anybody old. And, you know, we applied what we thought we knew, and it you know, it's been fine. But people in Australia think that there's death on the streets in London. What there is are empty streets. In a way, I think Britain's going to come out of this better because at least the one thing that they have done right is they have to my shock and surprise, have run a brilliant vaccination program. You know, more people have been vaccinated in Britain than the entire EU. And I was a Brexiteer, so this is a delight for me. The only thing Boris has done right is Brexit. And so Britain will be up and running in the next year, no matter how slow it is, they'll be up and running. I'm just wondering what Australia and New Zealand's plan is, because if you're going to close down on one case or 5 cases, even the vaccine's not going to stop that. I just don't know what the end game is. I mean, hopefully the end game is that we get a political party, and I noticed that Nigel Farage in England has started an anti-lockdown party. And you know, one of the things that gave us Brexit wasn't the Tory party, it was Nigel Farage single-handedly was responsible for that. If you like it the way I do, he's the guy. In order to push Boris and the Tories, you need someone to the right, not to the right, but on the other side of the issue. And Farage and Lawrence Fox is starting a party. They might provide that. In Australia and New Zealand, there's no sign of that. Preferential voting in Australia makes it very hard for any party that's not one of the main 2 to have any say. And you know, if there's a voting system worse than preferential voting in the whole world, it would be MMP. You know, you pretty much have to go. You know, the MMP was designed by the American military and imposed on Germany to make them make it impossible to do anything. And you know, if there's one voting system in the world you wouldn't copy, it's Germany's. But of course, New Zealand did. So I don't really know with the 2 voting systems we have, how easy it's going to be able to achieve anything in the short term. But I think the Brits are going to be looking good in 8 or 9 months. And as your readers, listeners will know, I mean, half the US is already open. If you go to Florida or Texas, you know, they had 20,000 people at the Super Bowl. I mean, they're just treating it the way you should treat it in Florida. You know, almost everything's up and running in big chunks of the US. Yes. My native Canada is a mess.
It certainly does seem to be the issue for our 2 countries. We've had a good virus time period. It feels, you know, it might feel okay to us now, but I just don't quite know how it's going to look in a year's time. Well, best of luck to us both. James, thank you very much for your time and persevering to join us. I really appreciate that.
Thanks to everybody, and go and enjoy your beer. If anyone's from Dunedin, I love the place. My kids grew up there, and it was a fantastic place to live.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, that draws to a close the symposium. Thank you very much for bearing with us and bearing through everything. In fact, I found it remarkably easy to do that. It was there was a lot of information, a lot of perspectives, and I enjoyed all of it. I hope you did too. It was certainly worthwhile putting it together. I appreciate you all taking the time to do it and to join in. I don't know that we're going to do this again. There may be an opportunity to do it. There may be a need to do it. But best wishes to you all for 2021. Thank you very much. Okay.